Good evening. We are once again in the dip. Soon anyway. Okay. So, we'll do a little bit of a recap. It's gonna take about a half a minute to do. Because there's really not much that has happened at the end of the day, but we'll join the server and give it a little bit of time so I can explain exactly what I've heard has occurred during the time in which I haven't been live. Hello everyone. Mike, Worded, Bum, Fated, Red, Voltus, Ege, Mika, Leaderhorn. Now here's an update. Hazard is back. We'll jump into this run right here. Seems like a good time to join in, yeah? Oh, what did I even click? Oh, at the arrow. Whoops. Let us see. Let us see how this one shapes up. So Hazard has been playing on a mini RPG LAN. Kind of similar style to what these sections are, but also starting to do this new approach. So I feel like everyone now is doing this new approach, but Hazard might be a little bit new to it. We'll have to retry it. Because Hazard was going for the high jump before, but almost everyone, or honestly everyone that I've seen do this, has been doing it this way now. Oh, that is perfect, Mike. Absolutely wonderful. I had the pool landing, but not the actual PB. So yeah, everyone trying to do this slide now. Hazard still a little bit too late. We'll probably redo this. Oh, going for this with very little speed. I think that was too slow. So this could be something where, you know, Hazard, it's kind of showing that Hazard hasn't been playing for 3 days now, where, you know, we kind of know better, like, how much speed you need for this jump and what kind of lines generally work. To be fair, like, 226 speed probably works, but, like, the 230 plus has been generally the speed that we see people commit for, usually not less. Landing looks better. 223 actually kind of drifted in the landing, so that's too slow again. Saving it again. So, Hazard back on the grind, current personal best, even with the 3-day break that Hazard took because of the LAN tournaments, is on the ice bin. So, definitely catching up quick. Hello Articus, hello Kim. Hello Onemlo. Oh, actually, okay, Hazard, switching it back. Not feeling good about this new strategy. Has probably seen a lot of people do it, but feels like, okay, well, it's not working for me. I'm gonna try it this way, and works first try. Sometimes experience is still gonna be better than the, you know, best possible strategy, right? Like, we can argue, like, okay, well, this gives you better speed and whatever, but if you have better experience on this jump like this, then suppose you go like this. But now, Hazard lands the pole. Very solid. Elkon and Bren are tied for wildcard yet again, but a little bit further than they were. There you go. Now to the ramp. Hazard, I think this is just enough speed, yeah. Already infused with information. Yeah, that's the stream. That's what we do. Hazard on to floor 10 now. We'll see if the weekend off has been good or bad. Well, it's hard to make that conclusion based on one run, I guess, but let's see now. Has made it to the ice pin multiple times. And now there's like 100 clips that you can look into if you want to see how people have made it through the ice pin as well. I don't think Hazard has PB today, at least I haven't heard anything about it, but I have just joined the server. I'm assuming that this is a personal best run. It's a 1 hour run as well, so I mean, it could have been to floor 10 already, I don't know, but it is not to floor 11. Floor 11 is higher. Isn't the part after... No, wait, isn't the part after ice pin already higher? The plastic uphill. Looking good for Hazard. Clean jump. On the ice. To the dirt. Ask me again after this, Yummy. I probably have some... We'll check the Hazard PB attempt first. Hello though. Welcome everyone. We literally just started the session and Hazard already on a banger here. Now this, as a small update here, this is Simo's personal best now. Simo has made it all the way to this pipe. So maybe we doubted Simo a little bit too much on the ice. Has already made it to this section and very close to the 360. Hazard makes it all the way there. And time for the spin. We are going in again. In case you haven't seen this before, Hazard got here already like 4 days ago, but has been absent for the weekend. For the reason that there was a mini RPG LAN tournament Hazard was playing in Paris. So here, the 360, that is not bait, that is exactly what you need to do. You need to take the car with the wet wheels onto the ice and then go in, spin the car around, get enough speed and jump up, land over here. That is easier said than done. For some players also easier. For Elcon it's easier done than said, but Elcon is an anomaly. So we will mostly look into Hazard here. Tries the setup, spins around. It's a little too early. I think for Hazard the release timing there. Okay, there can be like a billion things. There can be so many things that go wrong there. So, good try. Good try. It can also be that you don't brake for long. You don't keep the ice slide going for long enough. You brake too early. At the wrong gear as well. Yeah, maybe not taking enough speed from the downhill for this setup. Yeah, it's ice spins are so complicated, especially with all the ice patches in the last years. It's just, you know, it's kind of changed how you have to do the ice spin. So even if you learned them like 2 years ago, your experience doesn't matter anymore. You have to learn them again. So that makes it even more difficult, that it's not something that you could have like just picked up and kept that strategy in your muscle memory. You have to learn it again because of the ice patches. And it's very tricky. Hazard saying, knows what to do, but brain always bricks when actually executing the 360. And I think that's the problem with this. You might be able to do it, but the problem is that you only have the one shot at it, right? If you fail it, you will fall down. It might be the skin not loading, Argo. Well, anyway, Mara on a pretty decent run here, PB at 860, so probably either beginning of floor 8 or the very last parts of, very highest parts of floor 7. Pretty good pace though. Will be savable. It could be, I suppose, the Austria joke. Makes it. Well done. Okay. Let me catch up with everything. Now that we have a little bit of a... Not really a break, I suppose, when Mada is on a good run. Definitely not a break. Okay. Good save from Mada. Calm and collected. Okay, yeah, alright, so... How much farther did they get in Hazard's absence? Okay, do I dare to show it now? Maybe Mada is going to, take a bit of a breather. So, floor 11. Start here. Hazard just made it to the ice bin. Then you need to land it, go up with wet icy wheels, so basically isolating, onto the dirt, land into the plastic, and then the half pipes around, and floor 11. So, 3 people have made it here. Those are Elcon, Bren, and Virtual. Unless Lars has also made it today and I haven't heard about it, but otherwise that should be the 3. So, Virtual made it here. Barely fell down, unless Virtual has improved and I haven't heard about it early today. But that is my information. Elcon and Bren have made it all the way around these obstacles, into the loop, into the pool, into the dirt here. Quarter pipe up on this platform, then flipping the car sideways here, flipping it upside down. And previously, last night, Elcon was the only one to clear this upside down plastic jump into the pool. But today, earlier today, Bren has been able to do it as well, twice. So Bren, also great progress. Both of them did manage to do this jump, but this section, landing here into the quarter pipe, and then jumping up here, both lacked the speed to do so. So this one doesn't seem to be like an easy speed check at all. It's gonna be something where you need to land very, very clean, and then you need to also have like a really good line into this uphill so that you make the landing. It seems to be very, very close. That's the section that people are trying to clear right now. Simo has made it all the way after getting 3 or 4 attempts to the ice level and only getting to this point last night. Simo has made it all the way around these parts, apparently. Has made it to the pool, has made it around, up the snow, around the hole, up the snow again, to this point. Simo's personal best is here. Hazard personal best on the ice bin. Lars personal best on the half pipes. That is the current situation. So a lot of players stuck on this floor 10 range. Mara has made the tricky parts of floor 7, by the way. And this is maybe the personal best jump, actually. This is a 860 jump. So this could be a PB, or Mara might have already made it to floor 8 as well. Hello, 12F. How long do you think it will take to complete? Not gonna happen this week, at least, probably. Okay. Careful. Makes it. This might be a personal best. Nah, Mara knows where to go. Seems to know what to do, so it's probably these, it's probably before the second turtle. I think the second turtle brings you higher, like 880 meters. I think Mara here, still on a personal best. Maybe the beam landing. It could be the beam landing. That has been a very tricky one. Yoneb. Okay, I'm also very slow catching up right now. Thank you for broadcasting the whole Wildcard attempts who weren't streamed by the players. No problem. That's why I'm here. Hopefully, the pressure, the relieved pressure of not having to stream also helps some of these players who want to, you know, focus. Oh, Mada beam landing, not gonna work. Too slow for that one. And this one is a very bad one to fail as well. It's almost always to floor 4. But happens to many players. Okay. Hello Yummy as well. Do you have any motivation tips? I keep getting stuck by my mindset. I'm more than comfy to keep going floor 6, but instead I fail because I feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, it's a big topic that I've been through for sure. Let me catch up with everything else and then I'll get to it. Hello honestly. Breathe. Kuba's floor will definitely be difficult. Yosik for Sun, Japski, Mao. Everybody else. Okay, there's the Bren clips. Let me show those in just a moment. I don't think I have car skins off. I'm wondering if it's something that's disabled by the server. That could also be the case. But it hasn't been previously at least. It could just be that it's loading. There's a lot of players on the server, so it's loading everything. UKR Daddy, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Much appreciate that. Very generous. Thank you very, very much. Thanks for a great job casting the Deep Dip. Best analytics and info out of all casters. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. That's why we're here. Trying our best. Glad if it's working. Scrappy on the grind as well. Floor 8. The floors seem to be getting harder. The final floor, I think, will be the hardest one. That's pretty much all we know about the difficulty. Hi, Smexy. Okay. Hello, Maria. Alright. Maybe to bring down the server loads, yeah, it could be an attempt to keep the servers more stable. Okay, so motivation tips. So, keep in mind that I am not playing the Deep Dip, so... But I have done speedrunning before, so... So the... I only have like the one tip that like people probably don't want to hear. Or that is the first one that I'll give, which is that you might get a new personal best. Like every day when you wake up, you might get a personal best. But the only way to find that out is just to go on the server and play. That's the like first thing. Like you will never do the PB if you just don't play. So what I did when I was grinding for water guards in speedrunning was I just told myself like, okay, I have what it takes, but the run will never happen if I just don't open the game and play. And then you kind of just force yourself to open the game, and then it gets a lot easier. I feel like actually launching the server, that's the toughest step usually, when you kind of get the grind started. But of course, like, it's also about like falling down from the same position every single time. And then in this kind of a challenge, it's less about like, oh, I need that one run, and it's more like, oh, I need a billion runs, because I need to get consistent on everything, and I need to understand how to do this properly, and I need to, you know, understand what went wrong here, like why was I too slow, why did this fail, right? And then that can get like demotivating because it feels like you have like such a massive list of things that need to happen for you to actually make like proper progress, right? So for that kind of thing, when it feels like overwhelming, what I would recommend is just kind of going on the server, playing the map, and doing like a couple runs, like 30 minutes of gameplay, and then feeling like, okay, how am I feeling today? And then you see like, okay, if you're having a bad day, like if nothing is looking to work, then you can think like, okay, well, I'm just gonna try to get consistent on like floor 1 or 2, right? Something that you know that you will be able to do without having to put too much pressure onto yourself. Kind of just focusing even on something that you've already done, because being able to be consistent throughout multiple days on something, anything, will be beneficial, right? If you can do floor 1 very, very nicely, very consistently, you will benefit from that in the long run. So kind of setting your goal to like try like, okay, I'm gonna try and learn something on the sections that I already know how to do. That can be something for a bad day. And if you're feeling good, then it can be, okay, let's try to push for a personal best. Let's try to get as far as possible. So that can be like the daily goal. And then what I usually do is I have like short-term goal, which could be something like this. Like I go into the grind and I think like, okay, what can I accomplish today? With how I'm feeling today, what can I accomplish right now? Sort of what is realistic for me to actually get done. And then there's like the mid-length goal, which would be something like what can I get done like in these like next 4 days? Like where do I want to get? How much time do I need to put into it? And then it can be something where you feel like your short-term goals, the like 1 day session, will like push you towards the like middle term goal. And then you can have the long-term goal, which can be like, okay, I want to reach floor 10, or I want to finish the map, or I want to do whatever. I want to get the map done in under 15 minutes. Whatever. This looks pretty rough for Sano. It might be possible to save actually. Going sideways here, sliding down. A little bit tough though. It's so slippery. So slippery. So that's kinda what I've done, but I will say that like obviously it's not that easy. Like you will still get frustrated and you will still, you know, not want to play some days. Remember also that taking breaks is part of the grind. The grind doesn't mean that you need to always play. It means that you're also taking time off. Not only because you need it mentally, but because your brain needs it to learn. Alright, Ami, good luck. You got this. No problem. Glad if it helps at all. It's hard though, it's hard, because these things, doing these kinds of challenges are just so difficult that really there's no like, you know, easy answers. It's kind of, the difficulty is like an inherent part of the challenge, right? The fact that it is ridiculous, right? That's kind of the thing that makes Deep Dip, that it is ridiculous, and it will challenge not only your Trackmania understanding, is this savable? No. But also like the mental side. So okay. And it's of course always easy to say from the sidelines here. I can say whatever I want. just finished the map forehead. But, you know, I feel like I have a more realistic look on this than most, even though I haven't played it all. Okay, yeah, so we can do a little bit of a recap again. So, thank you for the clip, Mike. So, Elkhorn did manage to reach the same position as... Bren did manage to reach the same position as Elkhorn did last night. So Bren was able to try out this as well. And Bren's landing looked a little bit better, went a little bit too early into the wall though. So this is again the long fall down. I think this one generally gets you either to floor 8 or floor 7. This one went to the end of floor 7. It really does seem like the jump position was probably pretty good, but I don't know if the landing is still a bit too far. In Trackmania, you only accelerate on ground, which means that you benefit so much from that early landing, because then you can carry that speed all the way through, whereas if you land late, even if you don't lose speed to the landing, which is also possible because it starts kind of going uphill here, it is still going to be possible that you just don't get enough speed. The speed looks fine here, it looks okay, but the angle is too much towards the wall. But then there's also like a turtle danger, right? Because look at this loop, the half loop here. It curves uphill, right? Which means that the car will be a little bit more upside down the higher you go on this. So this looks just painful, honestly, because if you turtle, if you land upside down there, what are you even gonna do? There's nothing to unturtle on. Maybe this? Maybe? No, this is miserable. I don't think you can turn around here. I don't think there's enough space. Like, I'm not really sure what the consistent strat here is, because it's going to curve, like, it's going to make the car rotate upside down a little bit. So, like, landing this is gonna be very tough, even if you have the speed and even if you have the line. Yeah, like, this would be the only thing, but you can't go there, right? So, when you're turtled, what do? Like, there's really no recovery, right? You need to try to drop down back on the quarter pipe. It's really looking tough. Don't think there's any other strat at all. I feel like this has to be it. Like, it's so sort of obvious, but yeah. Anyway, still, Bren has got to this jump, Elkhorn has got to this jump, neither of them managed to clear it. This landing here seems to be difficult enough. And in other news, if you haven't been following maybe for the last few days, here is where floor 11 starts. Virtual has made it all the way to this jump, but didn't quite manage to land it here. So fell down the hole. So Virtual's PB on floor 11. Lars's personal best still on the half pipes here. The ice half pipe and then the plastic. Just before floor 11. Hazard, just before, has played today again. So Hazard is back from the LAN tournament. And immediately had an attempt here on the ice spin, but didn't get the ice spin. Simo, if we go backwards on the route, has made it to this pipe already. So, you know, we were talking about Simo like, okay, well, it's looking kind of rough. Simo failed the couple first things on the ice, this ice floor 10. You know, had 3 attempts and I think 4 attempts and Simo got to this point only. So we were kind of thinking like, okay, well, this might be a grind, right? This could take a while. But Simo has proven us all wrong. Simo made it all the way through here. Over the snow, around the whole part, up the snow hill as well, all the way into this pipe. So Simo actually is very close to the ice spin as well. It's pretty good progress. Of course, the ice spin is the sort of boss section of this floor, maybe the half pipes as well. But it's still really, really solid to make it halfway through the floor, for sure. Then, I think everybody else, if I'm not entirely incorrect, is on... Oh, Schmaniel! Hold on! Schmaniel actually... Oh. Has made it to floor 9. Ooh. That is a surprise. This is pretty far into floor 9 as well. This is like maybe this jump? Could be this jump or something? Oh, Schmaniel had some problems with PB updating past few days too. Okay. So Schmaniel apparently we've completely missed out on. Making really good progress. Very good player. Just suddenly appearing on the plugin on top 7. So that is very solid. I wonder if Schmaniel also is playing on in solo, because I've seen Schmaniel a little bit on the server, but not on these heights. But this is very interesting. Scrappy, floor 8. Scandier, still floor 8. Haven't seen Scandier yet on the server, but Scandier also presumably is back from the LAN now. Played the same mini RPG LAN as Hazard, and Scandier actually won that LAN as well. So, should be in good shape to continue the grind, if he so chooses. Freddy, floor 8. Hugo, floor 8. Tally, floor 8. Mada, floor 8. And then it gets to floor 7, I believe. So, that is essentially it. There's a big fall off right now from floor 10 to like floor 8. That's kind of like floor 8 is still kind of gatekeeping these players from getting further. Let me update the plugin. Let me rejoin the server just in case. I haven't seen Scandier's personal best, but it's somewhere around like the second turtle part on floor 8. The password literally doesn't matter because it's still a whitelist. I could type your name, Mr. Leo, and it would work. Because it's a whitelist. Elcon not on the server as far as I can tell. Bren is on the server, but wait, Bren is in the floor. Yeah, Elcon not on the server. Posted a clip recently from solo. Okay. Hopefully there's some documentation of that as well. Yeah, Elcon and Virtual are very good ice players, and they play a lot of ice. So the experience really shows. Ice, one of the hardest surfaces to master. As far as surfaces come, actually it's probably the hardest. There's so many, like, very weird tricks that ice players need to deal with. Like, I consider myself pretty decent on ice. Like, you know, I've made Division 1 multiple times on ice maps. And, like, there's still so much stuff that I have no idea how to do on ice. Fast wood harder? Maybe. Like, wet wood also, like, out of these new things that we have, it is pretty wild, honestly. But oh well, you know, still ice is up there, even if, you know, there might be a bit of subjective ranking maybe. SB comes from Speedball, which is a Shootmania game mode. 3 versus 3 game mode, kind of like football with rocket launchers. Copy, savable. Okay, bun. See if the save works here. No. A little bit too far. Very unfortunate. Hard to push, because you need to go very far on the side to actually keep it going. That was a good save though. Scrappy has wet wheels here still, I think. Or maybe the sand dried them? I didn't see how he landed. Oh well. Well, Scrappy getting some runs up though. Floor 7 will still be very tricky for these guys who have only been to floor 8. And I say only, but that's in context with how, you know, the Walter Guard is looking right now. Hazard was just on the ice spin, so looking pretty good. Getting another run up. Virtual has said that after last ice updates, it's harder to understand ice physics for him. Yeah, it's definitely pretty weird. There's some new techniques that have spawned from the ice update that happened like a year ago. No one on floor 0, wow. Rare moment. Nobody fall now. Okay, recoverable. Hazard, of course, has done all these floors already. Very comfortable with these early floors still, as in before floor 9. We saw something interesting on Hazard's run not too long ago, where Hazard was doing the second last quarter pipe section, second last quarter pipe section on floor 9, trying to do the new strategy a couple times. So pretty much everyone else has started doing the strategy where if Hazard can survive for a while on floor 6, I can show, where they go to this hole and they start taking speed from here and then take a low jump. So Hazard also was now trying this strategy, which Hazard had been previously not doing. And then it didn't work a couple of times. Hazard did go again for the high jump strategy, and that worked first try. So it's going to be interesting to see if Hazard will still try to adapt to that new strat, which does seem to be more consistent for others. It's a very difficult jump to do. Or if Hazard will keep doing this high jump strategy. As you see, Bren has tied the Walter Guard. Simo, great personal best on floor 10. And that's pretty much it. Imagine another ice update, yeah. Nadio is keeping us on our toes. We never know when the next one's gonna happen. Maybe today. But yeah, the rankings have stayed pretty much the same. Elcon tied with the Walter Guard. Oh, Hazard. Well, Turtle. Backwards to the pool. Nice. Good thinking. So Elcon and Bren tied for Wildregard. Then we have Virtual in the beginning parts of floor 11. And then Hazard on the ice spin. All alone now. Actually, Lars even further than that. On the half pipes of floor 10 at the very end. And then Hazard is on the ice spin. Simo is on the pipes before the ice spin. Rounded out the prize pool a little. Oh yeah? Is it up to date here as well? Damn. $30,000. Now that is a number. 2.5K donation. Goddamn, what a legend to the prize pool. So that means 30K. $15,000 to first place. Can I be said to be a neutral actor here anymore if I've sort of like mental coached players? I don't know if that's oh well. Okay. Not like I signed a contract or anything. Well, my mental coaching is publicly streamed, so. Is there a link somewhere to support the mappers? Yes. Oh yeah, I am PD. Linked it. That you can also do. Hazard through the pools, looking very consistent, even if a couple off days happened during the weekend. As in days off. I guess off day can be different than a day off. Hazard already got to floor 10 today, but to be fair, we've only been on the server for like 40 minutes, so it's hard to draw any conclusions of, you know, if Hazard is in shape or not in shape. So, like, you know, we will, even watching today's session, I feel will not really be enough. We might, tomorrow, we might know the answer to that. The mental break can be good. Might lose a little bit of muscle memory on some tricks, but honestly looking just fine so far. Do you mean everyone to balance it out? No. I can encourage everyone instead. But I have more Villa stream watch hours than any of these competitors. Makes me the favorite to win this thing. Well, you're kind of lacking the playtime on the map though, Hege. You might need to jump back in on the server, or into the map at least. Hello, Nico. Wonder if Hazard should just play a full ice map for an hour or two. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because, like, even if you get your muscle memory into the ice stuff ready, then, like, it's still only one ice spin, right? You do all this other stuff, then it's the ice spin, and you need to do it first try. So, like, I think it's more about, like, the mind that you have at that point, because you just have to, like, do the correct inputs for, like, 4 seconds, right? And I make it sound easy. Of course it's not easy, it's ridiculous how precise it needs to be. But like at the end of the day, even if you have like the sort of recent ice muscle memory. I don't know if it's gonna kick in at the right moments. A little bit too far. Recovery. The car bouncing. It's bouncing a little bit, but not too much. I think it's gonna fall off the side. Maybe to floor 4. It's a little bit of a tough one. Is it even moving? Towards the edge? Could as well be a reset, honestly. Well, Mada getting again to floor 7. Hi, friendly German. Virtual recommended your channel yesterday, and I'm glad I came back for seconds. Best casting, thank you. I can also recommend Virtual stream as a trade-off. It's been really cool to follow these individual players' journeys as well. It's been it's really a great thing that so many of these players are streaming their full journey, so that we can actually kind of see the ups and downs. A lot of the time, this is my problem with speedrunning, as someone who has been in the speedrunning community for a pretty long time. It's that a lot of the time the only thing that people see, and this is not speedrunning, but this is similar in terms of like the grind and the goal. You can kind of like find links between like trying to grind for a world record and trying to finish a map like this. Similar grind in some ways. So, the thing that I don't like about speedrunning is the fact that almost always the only thing that people see is the final run. But in this case, when we have so many players actually showing the falls, the climbs, the bad moments, you know, the potential mental breakdowns, not that I hope that there would be any, but that's part of the grind, right? It gives like a much more full picture of what this actually is. Just watching the final like clip of someone reaching the end, that doesn't like, you don't understand what it is to play this map. But it's so cool that we have so many people like actually showcasing the entire like hundreds of hours of grind that goes into this. That is such a rare opportunity. Yeah, I mean, Mada with the Deep Fear grind definitely has gone through something similar. No. Getting back towards floor 8. Just failed the beam landing. What's been your favorite run to cast? The Hazard 3-hour run was kind of crazy. There's also been like completely ridiculous Simo turtle saves. There's been just Elcon has been a madman through the entire event. Bot is slow. I don't know why. At some point I heard like 700 hours for Mada on Deep Fear. I don't really know though. And I don't know if that's for the sub 10 grind or if it's like the full journey. It's probably the full journey, right? From first run to last. It could be something completely different too. But probably somewhere in the 500 to 1000 hour range. Flip. Works. Is Mada doing turtles with the wheel? Does anyone know? Because I think Granadi was switching to keyboard on the turtles, but Mada recently has been starting to play with the wheel, and yeah, also doing the turtles with the wheel, it seems. Yeah, you can see on the input display, very sort of slow turning. It's kind of interesting. And flip. Looks good. Now the beam landing. Let's see. Didn't take enough speed last time, so that's probably gonna be the first thing to fix here. Well, it happens. That didn't land on the beam. Really unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Just for the reason that Mada will not be able to now get like more information on the beam landing. Will not be able to like learn anything from that attempt, right? Apart from the earlier sections. Oh, Tommy has been making really nice progress on floor 6. Well, it's not a long drink. It is energy drink, so could be fairly similar. Longer craving. We just had the weekend. That was the chance. Though, you know, on the deep dip, I feel like the Jeepers never rests. To be fair, Hazard on the grind. Let's see the save from Sami. Hi, Sabius. So Brent's floor 11 run we watched a little bit ago already, or the final attempt on the same jump that Elcon failed. If someone has the clip, feel free to link. My YouTube channel is in the mud, yeah. I've been wanting to do a lot of stuff for a long time, but I've also been not having time for a long time. Good save from Sami. Eventually okay. Hi, Nuke. No, I'm actually working on like a mega recap video of this whole event. All the important PVs and world records and everything. Someone also was wishing for like daily updates for like, you know, new developments like world records and such. I could see if I could get those kinds of things done as well. I think Sami has the best horn. It's so wholesome when there's like a section cleared or like a save or something, you know? I'm doing good though. There's a few more jumps for personal best. Hey, thank you, Chris. There we go. So there's the link for the current world record if anyone wants to check on Trimble. Any information about the easy deep dip tower? I don't think so. I think there was just the one tweet from Virtual, the sort of teaser. Haven't heard anything else. When does Alcon usually get on? Has been getting on the server around this time every day usually. Maybe in like a little bit. Sami unfortunately misses the bobsleigh as well. Gonna be a long way down. Well, floor 2, possible. A rare save, honestly. Maybe? Oh, I don't know what the plan is here. Oh, I'm not quite getting there. It is difficult. Ice is slippery, unfortunately. How many jumps are left to discover on floor 11? Yeah, I can show. We have looked quickly through it. If anyone wants to be completely in the dark about this floor even, then close your eyes for about 15 seconds. So once the players land here, this is the last landing that no one has done. It seems like, and we don't know for sure because no one has tried this, it seems like you land here and then jump up here next. And then it seems you go on this circle, take speed, and you do this very, very tall climb onto this pool. And then the turbo jump here seems to be the final jump. I think this is where floor 12 begins. So there's like 3 more sections, we can say, after this landing. But especially this climb, I'm scared of. Because like accelerating on this kind of curve, and then getting uphill jump, uphill landing, which slows you down even more, and then this kind of a quarter pipe. This has to be like incredibly close to maxed out. That's what it looks like to me. So both Elcon and Bren have made it past the plastic halfpipe. This is a tricky save for Scrappy. Possible though, but you need to really risk this with the drift. Nice. Well done. I haven't taken a single look at floor 12 yet. Gonna be interesting to see. That is the whiskey floor, right? Good save from Scrappy. Elcon is not on, but has been getting on the server around this time. Now, I don't know, you know, I'm not messaging the players every day, like, when are you playing? But if Elcon keeps the same schedule, then probably live sometime soon on the server. Could also be playing in solo, like we don't know, of course, because Elcon hasn't been streaming for a little bit. So obviously, it could also be that Elcon is playing solo, you know. He left the server not long before you came online. Okay, good to know. So it could be, you know, having a different schedule as well for the day. I don't know every streamer's schedule, guys. You're better off going on their Discord server. They likely have a schedule up there. Or you can potentially ask on their Discord, where, you know, there are people from that community potentially knowing things better than people from another community. That makes sense, right? Like, you wouldn't go to, like, a Roblox subreddit to ask when the next Trackmania patch is coming in. Johan. Dirt Zoop works. Crappy has been getting the consistency up again on these like first 5 floors. Back again on late parts of floor 6. Good luck, Ion. What's your schedule? Actually, I don't have one for this week. But I will be casting pretty much every day. I started about an hour ago, so that's gonna be the start for pretty much every stream this week. Can anyone play this map? Yes, as long as you have the paid access to the game. At the moment, yes. 5th. Paid access is 20 euros or dollars a year. In my opinion, well worth it. There's so much stuff you can do in this game. So many events all the time, competitions, so much casual content. Tens of thousands of maps to discover. Bro fellows, thanks so much for the gifts up to Mysterious. Very much appreciated. Read my message. Elcon made it to floor 11. Oh. Multiple times, yeah. Like, probably 5 times so far. 6. I appreciate it, bro fellas. I guess it depends on the country, yeah. They might well have localized pricing. Scrappy, good line, well land. Nicely done. Yes, Scrappy is currently on floor 7. I'm guessing that by the lack of updates, Virtual is not currently online. Good. Transitions from Scrappy. Really getting the consistency up, especially on these difficult tricks. Now for the little bit easier part. I think it's much better, Neb, that different casters have different schedules, so that there's like as much like around the clock coverage as possible. I think we should keep it that way. But it took the mapper 66 hours to validate this floor. Where did this start from? Okay, Scrappy, still fine. I am absolutely sure that it's not true. Like, who said this? I think it's Sightlord. It's definitely trolling. There's no way that a deep dip floor took 66 hours to clear by the mapper. That is not true, guys. Scrappy, no! This is the second time we've seen Scrappy do that mistake. Well, the bounce is something. But... alright. Back to the bottom. Hey guys, I heard that floor 16, they've been trying to validate it since 2003, and they're still trying to validate it as we play this map. It's kind of crazy, yeah? I heard they're currently at 127,000 hours validation. They're still trying to get the validation before the players get there. Kind of crazy. Scandia has joined the server. That is not trolling. We have another player. Very promising player jumping into the server. Guys, the 66 hours validation by an extremely good player and mapper, that is just categorically not true. This is Jumper taking 66 hours to validate the final four. That is definitely not true. It's just not true, guys. Just... Just trust me. I've been playing this game. I've been building maps. I've been doing so much. Okay. We're gonna discover floor 16 as the players get there eventually. But like, it's not true, dude. 66 hours to build it? Now that's possible. It's quite a lot of time, but it's possible. Especially with scenery and everything. How long did it take you to validate Rope of Ariadne? Like 3 runs, so like 25 hours. Hello Sparkling. I am mapper and it would take me more than 66 hours to complete this map, so it must be true. I thought we were talking about the one floor. Okay, whatever. If you guys didn't hear, there has been a big $2,500 donation into the prize pool, now making it $30,000. $15,000 for the winner, $9,000 for second place, and third place currently getting $6,000. Now, you have to finish the map to claim a prize, which means the first player to finish the map will get the 15k. That is a good paycheck for finishing a Trackmania map, though, of course, not as easy as it sounds. Otherwise, I think these players who have 100+ hours on this map would have already done it. Some of the best players in Trackmania. But it's looking great. How long did you take on Khaki Reloaded 285? 14 hours. That's the thing. Guys, an example. There is a Khaki map called Khaki Reloaded 290. If I remember, Super Cusco, the mapper of that, took 60 hours to validate the map. It is considered to be the hardest Khaki map, and it was so difficult that not a single player in the entire 1 month Khaki season was able to finish it. Okay, so this is what we're talking about, okay? So when you say 66 hours for floor 16, there's absolutely no chance that that's true, alright? So just to, you know, give some context. But what if? Sure, I mean, believe what you want. Like, if everything I've said here is not enough to change your mind, then, you know. Alright. Yep, do this. Believe what you want. Oh, it's actually Viro who took 66 hours. Yeah. Alright, makes sense. Maybe both of them. Or was it you, Sparkling? You took 66 hours to make the final jump once? Maybe all 3. long do you estimate validation floor 16 takes? I don't know. I haven't seen it. And we will not see it until the players get there. But honestly, like with a lot of experience in like an isolated, sort of isolated environment where you're able to restart from the beginning of the floor in the editor every single time, I feel like the mappers themselves are probably fairly consistent on their own floors. Whole thing hasn't even been played tested. Oh, okay. Now maybe that's it. No one ever validated floor 16. We don't even know if it's possible. Can't do your floor in one go. Oh yeah? It is difficult, obviously. Let's see then. Hazard, back on the pool. Doing very well so far. Has already made it back to the spin, but didn't clear the spin just yet. And yeah, as we said, a name that hasn't been on the server for a while, Scandier, back on the grind. Both Hazard and Scandier have made it now back from the LAN tournament that they had this weekend. So now maybe starting to focus on the grind over here. Scandier currently on floor 8, the personal best, but extremely good player. So definitely not impossible that Scandier will be catching up in just like within 2 days. Hazard. Now for the plastic. Failed last time. This is still a very tricky section. It's really getting the line here. There we go. Speed is enough. Line looks pretty good. I think it will land. Sure not, but not now. Right on my Discord so I remember. Hazard, clean lines. Are you trolling me, Argo, or have you not heard me answer these questions? I can't tell. No, I don't mind answering these questions, but I feel like you probably know the answers. Very clean isolate strategy here. I don't know Alcon's playtime, but it's probably pretty similar to these top guys, so somewhere around 100 hours at this point. 80 to 110 hours, I guess. Ville built floor 16 in 66 hours. Are you telling me to build it? Is it not even built yet? Do I have 66 hours to build it? Oh shit, oh my god, guys. Hold on. Floor 16 doesn't even exist yet. I need to build it? This is the first time I'm hearing this. Oh no. How many days do I have to reach it before the players reach it? Oh god. Alright, well, let's hope Hazard doesn't get here on this run, so I have time. Well, floor 8 though. Welcome to the mapping team, thank you. I suppose in 66 hours someone will reach it. Turtling through. Hazard. Like to get another attempt on floor 10. We previously heard from Hazard in the server chat that Hazard knows what to do on the ice spin, but it's just kind of hard to get it on that moment when it needs to happen. So it could be that the first clear is not too far away. Has probably studied the clips, studied the struts. The beam landing is clean. Small slowdown here. Jumping, oh, it's barely clipping, and that will unfortunately not stay here either. Where is this going? Well, it's going all the way down. That is very, very close. Releasing, I think, a little bit too much on the jump. I wonder if players are starting to go for Simo's strategy more, because what Simo has been doing there is, instead of going all the way back to take the speed on the beam, what Simo has been doing, where is it? Here? Instead of going all the way back, Simo has found a spot somewhere here, and Simo starts accelerating from here. And that way, he can just full speed this, doesn't need to release, and just jumps in, and it seems to be very easy to execute in comparison to having to time the release and worrying about releasing too much and such. So we'll see if more people adapt that strat as well. Small clip there. We'll go back now. Is this savable? Probably just going back, yeah. But there is a curve here. So I'm wondering how this is actually saved. Could be that the... Okay, well, Simo. Drift strategy works. I'm still thinking that the floor 16... Oh god, did Simo flip that? Oh, that's unlucky. But flips back. So we are in the beginning of floor 6 again. Not too bad. I'm thinking that floor 16 actually teleports you to deep dip 3, and then you need to do deep dip 3 in one go. My prediction. It's actually possible. You can teleport players from one map to another. At least it used to be possible. First try or your account is deleted. Perfect. The deep dip 3 goes straight to deep dip 4. Never ends. Why Carl Jr. is not doing great here? Might be two reasons. One is maybe playtime. I don't know if Carl has been putting in the same amount of hours as others, but also the fact that as excellent as Carl Jr. is, you know, many times you hear Carl Jr. being called as the greatest of all time, and if we look at like traditional competitions, that is true. So many world records, so many world championships, so many tournament wins in different different like formats as well. But Carl Jr.'s skill set is in the traditional competitive scene. This competition rewards a different skill set. It's survival, it's endurance, it's these RPG trial tricks that you don't really have on that traditional competitive scene. Trackmania is a very diverse game where to master everything, you need to play everything. There's no player who's great at every single style. So there will be like, you know, some weak points in everyone's skill set. And of course Carl Jr. like still excellent at this stuff, but not on the level of like Hazard and Bren and Elcon. And all these guys who are at the top now. Yeah, like Carl Jr. didn't really know how to turtle before this map, right? Because you don't need to know when you play the stuff that Carl Jr. plays. Bren did advance today, got to the same half loop jump that Elcon got to. So Waterguard again is equal between Elcon and Bren. Bren is very diverse player, yes. But then, you know, like, again, like, I don't think Bren, for example, would go too well against, like, full speed players on, like, a full speed tournament. Because that's, again, a very specific skill set. There are some players like, you know, Mada, who is very, very good. Also at, like, pretty much everything. Very general sort of skill set, and very, like, good on specific things, like full speed. But then there's always gonna be a weak point. Every single time there will be a weak point, because you just don't have enough time to master everything. Elcon is very good at full speed as well. And yeah, Elcon also, very diverse skill set. Elcon might have the most diverse skill set actually, now that I think about it. It's just like very good at almost every style that I can think of. I think Elcon maybe wouldn't be like, you know, on like the classic tech stuff, might not be able to compete against the top players. I can't recall Elcon really playing like tech tournaments, but I could be wrong there as well. And did have some trouble like turtling, for example, unlike the guy who we're watching right now. Sloan, thank you so much for the prime set. Elcon of course is good at tech, but is he like on the level of like Karyan? I feel like the Elcon playstyle is probably explained by the fact that it feels like Elcon wants to have fun, wants to enjoy the grind, and that is really important when you need to play. Like, you know, we're on day 11 right now. You need to keep your mental in check. You need to make sure you don't burn out, and maybe that's Elcon's way of making sure that he doesn't burn out. And so far, tied Waterguard, you know? Seems to be working. Simo, floor 7 here. Trying to get those runs started. Be making it towards floor 10 multiple times. Pretty far as well. Almost at the ice bin. Karyan is not on Karyan's level. Good landing. Works fine. Now the transitions. Great lines. Perfection. EQQ, thank you for the 8 months. Thanks for the coverage. You've truly been the best stream to follow on the event for me. You guys are just too kind. But I'm glad to hear. I did not build anything on this map. It's been built by 16 different mappers, maybe 17 actually. I suppose Spec didn't build a floor, right? Actually, yeah, 17, isn't it? Oh, it's so shaky, but it survives. Already forgot he has to build floor 16. The problem is that I feel like people will actually believe it at some point. And they will start asking me, have you already built floor 16? Like, it's actually gonna happen. You're making my life actually harder, Sparkling, because I'm trying to keep this like a factual stream. And then it's like, did you hear that Simo has played for 7,000 hours so far? And I was like, wait, hold on. No, it's fine. It's fine. I suppose we will let people believe some of the numbers. The flip. Simo has been doing these turtle sections super well. And look at this Simo line on the beam now that I was talking about a little bit earlier. If we get on the beam... Well, it'll have to wait then. Well, hold on. Landing. Very fortunate. Oh, it was still bouncing actually. Maybe I cursed it a little bit, but this is savable. There's this one piece of plastic here. The beam has been so difficult today. We've seen just about everyone fail it so far. What is with this today? Come on. Needs to land the jump on here. Makes it, and we'll make it back to floor 6 now. Well, some other time then. It is a very difficult jump, of course, but usually we do see players kind of get it a little bit better. Like, there's occasional fails, but today it's been like 4 in a row now from different players. How hard is turtling? It is really difficult to explain, but you can only steer when the wheels are touching the ground. So when it's in the, like, you know how the players are like swinging the car from side to side? That is so that the wheels keep touching the ground. So you can actually only control the car during the parts where the wheels are on the ground, which is like half of the time, right? So that already makes it more difficult than what it probably looks like. And also, you have to keep the car moving like that all the time. Otherwise, if it stops swinging, then you will not be able to try it anymore. So it is very difficult just because you need to not only drive around these obstacles, but also because you need to care about the car kind of staying alive there at the same time. So yeah, definitely hard to do. Bernardi, good progress as well. Floor 8 too. Scandier also floor 8. Hazard at the bottom still. Timo, really quickly getting these early parts on floor 7 now. Prediction, will Scandier reach floor 9 today? I would imagine so, yes. If this is like a, you know, long session for Scandier, I think so. Scandier has one of the best skill sets for this. A little bit too close again. This has been so difficult. The car, it's bouncing, and if it keeps bouncing, Simo will recover. Here we go. Yeah, Scandier won the LAN tournament that both Hazard and... Okay, from Simo. Hazard and Scandier participated in, so that speaks of the skill level. Sure. Scandier is definitely low on hours, yes. Has missed at least like 4 days because of the LAN and probably, you know, preparing for the LAN as well. How is Simo this good at saving turtles? Well, here we see it again. Wait for it. And... boink. He is that good. To be fair though, when you turtle on the plastic half-pipe there, that is kind of down to luck, because you don't touch the plastic because you're upside down, so whether the plastic kind of keeps bouncing you and you flip the right way, that's a little bit like up to luck as well. So, you know, if someone dead turtles there, that is not necessarily their fault, it's just a little unlucky. Of course, it generally does still mean that they made a mistake somewhere if they failed the plastic, but you know, still. People will definitely speedrun this. Keep in mind that there will be a checkpoint version eventually, and the individual floors as well. So right now the reason why the progress is so slow is because players are getting such limited practice on the new things that they need to learn. So when that is no longer a problem, when you have the checkpoint version, the individual floors, everything, people will pick this up much faster. Big part of this challenge is the limited amount of practice you get on it. Hazard, Elcon, and Bren definitely have, yeah, been trailblazing the most so far. But it could change. It could change as well. Many floors remain. Maybe there can be a trick, Cooper, yeah. Maybe there can be something to this half-pipe that I don't actually know about. But I think a lot of the time, if you just land into it already in a dead turtle, then it's probably not possible. Okay. Well, let's see it again. The line looks better. I think this will land. Scandier getting closer to floor 6. Excited to see what happens there after a few days break. Do you consider Virtual top 5? Yeah, Virtual's literally in top 5 right now. Top 3 actually. Okay, that was almost off the plastic, but works out. Very much on the edge. Top 5 of skill set. Just because the mentality and the grind set is such a big part of this. Yeah, I do think Virtual, the sort of mentality and like the willingness to push and the willingness to finish this map Yeah, probably puts Virtual to top 5. Why do we not see Virtual on the server? Because Virtual is not on the server. Playing in solo for FPS reasons. Oh, same thing as what happened to Scrappy a little bit earlier, and also the Bone says not Simo's friend this time. Wow, interesting landing. Is this recoverable? I don't think I've ever seen anyone get all the way here. I suppose you can go on the beam and drive back here and go again on floor 6. So yeah, driving sideways on ice, not so easy. And everything that comes after, not so easy. Everything there, like, you have such, like, slow sections towards the end of that part. Scandier. Small mistake. And right down the middle, unfortunately. Yeah, the problem is that plastic accelerates the car very quickly. So if you go too slowly on the plastic part at the end of floor 7, then you will not make the jumps at all, but you need to kind of like accelerate very quickly and then brake very quickly. But plastic is a very slippery surface, so braking is hard. So you get the speed very fast, and then you need to prepare to correct the line and slow down very fast. It's not as easy as it looks. You have very little control on that kind of like a very narrow platform of plastic. Admire how you can reply to all the virtual questions. I don't mind it. We're trying to keep people informed. Really stupid question. If you were to open this map in Trackmania, how easy or hard would it be to climb? I think you would get stuck on... Well, you would get stuck on, like, the quarter pipe stuff on floor 0, right? Because you can't really climb those. Scandier might still show up and get some floor 11 attempts. Maybe even today. I wouldn't even be surprised. But I do think it's gonna take a couple days for Scandier to catch up. About the server FPS, Trackmania is weird. It's not sometimes so clear why someone gets better FPS on a server than someone else. Game spaghetti. Back to floor 7. Grayed out name means AFK or turtled. Haven't tried the map yet. Can you give us some lore of the mappers? I don't know all of them. Do you have anyone specific in mind? The mappers, some of the mappers are here as well. Maybe they can give lore of themselves. I can tell you that some of the last floors, like Viro and Kubas, are khaki enjoyers, which probably means that there will be some very dank things on those floors. Oh, Simo. One more time we go down. But the run keeps going. This is savable again. Detailed life stories. Not sure if I know those. Also, Whiskey I think had floor 12. So Whiskey is a very experienced mapper, has been building all kinds of stuff like competitive maps and such, but has been building some trial maps recently. Maybe secretly getting some deep building practice with some other like personal trial projects. I'm looking forward to those maps, those sections as well. Back to floor 6 we go. Simo, a little bit to the side. Is it? You already talked about the new player-friendly version of Deep 2 that's in the works. I don't know anything about it. I've only seen the virtual tweets. Do you actually think the difficulty will ramp up after 11 as well? It's hard to say. Because we already kind of see players with different skill sets have an easier time on different floors, right? Floor 11 seems to be very difficult in terms of like speed checks and such, but it could be that the difficulty also comes from like figuring out the tricks, kind of like it's coming already, kind of showing in floor 11, right? Kind of a lot of the progress is understanding how to do the next section, and that could be what it is on the later floors as well. Could of course be like chaining more sections together or something. No one has any misinformation on it. Going to take us 66 hours. I heard that the easy version took 66 hours. No, okay. Alright. Yeah, I don't know anything about the easy version. I suppose there's gonna be more info about it soon. Do you think an AI engine will figure out how to finish this in 11 days? I very much doubt it. No, yeah, of course it's a troll. Circle. But, you know, I suppose it increases the hype at least. So... You think 12 looks like Hazard style? I actually don't know because I haven't looked. We're gonna check it out when these guys get to floor... through floor 11. We're kind of keeping it a secret until the... or, you know, a mystery until the players make it there. So, but it's gonna be interesting to see. Back to floor 7 for Simo. Good recoveries. TAS is different from AI. Oh, once more for the whole save. Very fast. What if AI makes the TAS? Simo through the hole, into the pool, or once more going onto the plastic. And maybe barely landing, yeah. Not that barely either. While the floor is getting harder and harder is so far kind of true. The progress has definitely slowed down. Of course it depends on your skill set, but I feel like the speed checks that you need to do on floor 11 and the strategies that you need to figure out to do, for example, the plastic half pipe, like those definitely seem to be harder than the things you need to do on this floor, for example. I guess it remains to be seen, like, if some of the later floors is actually easier, though. Bouncing through. Very controlled. Oh, a little bit stuck on the turbo at the end. Oof. Just like a few centimeters further and wouldn't need to worry about that turbo boost coming in, but it's a very tricky spot. Making it through. Then, this time, very nice control there. Blowing down on the beam. No needs to slow down, works perfectly. Grenade just below, we can hear the pool splash there. And Simo up floor 8 again. Back to the comfort zone. Koopa Troopa by Dundee. Getting another run at it. Grenade also on a pretty decent run here. Clean jumps over here. Simo is starting off the turtle stuff. And the flip works. Let's see now. What about the beam? The beam seems to be the hard part of this floor today. Getting the speed, jumping, and it's a bit too far again. And this time the plastic does not help at all. Floor 3, I think it is. What is going on with the beam today? The beam, that's like the 5th fail that we've seen on it. From different players today. Cursed him forever by mentioning the beam shot? Surely that's not it. Well, Grenade close to that part as well. Yeah, of course it can be kind of something where you know that you failed it last time by being a little bit too slow, so then you're like, okay, I need more speed, but then you overcompensate. That can absolutely happen. It was close, but not close enough. Grenade, I suppose, switching to keyboard for this turtle part. That's what I've heard. Grenade usually a wheel player, but I have heard, and looks from the inputs as well, that it's gonna be keyboard. Also, even though I know this looks like analog inputs, we are spectating the car, so the inputs are gonna be a little bit different, they're a little bit delayed and such, so don't trust these too much. Analog keypad, oh really? That's interesting. So it could be still analog, I suppose. Interesting, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Gotcha. So, analog keyboard. So it is an analog input, but it's really hard to tell sometimes. Because in spectating, the inputs are, you know, they're basically like estimated from the wheel positions, so it's not gonna be exact. Mada was doing this turtle part with the wheel as well. So Mada has been switching to wheel recently, and also chooses to do the turtle parts with the wheel. Let's see then. Beam. Tornadi chatting. Hello, Max. This is very close to Grenadi's PB height. I'm not sure how far exactly Grenady has made it. This could be another PB attempt, actually. We've seen a bunch of these. But now the beam. Beam is a rough one. Today especially. Finding the line. Finding the speed. Getting as much as possible. Okay, this looks like commitment then. Going for it, and it's too short. And doesn't make the plastic landing. The beam. That could have been potentially Grenadi's first attempt even on the beam. I'm not exactly sure, but... either way, still not going to happen. Course, thank you for the 77. God damn. Good to see you. Well, we have some players on the server that we haven't seen for a while. So, Scandier was on the server not too long ago, but has left, maybe playing in solo instead. That is unfortunate. I don't know if Scandier is streaming. But yeah, not here. Simo, Hazard, current floor 10 players. We will see if some more join the server anytime soon. Waltergord currently about halfway or maybe 2/3 through floor 11. I just said in chat that it's PB. Okay. So, at least getting those important attempts on the beam. Learning something new, for sure. Was a pretty solid attempt. Yep, Skadir and Hazard were on the mini RPG LAN in Paris over the weekend and now are back. Scandir won set LAN. A lot of players trying to get those runs started. We're gonna wait to see Hazard back on floor 10 again. Giuliano, another potential personal best attempt here. Floor 7 would be nice to reach here, but a little bit of floor 6 to do still. Hi Butler. Yes, Bren has made it to the pool and has made the next quarter pipe jump as well on floor 11. So both of them are now on the same jump. They have the same jump, pretty much the same way. Bren probably had a little bit more speed for that jump, but the angle wasn't quite right. Have they figured out the struts for the jump, or was it by chance? For the... do you mean the plastic halfpipe? The pool jump, so they have figured out a strat. Did someone have the... any clip of it? by chance, maybe. I have it on Discord as well, hold on. Let me bring it up. So, this is a strat. So Bren, going on the wall right, flipping upside down, flying to the pool. So, is this the strat? Is this the best strat? Is this the most consistent strat? Who knows? But this is a strat that has been found. This is a strat that works. That's what we know. This pool jump, we truly do not have a great sample size for it. We have like, we have 2 successful attempts and 8 attempts or so, maybe 7 attempts that didn't make it, right? So we have some things that we can see. Oh yeah, 3, of course. Bren made it twice, yeah. We have some things that we can analyze, but we need more, I think. Like, let's remember that this is floor 11. You absolutely do not want a trick on floor 11 to be a 50-50 chance. Oh, Juliana, a little bit off from the ramp. Like, that sounds absolutely miserable. Because there's still, like, 6 floors remaining, right? You need to clear 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, right? I suppose 5. So if it's 50-50 with this strategy, that's gonna be very bad. And the mapper has said that there seems to be some, like, pretty consistent strategy. Is it this strategy that we're doing? Maybe it just requires more practice and better execution. Maybe, but you know, it could be press forward plus right with some action key. That could be something. At this point, not sure if it's worth sending wrong strats when something already works. Yeah, this is the same thing that we already saw on floor 4, right? We saw the quarter pipe jump that Hazard will get to soon. Here, where we had the two strats. One was very difficult, going to the very side and then doing the clean landing, landing onto the other quarter pipe. That was really hard before players had enough practice. So they just thought like, okay, I'm getting here pretty rarely, so I don't want to waste my attempt by trying to do this clean strat that no one even has really like confirmed is that good after all. So then players were starting to do the wall-bound strategy, which is much more luck-based. You will kind of like rely on somehow barrel rolling into the quarter pipe and somehow landing it as well, which worked sometimes, and other times it didn't, and it wasn't really up to you. So it could be a similar situation where this strat that they're doing now on the plastic halfpipe, it could be something where there is a better strat, but at the moment we have a strat that works. We know that you can get further with this lineup. So are you going to want to waste another like 5 attempts trying to find a better strat? Or are you just gonna do what you know has a chance of working? It's difficult. It's a difficult decision to make. This is Hazard's first session, as far as I know, yes. Can you explain the floor 6 landing bug? Which part? After the turbo uphill thing? What's happening with Massa? Oh. Well. That doesn't look good. The wheel is through the branch. That's... looks like floor gang. This could be a... I think this is falling down from either floor 6 somewhere or floor 7. Like, it's pretty common. It's probably from this jump, right? Failing the water hole, and you fall down here. That is so unlucky, though. Oh no. The branches don't look good. I think the run is over here. Not much you can do. Oh well. New run it is. On top of that, it would be just one person sacrificing their attempt in favor of everyone's gain. Kind of, Bren has already done a lot of testing there, so we know what definitely doesn't work because of Bren. So Bren has been doing a lot of work on that plastic halfpipe, but it's still, you know, we still don't really know. We'll see. Maybe some player who hasn't got there yet already has another idea. Maybe they kind of have something like, well, what if you do this? We'll see. Bren has equaled Waterguard, making the pool landing on 11 after the plastic halfpipe. At what point do you think streamers will go radio silent? I think it's probably not going to happen to everyone anyway. I don't even know if it's going to happen to the top player at the time, because, you know, if Virtual, for example, is on first place and, you know, trailblazing at some point, I don't think Virtual will go radio silent, and at that point it doesn't really matter if everyone else is a little bit behind. But it really depends, I guess. It could be that some players will choose to do that on like floor 15. Yeah, I think floor 15, when we start reaching like the half point at least on floor 15, then it's maybe time to you know, just make the decision of whether you want to hide all the strats, focus on the $15,000, or whether you want to stream and share the progress. Of course, it's not just about the money, it's also the prestige of winning, which is a huge thing. But of course, also 15,000, that is a lot of money. You do need to stream your final run, but you don't need to stream before you're ready to finish your first final run. So we might see players get to floor 16 or floor 15 and then try to figure out the strats all the way up to, like, you know, the at least the beginning of floor 16, and then start streaming when they feel like they're ready to finish the map. That is possible. Hello, Stephanie. Favorite Danish person? I wouldn't mind being, you know, sharing the country with a player this great. Hazard back on the grind. Virtual talked about going radio silent as well? Potentially? Like, you know, it can happen, of course, like, at least for like a day or two. Kind of like trying to figure out a few tricks, trying to get a little bit of an advantage. Maybe. What is going on with these horns, dude? Massa still in the tree. Oh well. Do you think this tower will be completed next week, or do you think it will take more? It's possible next week. I don't think it's gonna happen this week. I mean, yeah, you could disable the inputs, that's true. Actually, yeah, that's a interesting thought, Nobby. Like, going on the stream in solo so that no one can spectate you on the server, and then hiding the inputs. That could actually be an interesting choice. Hides, like, still, you know, keeps the progress, like, showing, but doesn't show the exact ways to do the strategies. Of course, it depends, like, how complicated the tricks are on the later floors, because it could be that everyone kind of understands how to do those jumps and mechanics, but they're just, like, very speed-checked and very, very difficult to do in a row or something. Inputs are useful for yourself as well, but maybe you could record the inputs separately from the stream. If you really want to try hard like this. Yeah, we don't know really about Elcon. Like, you know, we often assume like, oh, someone's not playing on the server, so they are not playing at all. But of course, that doesn't have to be the case. Yeah, hide them somewhere, you know, and record the inputs. That could be it. Elcon hasn't slept since the start of Deep Deep 2, and in solo he's on floor 156. Nice. Good progress. Hazard back to floor 7 now, after these platforms. Very clean. You can get input from replay file. True, actually, yeah. You don't need to even record them, you just need to save the replay. And as long as you're playing in solo, no one else will have access to that replay. So, yeah. Very good thinking, UKR. I did not build a floor. I feel like Simo is streaming every single attempt so far. With the, with the, you know, 10-hour plus days that he's doing. I also hope that is the case. Do you think there are other players who are not playing that would have a chance at winning? Yeah, not really. Not because they wouldn't have the mechanical skill to do that, but because playing the event is, like, this sounds silly, but playing the event is like a big part of winning. And obviously it is. I know what you mean, but what I'm trying to say is that the big challenge here is putting in the hours. Like, actually prioritizing this over pretty much everything else. Just keeping it up. Every single day you go on the server. This might barely land. Yep. Not giving up. That's such a huge part of what this is. Not just, you know, having the mechanical skill, but having the, like, mental to go through the grind. Yannex, yeah, if Yannex didn't have the Zealand going on, I think Yannex would also do really, really nicely. Of course, Yannex choosing to prioritize another competition, so Techie, if Techie wasn't a mapper, definitely as well. Obviously, I would have already finished the tower long ago. Day one. One shot. Maybe I'll snipe it the last day. After building floor 16. I feel like with all these troll things and all the jokes, when we get to the floor 16 range, no one's gonna understand what's going on anymore, like what's true and what's not true. Well, Hazard. Floor 8 again. Let's see the beam. Lines up. Up we go. And what about the beam? Plenty of speed, definitely enough. And it works, finally. Hazard clears it. Takes all the maximum speed here still, so see if the release works this time. Jump looks good. And Hazard makes it to the slightly easier section. Can go pretty slow here. Small speed check here, but no problem there. And then we are going to the second turtle part. Hazard was looking very good at turtling before the couple days of break that he took. In between the walls, perfect timing. Now just keeping the upside down driving going until the next flip. There we go. Very fast climbs from Hazard, actually. And then the speed check. Here you need to be fast. Sideways turn works perfectly. Hazard is on keyboard. Lining up the quarter pipe. Looks to be great. Just for information, I renamed this emote to the common one, the blep one, so that it's like semi-similar across different streams. So not everyone has a different alias for it. Into the turtle then. No problem so far on this floor. Carefully over these narrow parts. Perfect driving. Flip. Works. Hazard climbing these platforms really quickly every time. Seems to have a really nice strat to do that. But then, the final few jumps here towards floor 9 again. Getting the first jump and the second looks pretty good. And Hazard. Towards 900 meters now. Into Strawberry Cheesecake by Rioter, floor 9. Getting the speed, pole landing, works great, down to the ramp and now the turbo landing. Ooh, goes very far but saves it still. Does he? At the very least the car is stable and Hazard will save it. God, hold on, Hazard. Okay, I'm just not gonna say anything until this is safely on the block. Are we good? I think we're good. Okay. Couple heart attacks. Nothing unusual. And we continue. Lining up this jump. Very, very clean line is required. Gets the speed. Landing works perfectly on the beam. Next jump works just fine. Hazard going for the circle acceleration strategy, and it seems to be working. There's a couple players that do the beam acceleration strategy, like Elcon and Bren. Actually, I'm not sure about Bren. I think Virtual at least does it. No, Bren does the circle strat. Yeah. Great jump from Hazard still. Then into the turbo landing. Would be enough speed. It's a lot of the turbo, and then into the quarter pipe. Back to this section, and I'm very curious. Hazard tried the left side setup a couple times here. I'm wondering, no, Hazard tried it a few times, the new strategy that pretty much everyone else is doing, but Hazard still feeling more comfortable with this high jump. But it does have its faults. The line not working out. Is it possible to go anywhere? Tries to back up here. Does land on the second turtle. Good thinking. Going for the backwards turtle there. You have to wonder though. Pretty much everybody is doing the strategy to line up on the left side of the hole and do the low jump. Is it worth it for Hazard to still go for this high jump? It worked. It worked last time when Hazard was trying it. But it does seem more consistent in general to do the low jump. Let's go now. Up the platform, very clean again. Lars has joined the server as well. Harder but more consistent, yeah. Hazard definitely knows the strategy. There's no question about it because Hazard has already tried it. Timo getting towards floor 7 as well, as we wait for Hazard to continue. Keeps going now. Lands in. The problem with the high jump seems to be that it sometimes just hits the wall entirely. So if you fall back from that kind of a mistake, then it's very likely that you just fall like all the way down to floor 8 as well. Whereas if you do the other strategy, it seems like the most common mistake there is that you just don't get enough speed, and then you can just retry the same jump over and over if that happens. Of course, it's possible to fail that in a way where you also drop to floor 8, but yeah, I don't know. There's like things like this to consider. Back to turtling. Waiting for the timing. Oh, it's very slow here, but still manages to get through. First obstacle, and the second one much more comfortable. Flip works. Back we go. Couple jumps away from floor 9. Hazard, just as we joined the server today, 2.5 hours ago, or a little bit less, did manage to get to the ice spin on floor 10 again, so equaled the personal best, but didn't get past the ice spin. Up to floor 9 again, onto the turbo jump. This one works great. Very controlled lines on this early part of floor 9. This one can be tricky. The turbo landing number 2. Hazard himself said in server chat that he knows what to do, knows the inputs, knows the strat on the Ice 360, but just when the moment comes that you need to execute that trick, it's not working so far, but we'll see. Getting the next landing again. One step closer. Then the high jump. It's a little bit off. Is this gonna land anywhere? Turtle landing, savable. The turtle keeps going. Hazard goes backwards a little bit. Oh, backwards turtle, not so easy. Unfortunately. Not going to be savable after all. It's very tricky because there's like a small gap here as well. It's very hard to start saving in this specific angle. But it was a good attempt. Forgot to place a water pole here. Yeah. There are jokes in server chat, just to be clear. If anyone is, you know, new to Trackmania, players still having fun, enjoying the journey. No, I'm just saying because they were talking about some plugins and stuff. I think Hazard has, I think, 3 attempts on the spin. I'm not 100%. 4 attempts, maybe. The wall record is the concrete half loop on floor 11 over here. This jump right now. Bren and Elcon trying to get this one. Landing here and getting the speed up on this platform. Players having fun? Well, you know, when you're playing the same map for 11 days now, it might, you know, might be a little surprising for some. You know, jump is good. Back to floor 8. Let's see then. The turtle stuff hasn't been a problem for Simo, but the beam landing is not so easy. Check it out. Landing is very good. Out of the players playing now, who has the highest PB? That would be Lars on the server. There could be someone on the, you know, playing that's currently not on the server though. Beam landing works. Maybe the curse has been broken. And look at this Simo lineup now. So instead of going all the way back like others are doing, Simo actually takes much less speed for this next section. Not this little speed, but backing up to a certain position here. Seems to have like a specific line on the beam there that Simo is starting from, and it seems to be working really nicely. So this is interesting, and I wonder if other players might also adapt this. Of course, you know, at this point, when you're already consistent on some of the tricks with the ways that you're doing them, maybe you don't really want to start like experimenting with anything new, because failing it even once with the new strategy might be seen as like, you know, kind of making it almost worthless at that point. Maybe using the palm, yeah, as a reference point, or there's some lines on the beam as well, you can use those too. Lars, indeed, out of the server players currently with the highest personal best, or maybe not the highest, but the most progression on the map, which is at the very final part of floor 10. Hazard a little bit behind. Hazard is on the ice spin, and Simo is a little bit before that, not quite on the ice spin yet, on the pipe section before that. So 3 players very close to each other on floor 10. And then there's a bit of a wild card next. A player that we don't see at all. Shmaniel. Shmaniel, very good player. 993.5 meters. That is on floor 9, about, you know, in the first third, I think, of the floor. Maybe the turbo landing jump on floor 9. Shmaniel is playing a lot in solo and not streaming, so we're a little bit in the dark when it comes to Shmaniel's progress, but it's looking very good for Shmaniel, for sure. It is unfortunate that we don't know much about what those runs look like, but that's what it's gonna be. Oh, Simo. A bit stuck here, but I've never seen this before. Okay, makes it through. A bit scary, but okay. The plugin tracks the progress, yeah, but not everyone is using the plugin all the time either. So I feel like I also heard earlier that Shmaniel hasn't been using the plugin for a little bit. So yeah, it's hard to get a full like read on the progress there. But Shmaniel is a well-known player that definitely has the skill level to get this height, so we can sort of like expect the run to look very similar to what we are seeing these players do. Simo to the turtle, number 2. Hazard is on the start line. Failed a run on floor 9 just before. Well, just taking a break. There we go. Simo making the turtle. Yeah, the second turtle does look very wonky, but seems to be working. We keep going onwards towards floor 10 again. Massa might still be on the tree, yes. On the tree, exactly. Don't think the car is moving at all. Good progress from Simo. These sections seem to be fairly consistent now for pretty much everyone who is trying to get those floor 10 PBs. Floor 11 PBs even. Then we go. Jump is a little bit to the left, but works. A very fast flip over. Once again, needs to do this upside down driving, not just doing it for fun, though Simo might actually really enjoy this. Very good turtle player. Waits for the timing. Oh, it's very much on the edge, but it works. No problem. Simo just trying to, you know, make it a little bit challenging. Just too simple otherwise. And the flip over works great. Potentially chatting between these sections. Lars trying to get those runs started. Has been making really good progress overall. But now these early runs often kind of just trying to get some warm-up going. Simo going in. Last few jumps here on this floor. Around on the quarter pipe. Gets the line. How about the big jump? It's a little to the right. It's gonna crash, but Simo knows this recovery well enough. I feel like Simo has done this recovery like 10 times at least. So back we go. Few more parts, then gets past the second turtle here. The speed is there. And we are going back then. Getting towards the final turtle yet again. Reset jump looks pretty great. And almost in the same place now. Let's see the turtle now. Perfect timing. And works. There we go. Hi Anomaly, did you answer my amazing question? Hold on then. If today was your birthday, what would you eat for dinner? Deep dip 2. A very wide line there, but it kind of works. And the landing is good as well. So we are now actually strawberry cheesecake. That is actually good answer. Good answer. That's where we're going right now. Up the hill, floor 9. Rioters floor. Simo's personal best is on the ice, not the ice pipes, the pipe section before the ice spin on floor 10. Gets the turbo landing. Let's see how the rest of this floor goes now. Very clean line. Landing. Simo always gets these full stops in the landing. I wonder if there's like just a little bit less speed than other players. Because this seems to only happen to Simo, getting this like back wheels stuck like that, but makes the recovery. His car is heavier. Interesting. The full stop is good as long as the car then gets over the edge, because sometimes it kind of gets stuck there, and it can be pretty tricky to recover from that sometimes. But we keep going. These next jumps also have been a little tricky for Simo. We'll see how they go. It's the speed. Here we go. The speed looks good. The jump. Perfect. And Simo is going for the non-drift line here, taking speed from a specific point. Turbo. Works fine, and now to the big one. The difficult quarter pipes here. Simo has been putting, incredible hours, and honestly, Simo is not even that far behind anymore. Very close to the ice spin. Now for the low jump. Looks good. Great landing. Speed should be just enough, and the line is perfect. Simo makes it. Very solid. Very solid there. Then into the tunnel. Works out. Not going for the Elcon drift optimization, but we'll let that slide for now. And directly into the plastic bounce. Down on the quarter pipe. And now, is the line good? Is the landing going to work? It will hit the pole and it will land. Simo, through these tricky quarter pipes. Now just the ramps left on floor 9. Lines up the ramp. Lands it clean. The jump up. Perfect. Simo, yet another attempt on floor 10. Apparently, earlier today, Simo has been making a lot of progress here, so I'm excited to see what Simo can do on this floor. Good evening, Hooch, and welcome everyone else as well. We're gonna be doing this cast for as long as there's players here for probably 6 or 7 hours at least, so yeah. Hope you enjoy your stay. We'll be checking out these great attempts. We have a lot of good players on the server, apart from Simo. Lars, a personal best. At the very end of floor 10 as well. Simo might be getting to the ice spin this time. It would be a personal best for Simo. Of course, the ice spin itself, that is very difficult, especially for someone who is not that familiar with these different ice techniques like Simo. Has a very old school skill set, so now going in, found the first ice obstacle here. Going down. Directly back on the ice, getting the iso wheels. And then the dirt zoop. Is it going to work? The line looks great. The speed should be enough. Wow. What a transformation from Simo compared to the first attempts on these tricks that we saw just a day ago. Really getting these techniques down super quickly based on a sample size of 1 attempt, but still very good. What about the ice slide? Hits the pole a little bit, but this looks good. We'll go over the snow, but I think the speed will be enough. Simo gets on to the first pipe. Not quite the personal best. Simo has improved from last night, has improved earlier today. We'll have to clear a few more sections. But I do believe this is the second time Simo is doing these parts. Now jumping up, gets the landing, carefully around the ice, getting the speed. Should be enough. And Simo makes it through, crashes the barrier there for a safe slowdown. And the speed for the uphill. Hazard now back on the climb. Ixon as well on the server. See some floor 8 attempts perhaps. Not taking a lot of speed for this, but has probably figured out the strategy. Barely makes it onto the ice. But we'll get a very controlled line through this. Now onto the dirt. 1100 meters up in the air. Now needs to get the speed onto the dirt. Very carefully onto the beam. Going in. Zooping to the side and then sliding up. It's a little on the edge, but makes it. So far, so good. And now this next pipe. That is where Simo's personal best stands. And we are now equaling the PB. If Simo can make it through this next jump, that is going to be a personal best. Who knows what went wrong last time? I have not seen that attempt, but I heard that Simo fell down off this pipe, if I understood correctly. So might have been a little bit off with the angle. You can go almost sideways here on the pipe, but if you go a little bit too far, you can too far outside. So yeah, it's hard to build speed on these pipes without either going too far inside or too far outside, losing the grip and falling down. So Simo now probably has a better idea of what to do. Start the acceleration. Steadily on the middle. Is it enough speed? It's not, and it bounces off the plastic. And unfortunately, the landing on the ice will mean that Simo will fall all the way down, even missing floor 7, even missing floor 6. So once more, we go back to floor 3 in this fall many times before. Great attempt from Simo though, and it is really good that Simo is getting as consistent on these earlier ice tricks as he is. Because Simo's skill set, not really including those ice slides and the tricky snow uphills that you need to do there. So, in for the long grind. Has been playing this map for well over 100 hours in the 11 days that we've had it on the server, and honestly, making really good progress in these last 2 days. So I think Simo will be able to see all of these floor 10 attempts as a win. Hopefully will be, because they definitely are. And with that previous attempt, that is actually a really nice attempt to analyze now. So it's nice that, you know, it's not falling all the way down, like, you know, missing the jump entirely, but being very close to getting that jump. Because now Simo can think like, okay, I was just a little bit too slow. So now I kind of know what's required, where I need to accelerate from. So that is a really important sort of way to get information. Getting these mistakes close enough that you can analyze what to do differently next time. Massa update. Still on the tree. Ixon climbing as well, getting closer towards the floor 5. We also have Hazard here. Also have Lars climbing. I don't think I've seen Lars past floor 4 yet on this session, so just trying to get those runs going in. Of course, Lars, one of the best players, the best player on the server right now, actually. Lars has a personal best past the section that we just saw from Simo. So Lars has made it through these pipes. And unlike Hazard, has also made it... Where is it? Here. Has made it through these pipes, and unlike Hazard, has also made it past the ice bin here. Getting all the way around these sections as well, getting to the half pipe. So, Lars, very close. Very close to floor 11. But it is not easy. It is not easy to get those runs going. Scrappy starting floor 8 now as well? Okay. So Scrappy apparently playing in solo again. We can't really follow that journey, Simo, with the unturtles every single time. I feel like Simo probably feels like it's you know, an early Christmas every time he gets a chance to unturtle. It feels like he's just like, oh yeah, let's go. Another unturtle, let's get it. Hazard PB on the ice pin. One thing to know about Hazard and Skandir, who might be playing right now as well, not on the server, was on the server briefly, but might be playing in solo now too. I don't know. Is Skandir streaming? Does anyone know? Both Hazard and Skandir were playing a LAN tournament this last weekend, so they are a few days behind. But both on the grind, it seems. Making some good progress. Skandir is not live. Okay, thank you. So might be playing off stream. We don't really have any way of checking that progress there then. Bren has tied Elcon's world record after last night's Elcon runs. Hazard is live now. Okay. Good to know. Skandir only streams 6 hours overall since DD2 start. Okay. It's interesting to kind of think about if Skandir actually might be having like a higher PB that we've even seen. It's hard to say. It's on floor 8 right now. But it's... yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Hard to say. With the double drift. Oh, actually, well, kind of a hybrid thing there. 1.5 drifts strategy. Last time I did one more run, the run lasted 3.5 hours. That seems to kind of be the case these days, because even though we have a lot of falls, right? It does seem like from like floor 11, from really like floor 8 and up from there, a lot of the falls do end up on like floor 5, floor 6, floor 7. Floor 8 especially covers a lot of ground, and there's a lot of pools that you can fall down from. fall down to from floor 9. So it seems to be pretty forgiving for certain faults. The problem is that floor 11 now is not really above floor 8 that much. So the chances of falling back to like floor 7 or maybe just all the way through from floor 11 is... chances are pretty high. But we will see. Floor 12 is next. I wonder how recoverable that one will be. I actually wonder, Dundi, like, were some of the safe spots on floor 8 added based on, like, floor 9? Or did you just put those in there? After, okay, so it is sort of like a planned recovery floor in a way. That is kind of interesting. So, soft checkpoint, we could say, getting to floor 8 and above. That is sort of like a small checkpoint. Maybe like floor 9, that is a little bit of a checkpoint. Of course, you can always dead turtle, you can always fall all the way down still, but it seems like easier to recover from floor 9 and 10 back on floor 8 or floor 7. Yeah, not every floor, of course, because not every floor is overlapping every other floor. So floor 11 is gonna, you know, be a little bit away from floor 8 from for like a large part of that floor. So it's not exactly, you know, a soft checkpoint, but we do see these runs go pretty long if they get to floor 9 a lot of the time, because you can save yourself pretty often. Hello, Inman. Scrappy on personal best and at the cat jump. Great. Scrappy, of course, playing in solo, but I imagine Scrappy is streaming. Someone wants to follow that. We'll be following the server unless there's some floor 11 attempts, which I feel like we will have to wait a little bit until Scrappy gets to floor 11. Scrappy, you know, pretty good at ice as well, so I don't know. Floor 10 might go pretty well. Timo keeps the run going. Lars and Hazard both now on floor 5, or at least close to it. So maybe some runs getting there. Ixon not looking too bad also. Well, okay, I take my statement back immediately. Simo surviving though. For the backwards speed slides, no issue. It is going great. And man, what about you? Let's see. Timo tricky parts of floor 7 now. The 3 next sections. First, this pool landing. Setup is good. The landing looks great. Scrappy floor 9. Good progress from Scrappy. See the plastic from Simo. Lineup seems decent. It might be a little bit off or not. It's very good, actually. The transitions next. Very clean and very clean. Really nice consistency on Simo on these tricky parts of floor 7. They still seem to become a choke point even after these players get to like floor 9 pretty often. These few sections on floor 7 still kind of stay difficult. Virtual on floor 7 as well. Some good runs. Everywhere it seems. Let's see now. Timo. Again going for the ice slide setup here, trying to go very slowly through these turbos. That works pretty well. Oh, I hope that goes away soon, Henman. The flip works. Slow down. Always scary. Works though. And one more time. We hopefully land onto floor 8. The line is pretty far to the left, but Simo does a small right input at the very end of the ramp. Works great, and Simo is through once more. Any interesting facts about DD2? Total number of viewers since day 1? How many people have tried the map? I can answer the second one. The first one I don't know. But here we can see. My rank is on the start line, right? 11,732. So that is presumably the amount of people that have played the map as well. Almost 12,000 players trying out Deep Dip. And most of them probably haven't made it too far. Floor 2, very difficult already. It is with the plugin, I suppose, yeah. So, yeah, true. The real number probably higher as well. $2,000 players never moved. Or never managed to beat the start line height, which, to be fair, you do need to do like at least 2 jumps to get an improvement there. Timo, now to the beam. Taking the speed and the jump. Oh, it's very far to the side, but Simo saves it. Let's see this lineup again. I do wonder where Simo goes exactly. Just seems to be on the line. Yeah, back wheel on this line. That seems to be it. And it's perfect speed. It seems to be a really nice strategy. So it was the second last line, I think. Or... yeah, wasn't it the second last line on the beam? Yeah, so... or third last if you count this edge as well, I guess. I think only like a couple hundred have made it past like the middle point of floor 2. The map gets significantly harder. The leftmost palm tree, but I don't think Simo lines it up like that. You would need to cam 7 that every time. You don't need to line it up if you just check on the beam. Simo through the second turtle. I mean, sure, yeah. But at the same time... let's see the jump here. At the same time, you don't really gain height on floor 2 until, you know, the 4th jump or something, right? Oh yeah, sure, Raveout. But I think at this point, most people are like consistent enough on that jump that they will not really start switching strats, even if something could be better. Oh, this is very far to the side. Is the turtle alive? Simo keeps it going. Might flip the turtle. Yeah. Oh. A rare mistake, but the turtle keeps going. Very difficult angle. What is even happening? Oh no. So close. Of course you do need to turtle, but you would need to somehow circle around. It's not really possible. So Simo, I think correctly choosing to go for the flip. Difficult to time like that though. Was a good attempt to flip it though. Well, back we go then. With Simo's consistency, I don't think it's gonna take all that long before there's another floor 8 attempt. Azure PB was on the ice spin before the LAN, and now today has reached the same ice spin again, but hasn't cleared it yet. Let us see if it could happen on this run. Into the plastic. The line might be a little bit short, or it could be on the very edge. I think it will land. Not even that close to the edge either. Just fine. Transitions, no problem. And the bones, no problem. This turbo tunnel, always scary. We kind of see like a 50-50 in strategies here. Hazard also going for the ice slide strategy, starting the ice slide from here. Some players do choose to just get the speed and turn the car sideways. Oh, this is very scary always, but works out. Ren did get a personal best today, yes. Equaled Elcon's world record. So Bren improving personal best by 2 sections. Hazard towards floor 8. Makes the landing. Been playing Trackmania only 7 weeks and tried practice mode floors 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Yeah, the individual levels that have been released. Only cleared 0 and 1. Clearing even 1 is very good for 7 weeks, honestly. You should probably be pretty proud of that achievement. It is extremely difficult, especially when you need to do everything from the ground floor every single time you start the run. Top 3 currently, Elcon and Bren are tied about 2/3 through floor 11, and Virtual is 3 jumps into floor 11, so in the first section basically there. Lars is number 4. Floor 3 looks like if you're like an ice player, it will probably be much easier to pick up than maybe some of the stuff on floor 2. Depends on your skill set, I think. But yeah, haven't played it. Hard to say. But it does, from the players as well, it does seem like it kills less runs than floor 2. Have you talked to any of the players? Not really. Not really about the map. Would be interesting to kind of check in with the players and see how they're like feeling about the grind at this point. Hazard moving. What is that horn? Well, upside down we go then. This is what you also need to do on floor 2. There's a short upside down section there. Way more upside down driving on this floor, but very close to the landing, but makes it. Floor 2 also has some pretty difficult precise jumps. Not turtling the landing, not that it would necessarily be a problem. Are the controls the same when you're upside down or inverted steering? I mean, we can take a look, yep, on the next one. We can kind of watch the inputs there. Inputs are on the bottom right corner, though don't trust them too much because we are spectating and the inputs are only estimated from the wheel positions of the car. So, not gonna be the exact inputs that the players are doing, but it's gonna be close enough to kind of show what they're doing. So, a lot of the time you can just kind of press forward when you're twirling. You get grip with the wheels swinging back and forth, and you can see, like here, Hazard does like small inputs. Tapping the right during this part here, which is always scary. And then turning by holding right here a little bit, and then swinging around with some small taps on different sides. Elcon live. Alright, so Elcon maybe not hiding strategies. Going live a little bit later than usual. Will keep cooking for us. hopefully. It is inverted, yeah. But it's pretty... a very specific way to drive the car. Because you can only drive when the wheels are touching the ground, practically. So, yeah, turtling also is not just like, oh, the car is upside down and then you just drive. It is a very sort of specific way to handle the car. Hazard makes the reset landing. And we go for the turtle. Onto the beam. I think the reset is there just for visuals. I don't think it resets anything. Hazard. Flip. Works fine. I suppose it's possible that, like, floor 15 will have some fragile engine of part that you can reset by dropping onto floor 8, but I truly hope it's not the case. Hazard here, taking the speed. And now needs to do the big jump. It's gonna be very close this time, but makes it. Mental reset. Not really, it's like the scariest part of the floor. What do you mean mental reset? We go again to floor 9. Turbo landing. It's gonna go very far, but Hazard saves it. And we keep going. You can hold forward when turtling, as long as you keep kind of tapping from side to side. Keep in mind, I'm very bad at turtling. That's like my worst skill in this entire game. Oh, Hazard with a very strange steering input there. I wonder what happened. Is this somehow savable? I really wonder what happened. Maybe just a misclick. I think Hazard just kind of steered there. Oh, that is so unfortunate. And I think this will fall maybe to floor 5. Yeah. What happened? Maybe just the worst kind of accident. There's a strategy that Elcon does here that you can do where you go and isolate up the bobsleigh, but apparently pretty rough. Lars, I think, has just failed the quarter pipe, yeah. Have to go back for the reset, but at the very least getting some runs going. And of course, our current tight water guard holder on the server as well. Like, it looked like Hazard had a direct line. It looked like there was just a straight line. It looked very good. Probably just like some accidental steering input. And to be fair, Hazard did correct that. Unless I completely missaw that, but I was trying to pay attention. Oh well. Either way, the end result is what it is. Well, Lars getting now to the duck jump seems to work again. I will probably get some hydration, but let's see the Lars wet plastic part. Okay. I will get myself some hydration. I'll be back in just a minute. And we'll see if Lars can get a run going here. Okay then. Well, Lars seems to be back now. Back to the Ducks. It's like I never left. Hazard back on the climb, and Elkhorn still trying to get runs started as well. This seems to be the most promising run right now, but both Hazard and Elkhorn have been doing some pretty good runs. Elkhorn last night, of course, just starting the session now, and Hazard just today made it to 410 already. We shall see. Lars has had a couple days when clearing these floor 7 and 8 sections has been pretty difficult. But let's check if maybe Lars can get maybe over a mental block here. I'm not really sure what it is. It could just be getting unlucky. It could be, you know, some very tiny mistakes at the wrong spots. The line here is great. Hello, Nathan. Is there always only one route to go up? So far, pretty much, yes. Like, there can be some alternate strategies, but generally you need to take, like, the same blocks every time. There's no, like, you know, two paths that you can choose from. I think Elkon had 2 runs to floor... 3 runs to floor 11 yesterday. I'm not 100%. At least made it to the plastic half pipe twice. Oh, this is very scary. Oof. Bounces. This time in Lars's favor. Yo, Patterson Sonnen, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciated it so much. Hello, Floppy Liam. Any known shortcuts? On floor 0 there's like small ones, and on floor 8 there's at least a theoretical shortcut that no one is using, because it risks way too much. It would probably save like 20 seconds, because the path around is pretty long, but the path around is very easy for these players compared to everything else on the floor. So Lars actually getting to floor 8 now. Maybe we can show that in just a moment. What obstacle do you like the most? I don't... It's too hard to choose. I feel like there's a lot of really cool ones where the pathfinding was like really interesting, but then some are like very sort of simple in terms of the strategy. Like everyone knows how exactly you should do it, but then it is very difficult to execute. I feel like floor 9 is very clever with like the reuses of some parts and such. Kind of like going around in like a very interesting pattern, back and forth on the floor. Lars now getting to the bobsleigh, lands it, and here is the shortcut. So you could potentially jump with this quarter pipe all the way up here. Lars will land it here, but it seems to be possible to gather just enough speed with a very precise line to land on this platform, and it would skip all of the tunnel stuff. All of this tunnel stuff that seems to be fairly simple to do. The only problem here is this jump, and that is not much of a problem either. The players are just going through it. So, you know... Now we're here, right? So that would be like a big shortcut, but I think the earliest we'll see it is when people start running for world record after the event has ended. Maybe. It seems to be barely possible, but way too risky. Way too risky to do on these runs. I do think it's an intentional skip, because the stuff that you need to do next to it is kind of trivial. Lars, not really lining up this. Is it gonna be enough speed? Okay, Lars... I think Lars kind of realized, like, hold on. Maybe I don't want to do this without the lineup. Like, do you really want to throw the runaway because you didn't take the 3 extra seconds to line it up? I feel like we'll just do the second turtle again. Or maybe Lars purposefully wanting more practice on this one. Maybe. Could be a reason too. But might just be like, you know, kind of forgot for a moment what the next part was gonna be. Well, here we go again. And the flip seems to work. Now we will most likely see Lars take the absolute maximum amount of speed. Backing into the corner here. Yes. Not really the maximum if this is the... What? But, okay. We'll do it a little more carefully. Here we go. Landing works into the beam. That seems to be a good way to slow down. Not happy with that speed either. Well done. And Lars is through into the cat jump. Now this third turtle has been a little bit of an issue for Lars sometimes, getting the blessings here. Hoping to receive a little bit of good luck. First the jump through. Landing on the reset. Looks extremely good. The luck is definitely there. Well, who am I kidding? All skill from our German player here. But then the turtle, and this is not so easy. Oh, hits the wall, but the turtle keeps going. Waiting for the timing on this narrow part. Gets it. A little bit on the edge, but works out, and the second one as well. And then just the flip. Looks good. Lars should be able to climb this. Should be. There it is. Close to floor 9 now. Just a couple more jumps. We will see. Honestly, really good cast, best community. I don't even play Trackmania, just enjoy watching with you guys. It is a great event to follow, even if you don't know much about Trackmania, and hopefully there's something to be learned as well. I try to explain some of the mechanics and some of the tricks here as much as I can. Lars, around the quarter pipe. Lands in. What about the final jump? This could be a little bit low. No, it's perfect. No problem at all. The prize pool has been increased now to $30,003. So 15,000 and a little bit, a little bit more to the first finisher of this map here. Still early to say who it's gonna be. Then into floor 9, Lars knows the strats, has been doing this for a while now. Up onto the pole, then onto the ramp. Now the tricky turbo landing, the line a little bit to the left, but oof, a nice clip with the back right wheel. We'll get Lars the correct direction. Now for the clean line. Hazard failed this not long ago. See if Lars can get it. Clean landing, and we'll get onto the beam. Hey, thank you, Petrov. Lars, I think, was going for the beam strategy here. I'm not 100%. No, this looks like the circle. Well, I don't know. Could be either one. No, this is the circle strat. Yeah, getting the speed with the circle. And then up to the quarter pipe. I think it might just be Virtual and Elcon doing the beam lineup. Onto the pole, a little bit slow. Is it enough speed? It's very close, but Lars makes it. Perfect line there. If it was a little bit to the side, either way, I feel like it wouldn't be in trouble, but great aim from Lars. Onto the turbo. Into the quarter pipe. No, we were just talking about the quarter pipe jump after the bobsleigh landing, Doondy. Like, there seems to be like an intentional shortcut, kind of, where you can jump directly to the second turtle. I do wonder if that's actually intentional. No one obviously is going for it, because it seems like a, yeah, intentional cut. I don't know why people aren't, because it's scary and the extra 30 seconds just driving seems pretty trivial. This is not trivial though. Floor 9, Lars is off and it's gonna fall down, hopefully to the pool. It will indeed, so Lars will be able to retry this from floor 8. There should be a way here to get back to the beginning. Lars going for the long way, it seems. There would be a way to also potentially I think going on this beam, is it? Going on this beam and landing here, but it's a very scary recovery to skip this final turtle. There's maybe some other strats as well that you can do. Like, here, like, this is the obvious one that I think a lot of people are missing. Going on this beam and then just driving through the tunnel, through here. This is the one that I keep forgetting as well. But Lars choosing to go for the turtle here. Well, see if it works. Turtle starts good. I'm actually pretty surprised that these recovery ways seem to be pretty, like, unknown. It is a little bit of a, you know, there's so many beams there and platforms and tunnels and everything. But, like, surely that would be safe to do, safer than to do the turtle. So I have to wonder if Lars just doesn't know about it. I feel like we've been to these pools often enough that, you know, players would know. But, like, we've seen people do them plenty of times, but doesn't matter anyway. Lars is back. Good luck, Dundee. I did hear that Scandier did try the shortcuts on this floor, but I don't know how well it went. Lars now back to the final jumps here. Big one to the right, looks good. That might be true, yeah, maybe people aren't really sharing, you know, or looking for like recovery way sort of information too much. Maybe they should, because we are falling down to this floor 8 a lot, but Lars doing just fine, getting back to floor 9 already. How long time have you played Trackmania and doing mapping? In this game, I think I have about 5,000 hours in 3 or 4 years. I can't count. A big part of that is mapping. Let's see, onto the pole. Looks good. Turbo. Clean landing. Hazard at the same time on floor 7. Trying to get another run started. Four is 1 after 3. Okay, thank you. That will help. See Hazard there trying to do the final parts of floor 8 in the corner. Floor 7, of course. Lars turtled in here, and that will probably be the end. That will probably be where this run ends. Not really getting this line. This one is still very tricky. But Hazard, as said, has managed to do the final part of floor 7. I do wonder how much, so close, but it lands. I do wonder how many, like, VODs and attempts Hazard has watched, like, how much information is there about other players. Probably has been watching some streams at the LAN, I would imagine. Oh, this is a very wide line, but works. Probably not going for the shortcuts. Yeah, everyone is doing this. Let's see. 2 more turtle parts remain. Elcon also on floor 5, maybe getting a run together. Let's see. These parts honestly seem to be just very good for these players now. The beam landing and the bobsleigh landing have both been a little bit of trouble, but I think the second turtle part has been pretty good. Hazard gets it again. No problem. Elcon on floor 6 right now. Juliano, not too bad. Getting towards floor 6 as well. Back we go. Hazard lining up for the speed. Jumping through. And the line is clean. We go again for this turtle. I feel like we've seen this many times today already. Like every 15 minutes someone is doing this turtle. Well, Hazard. Timing works. Going very fast over it, but no problem. Confident. Elcon, I think, doing the backwards part, and I think Elcon survived it on floor 6 as well. Hazard now. Landing in. Jumping. Nails it. A little bit, you know, risky drift there, but works just fine. Elcon, I think, will be getting to the duck jump just about now. Very close to it at least. And back we are. Floor 9 welcomes us yet again. Rioter's floor. All this old school jumping, quarterpipe jumps. Some tricky landings for sure. Hazard gets the first one right now. Onto the turbos. We'll get it. Now... towards the second turbo landing. The line. Pretty good. Hazard correcting it a little bit. And goes for it, and this time it works. Doing the circle strategy. And into the quarter pipes then. Well, the first one anyway. Then just the platforming here. Onto the pole, back down, and is the speed enough? It's a little bit off the angle and the wood grip not helping much. Is it going to work? Another chance to unturtle. And it fails again. That is the second time for Hazard here on this very platform. No, I think the previous one... No, it was Hazard, wasn't it? Wasn't Simo. Simo unturtled on the... or dead turtle on the reset block on floor 8. Very unfortunate. Not getting enough speed. I think it was the same jump as well, wasn't it? Has something about this one not working out right now. I don't think the car will be moving forward, but where? It's not gonna work. So unfortunately, we'll have to start a new run. Elcon has fallen down as well. We're back to these early parts again. Don't know about the easy version, have no information on it. We do have these floor 10 players on the server, for 11 players even, in Elcon's case. Getting those runs into that area is not so easy though. Lars has figured out the ice spin, so another floor 10 attempt could be something. Elcon had to save his drink from spilling. That's one way to fall to the bottom. Can you play custom maps and campaigns on console? Yes. Check Elcon stream. Why? Elcon is on the server and he is streaming. Why would I need to stream Elcon's stream? What? Big timer in the middle of the screen. Okay. Well, Lars is on floor 5. Bren has equaled Elcon's wildcard earlier today. We shall see if maybe Lars can get to floor 11. That's one of the big questions of the day. And also if Hazard and maybe Simo, I don't know, Simo might be done for the day as well, but if Simo is still coming back, we'll see if Simo can get to the ice spin as well. That's been close. Gonna download Trackmania tonight. Let's see how far I can get on Deep Div 2 without ever playing the game. Yeah, don't set your expectations very high. But hope you enjoy the attempt. These floor 5 runs, not that big of a deal for these players anymore, just kind of like a task that you need to complete to get to the further sections. But of course, doesn't mean that these things are easy to do. Lars also going for the safer setup here. Can be a little bit faster as well if you cannot get this fast strat on first attempt. Great line. Looks perfect. It will work. Simo, I think, has the most playtime. It's more than 100 hours. Tried it earlier and it's so much harder than it looks. Yeah, for sure. I'm guessing that when I finally try this map, when the competition is over, I will likely maybe get to floor 2 on my first session, even with knowing all the strats. Might make it like one part into floor 2 or something. But yeah, I don't really think I'll get much further. Hello, Kukko. Lars getting a good line to the bones, even releasing quite a lot, but it works. Not quite enough speed for this one, but this is one of the more recoverable sections. And just go and retry the plastic bones. Are you going to stream your own attempts on this one? Yeah, for sure. Timo has left the server, has been in spectator for quite a long time, so I don't know if that means Timo is calling it a day. We shall see. The ice slide on floor 1 will be very, very difficult. That's already like something that you need to know how to like adjust the line there to be able to extend the ice slide as far as possible. Let's check if Lars can get this run going. The only player we've seen... Well, only 2 players we've seen on floor 10 so far during these 4 hours have been Simo and Hazard. Waiting for Hazard to get those runs up there again. Was there no snow car in Deep Dip 2? The map was built before the cars were released. Snow car released November last year. When and why invert steering happens? Usually it only happens when you transition from forwards with speed to backwards. The reason why it seems to happen is because there's a difference between having a forwards gear and having a backwards gear. And when you switch from forwards to backwards too quickly, the steering doesn't correctly change until like a specific point, and when that point happens, I think it's not that like consistent. It kind of depends on the section from my experience. But basically, like if you just start driving backwards, you will have the backwards gear, and then you will have the correct steering. But if you go from forwards to backwards, then you will technically still drive with forwards gear, but the steering is kind of weird. Like, it might not be correct immediately, depending on when you like switch the inputs from forwards to backwards as well. It is very strange, and I don't envy these players for having to deal with that on floor 6. Lars is through the ducks, and we go into floor 7. Just goes in, no problem. So here, when you start from 0 speed and you start driving backwards, you have the backwards gear, which means that you can do the small wiggles there to gain speed. called speed sliding. So if you have the forwards gear and you're driving backwards, like it is on floor 6, then you cannot speed slide. And like, don't expect any of this to make sense. But that's how it is. Basically 2 ways to drive backwards. One with backwards gear, one with forwards gear. And backwards... Lars! Was he just not paying attention? Can't you just... Was he not pressing backwards? Oh no. Oh no, Lars. Lars, you need to just... I didn't watch the inputs there early enough. So I'm not gonna say that he just didn't press backwards, but I feel like he just didn't press backwards, most likely. Hello, Ray. Like, I suppose it could be some weird situation where you're holding backwards, but the car just doesn't listen to you. But, like, that would be extremely rare. More like Lars not doing inputs. Most likely. Would it be possible for the wheels to be floating so I didn't have grip to go backwards? No. Not on that kind of a pool. I don't think so. I've never seen that. Okay, so Lars said on stream that he was holding backwards. Okay, so it was that rare case. Alright. So that's why I'm careful. Yeah, we can check the clip as well, real fast. So here, this was the situation. Yeah, Lars is holding backwards. The car is definitely on the ground. I think the problem here might be some weird thing where, like, you can see that the car is not really touching the ground. Like, here's... I don't know. This is super weird. Okay, so not a fault of not paying attention. Here. I suppose the car is not touching the ground when he starts pressing. That's super weird. And then it just goes. Does he try to repress it? No, unfortunately, because like I feel like if you repress it, maybe it works then, but of course, like, you don't expect garbage like this to happen. So I can't really blame Lars for that one. I feel like that was everything correct, just the game being a game, you know? Very unfortunate. Alright. So yeah, Lars did everything right there, after all. Start getting another run going. Current world record was done last night and equaled earlier today, maybe 10 hours ago or something, by Bren. Elcon did it first last night and then Bren equaled it today. Hazard. Onwards to floor 6. Does inputting backwards in the air not make your wheels spin? So it depends on your gear. If you have forwards gear, then pressing forward makes you fall faster. But if you have backwards gear, then it's backwards. Whatever is giving you currently speed. And this is very, like, this makes some maps very weird, where you have forwards gear but you're driving backwards and you need to make like a long jump. So in that case, you know, it might actually be better to press forwards in the air rather than keep holding backwards after you jump to make the furthest distance. The game is very strange sometimes when you try to build some super weird stuff. We can sort of maybe see here, actually. I'm actually kind of curious because I rarely pay attention like when they start holding backwards on this part. Is it exactly after the landing? Like after the wheels get grip? So here, forwards. Yeah, switching backwards after they get the grip to prevent the inverted steering. And to not get a speed loss. If you switch to backwards too early, then it's possible that the car will just kind of brake on the landing, so that seems to be the timing. Hazard has been to floor 10 to the ice bin. But yeah, even something seemingly kind of simple like just jumping into this half loop and starting driving backwards, that can get like very complex just because of how the game works. You need to be very, very careful and very sort of... You have to have the knowledge about how this kind of stuff works. Into the dirt. Works great. Lars back to floor 6 already as well. Alcon trying to get those runs started still, has made it to floor 5 and I think 6 already on this session, but not much further. Maybe just warming up a little bit. Back to floor 7, Techie's floor. Techie also playing on the server, but probably not very seriously as a mapper of the project. Not eligible for the prizes, of course. I think Techie is just enjoying the event. Just enjoys the map, yeah. It's a good sign. When the mappers, you know, are still willing to play this kind of a map, it tells something of the quality and the fact that it's not purely built to troll the players, like be as annoying as possible, but you know, they have designed it to be like a pretty balanced sort of experience. Suppose it depends on the mapper. Maybe some of the later mappers have just gone the full troll way. Well, we shall see. Then into the plastic. Is the line correct? I think it might be just a bit too close to the wall here. The recovery. Great landing. What are the rules for the competition? So, the players cannot play or watch any clips of the areas or any sections that haven't been discovered yet. So they are allowed to go with the free camera and do whatever they want. They can check the next sections, they can check the very end of the tower if they want, but they are not allowed to play them before, you know, you have to do everything on this map, right? So you have to start from the beginning and do every run from there. So you're not allowed to like spawn in the higher sections and try the map from there. Then your final full run has to be streamed in its entirety. So you're not required to play on the server. You're not required to stream your progress, but the final run that you finish the map on needs to be streamed in its entirety. Those are the main rules. There's some others too, but Lars now back on the grind. Hazard makes it again to floor 7 it seems. Lars on the same plastic part. I don't remember the entire rule document from memory, but there's probably something on the official Discord. Lars looks to be making this jump. Has to be streamed, the final run, specifically. Lars, the landings. Hazard just below, but of course there's a long way to go from where Hazard is right now to these sections. Going onto the beam here, Hazard lining up the pool once again. Lands it. Lars into the turbos. Never easy. Almost always a little bit of luck required, but Lars will redo this one, not enjoying those bounces there. Starts over. You don't want the car to turn towards the turbos at all. You want to be perfectly sideways so that the turbos don't affect you. Lars still not happy with the line. You can get some lucky bounces. You fail the line a little bit, but you would rather not rely on that. It's possible to get through these very clean. Lars still not happy with it. We'll redo it once again. Hazard in the same position now. Oh, Hazard jump scaring Lars. Lars now gets through it. Very nicely done. Hazard also having trouble. And we'll redo as well. This is looking to be a pretty scary section these last few days. Hazard now gets perfectly through it. Lars, next section, no problem. Hazard gets to redo the same one. And it works. Final jump now If I can maybe flick Lars. Well, I can check Hazard here. Well, let's just check them both. They're pretty equal here. Suppose Lars will go first. What? Huh? What happened? Let me inspect. Okay, Lars makes it. I don't know what happened. But we back. Button moment. Alright, both upside down, both making good progress. Steadily making it towards the beam landing. Hello, Ricky. Hazard has got to the ice spin, so has equaled a personal best. Gets to the beam as well. Lars. Still waiting for the right moment here. The Hazard tries to do the bobsleigh landing. Gets it. And Lars. A little short, and it's not going to work this time. Lars will fall down. Unfortunately, turtles on the plastic too. So Hazard will continue alone. So yeah, Elcon has been playing for maybe an hour or so, hasn't really got any great runs going right now, getting to floor 7, so maybe. But yeah, Hazard has been getting to the ice spin once today and to floor 9 a couple times, but only once to floor 10, so we're waiting for another attempt at the spin. No problem, Ricky. That's why we're here. Let's see now. Lars has had a couple very unlucky events here already today. Of course, the beam landing is just a difficult jump, so can't really say like how much luck there is involved in that. It's just a hard part of the run. But of course, landing turtle on the plastic there, that hurts. And also the weird water moment before on floor 7, that wasn't super great. But hopefully we'll get another run going. Has been getting into these higher floors pretty well now, all things considered. Hazard back to the catch room. Welcome back, have fun. It's all good. Get some rest, have fun. Now for the line, it looks great. No problem. Elcon, I think, has had to do the recovery on floor 6, it looks like, or some other recovery. But Hazard here, doing the turtles again. Last one right there. And the flip works. Has a really good method for climbing after these flips. Very, very clean. Hazard for the final jumps of the floor. Round we go, and jump to the right. Works out. What we know about the practice floors is that the last 3 will never be released during the competition. So at the very least, 16, 15 and 14 will have to be completed on this full run. There's no way to practice those until the event is over. That is, I think, what the mappers have said, the organizers. So, suppose everything else might eventually be released. So far we have 0 to 4. Turbo landing, great job from Hazard. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, I think, for practice. Everything else still yet to be released. And I don't think these top players really need practice on those floors anymore. Let's see. Purple landing. Perfect. Elkon and Bren tied for Watercourt. About 4 sections before floor 12. So still on floor 11. Gears are automatic. There's a couple tricks that you need to know about them. If Hazard gets this big jump, has had some trouble with it. A little bit to the side again. Maybe landing onto the road below. This time, not turtling it. So we'll get to try this recovery route now to the beginning of the floor. So there's like a couple tricks to know about gears. Even if they are automatic, you will get a speed penalty if you're drifting during gear shifts when you're getting a gear up, which means that you will not want to get gear shifts during like dirt turns, for example, where you're always going to be drifting, basically. So you need to straighten your car sometimes on slippery surfaces to get a clean gear shift. And then there's, you know, some things that you have to know about, like getting gear shifts at the wrong points, and that can slow you down and such things, but on ice they are pretty important as well. Gears were always automatic in Trackmania. Never been manual. Trackmania was always kind of like a 4-button game. Accelerate, brake, and turn left or right. Of course, now we have action keys that you can use to limit your steering from 100% to like 60% if you want. And sometimes they can be helpful, but and you have the horn, that is true. That has become very clear with some of these players. And here we go. Of course, the most important button for this map is the reset button. Gets a lot of use. Now Hazard gets another attempt at this. Onto the pole. This looks a lot better. Is the line correct? Jumps very far to the right, unlike the other players, but this time it works. The speed is there. Hazard makes it through this section. Down on the turbo and into the tricky quarterpipe section. Hazard has still been... That actually looked kind of scary. Haven't seen anyone miss this landing here, but Hazard still makes it and has been going for this high jump strategy still. The old strategy that was first used, pretty much everyone has used the new strategy now, but this seems to work. Hazard, great line there, good speed, makes it work. Here we go. Plastic bounce then. No problem. Now just the line on the quarter pipe. That is the difficult one. I think it's barely on it, and Hazard will not turtle the landing either, so 2 more ramps and we're back to floor 10, back to a PB attempt. Alcon with some good progress as well. See how that run goes too, but Hazard now gets the first landing, and the second one is great. Alcon currently trying the final jump to floor 8, final jump off floor 7 to floor 8. Getting the speed here will, well, Alcon might be the first one to move here. Will he? Maybe? Yes? Now the speed. He will be there. Alcon is through to floor 8, and Hazard right now also going for the next section. Ice Cold by Maverick, floor 10. Very difficult for some. Really depends on your skill set. Some players really have a strong understanding of ice tricks, like this icy wheel dirt soup over here. Some have learned it for the first time on this map. Hazard makes it no problem. Alcon is having a blast on this floor. Looking extremely confident. Speed running every single part of it. And Hazard, not looking too bad either. Might not be known as an ice player, but these tricks have become pretty solid by now. Now the speed on the pipe. Around the ice here. Gets the gears clean that we were talking about not too long ago. And the jump is good. Couple more sections and we're on a personal best attempt. Around the hole here, onto the dirt. Carefully taking speed from the beam and sliding up. Looks like it will be enough. Getting rid of the icy wheel first. Oh, maybe not. And we just go. Two pipe jumps. First one works, and the second one into the pool. A bit of a careful line, and no, it's a little bit too careful. Hazard though, fortunately, lands into this dirt jump, and this is recoverable. It is possible to get back from here, just needs to... Oh, actually turns around. Is this enough speed? I think Hazard is kind of skeptical about that as well. Alcon has recovered this by going all the way back to the plastic, so around the ice. Hazard trying to do this turnaround still. It could be enough. And it will be. Just barely landing into the water. Nice recovery. Will work just fine. And we keep going. Up again. Another attempt here. Thank you so much, Nugget, for the 10 gift subs. I'll get back to that. We'll watch Hazard right now, trying to get the personal best. First pipe jump was very good last time, and it will be on the second time as well. A bit of floating, but I think that's just us spectating. What about the pool? It's very close, but Hazard makes it. And now we get to the spin. The spin is next. If you haven't seen this one before, this is the last part that Hazard has not cleared. 360 on the sign there, and Hazard knows exactly what to do as well. Might be watching some clip, might be watching Alcon strategy here, essentially starting the run here, getting the second gear at 100 feet, and then starting the slide, keeping it up, and then a crucial release on the acceleration, and then spinning around landing into this part here. It is not even easy to describe, and it's even harder to do. But Hazard knows what to do. Gets the second gear, spins around, but clips a little bit. Is it enough speed? It's barely not. Is it gonna land? No! The icy wheels pushing the car a little bit too far after the weirdest plastic bounce I've seen in a while, and this will go all the way down, I think. Making the car a little bit too slippery on Hazard's run. We'll have to restart from the bottom, as a lot of them do. Elcon is on floor 9. A great attempt from Hazard, but slightly off with the line there. Not exactly getting through. Thank you so much again, Nugget, for the 10 gift subs and also the self tier 1 sub. Very much appreciate that. Means a lot. Very generous. Hazard probably taking a well-deserved break here, but Elcon will be our player to follow. Elcon still going for this beam acceleration strat, seems to work pretty well. Lars got to floor 9? At the very least floor 8. Wait, was Lars on floor 9 yet? Was Lars on floor 10? Hold on. Tied on floor 10. Was it like that? I know that Lars had some fails on floor 7 and 8. God, why? How did I forget? Usually I remember. Died on the beams on where? On floor 9, right? At least once. Floor 10? You mean the pipe part? Ocon not getting this strategy. His last run fell off the turtle on floor 8, or whichever the turtle one is. Yeah, fair, but the best run of the day. Lars's personal best is on the half pipe section, the very final part of floor 10, that we know. No, I know the PB. I know where it is. But I don't know what this session's best run is. I somehow, like, we've been following, but I somehow just completely forgot. Elcon, good line. But not enough speed, not happy with this one. Turtled after the speed boosts on floor 10. Like the turbo? God. Floor 9. Oh, yeah, after on the turbo landings. Yeah, that happened. Yeah, that I feel happened to Lars, exactly. So, at least has got to floor 9. Okay, so it is, yeah, okay. Lars has been to floor 9 today. Alright, that's it. Okay. It's a lot to keep track of, guys. I'm trying to keep tabs on like 10 different players' daily progress here. Elcon into the final quarter pipe. Looking to get the first good run of the day. Now there's the pole landing. Looks good, and it will land. Bren is probably the most consistent player. I mean, yeah, not probably. Bren is the most consistent player. But Elcon here, chance at floor 10, and Elcon's floor 10 usually is pretty good. So let's see if the last ramps work. The first one is great, and Elcon with the bugslide landing probably... Oh, doesn't go for the bugslide this time, because flipping the landing. Virtual is not on the server. I will not be able to spectate Virtual's run unless I open his stream, so we will probably not do that until Virtual maybe gets to floor 11 or so. We will follow Elcon for now. Virtual, of course, streaming. But that you probably already know. You can follow that journey over there. Elcon now getting to floor 10, no problem getting the icy wheels, and the zoop to the right. The line works out. We go into the ice slide. Does it perfectly. Jumping through, getting around the ice. And goes through, no problem. Keeps going up the snow, around the ice. No issues so far. This one has maybe been one of the few sections that has given Elcon sometimes a little bit of trouble, but slide looks pretty good this time. Gets through and keeps going. Now for the pipes. Just keeps the pace. Jumps up into the pool next. Very brave line, but a perfect jump. Elcon, no trouble at all. We'll just keep it up. No stopping here. We just go for the spin. Elcon starts it, spins around, and look at that. It works as we expect it to. Elcon, this is what the general floor 10 attempt looks like. There's not much trouble. Not much trouble there. Now for the plastic landing. Virtual apparently also in this stage. Elcon landing the plastic now. But I will not really be able to switch between these two players because Virtual is not on the server. So you can check out that progress over on his stream. Elcon now going for the halfpipe. The first one is good. What about the landing on the plastic? Is it centered? It looks very good. Elcon now down. Should be plenty of speed. Bouncing up. Oh, a bit of a sideways landing. A bit of a scary bounce this time, but no problem. No problem landing. So 2 players simultaneously on floor 11. Virtual trying to get a new personal best. Elcon's PB a little bit further. Goes for the jumps. Lands both of them and probably will chain this one as well. As usual, is he going for the sideways landing? Kind of, but with a new, maybe a little bit safer strategy. Elcon really wants to save all the time he can. So we keep going. We keep going. Now, or the quarter pipe lands it, but clips. Elcon saves it in time. The clip, such a small one, such a tiny speed loss. But Elcon notices early enough. We'll be able to save it. Sometimes reflexes do help you. But the light beam slows Elcon down. Now lands onto the ice and... oh, It's not savable, unfortunately. Down to floor 7. Oh, and barely falls as well. Truly not the most fortunate fall over here. Floor 3 it is, as usual. We'll just drop all the way to the ground. Maybe a mental reset here as well. We'll go for a new run. We'll get some limestone. We can potentially check in on the progress from virtual as well. I can check the stream here. Of course, you can also find virtual stream on Twitch. But I'll keep tabs on this as virtual gets a run going. Lars and Hazard trying to get some runs going. Virtual is still getting some planning done. I will check on that progress. Yeah, still doing some Chem 7 work. Now going though, so we can check in. Checking on Virtual's run. Virtual not playing for the on the server. We can check if a new personal best here is possible. Virtual has been making the first 2 jumps here. Has made them, but the third one, this landing here hasn't worked. It's very much on the edge, but this time Virtual lands it. That is a personal best landing. Now maybe making some progress. Checking the next jump here. Probably has a pretty good feel of how this floor looks. Jumps very far, but the clip is not too bad this time. Now needs to line up for this tricky section here. Probably going to check in the strategies for this one slightly. I have a very wonky system to switch between the game and the stream. Lars once more trying to get another run going. It's incredible how I'm like 3 seconds off of virtual POV, and it's like do people who type virtual 11, do they even have the stream on, or like just the chat? Like, I'm actually kind of confused. It's like literally on the second when I switch from virtual to someone else, because virtual is checking VODs, right? Virtual is finding the strategies right now. Right? Virtual is watching Bren right now. So I switch away from it, and like 2 seconds later... It's like, watch virtual, it's okay, we're keeping track of it, okay? As much as I can. Hazard and Lars making it through these sections. Yeah, like if you want to see everything that virtual is doing, you can you can see that on virtual stream. Okay, virtual driving. Lining up. This is already the 3rd position here. Only 2 players have made it past these sections, so virtual now trying to improve even further, getting closer to the others, but clips the landing, but it's recoverable. However, we just saw Elcon get a little bit of an unlucky slowdown because of this light here. This light may or may not slow you down on this jump. Virtual does manage to get it. Fortunately, not getting the slowdown and going again. Now the landing similarly slow, and this time Virtual will be able to save it, but is it going to be enough? Just barely will be able to land. That is very close to falling down all the way to floor 7 at least, I believe. But Virtual keeps going. And now, third attempt at the line. It still doesn't work, and this time the punishment is a bit more brutal. Falls down into the pool. This is not so bad. You can get back to floor 10 from here. So Virtual will be able to recover. We'll just take the long tunnel back to the beginning of floor 10, and we'll be able to continue from there. I'm very sure that we will get an update whenever Virtual gets back to floor 11. So I don't think there's gonna be any danger of missing out on that one. We're gonna follow Lars now, back to the turtle. Dexter on floor 1. Now that would be surprising. That would be surprising. Because I don't think Dexter wants to play this. Not really Dexter's style. Let's see now. Lars back to the beam. Manages to do it. Seems to have figured something out. Very, very consistent now in these last few attempts. Hazard in a close section as well. Dexter is actually on floor 1. Oh, really? Oh, whatever. We'll watch Lars very sideways landing there, but still works. Nicely done. Dexter actually on the server? No. Playing in solo. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Oh yeah, not whitelisted. Yeah, makes sense. The whitelist is closed. I'm not sure if Dexter would be able to get in though. Of course, like an extremely good player, but don't know. Back to the second turtle here. The tricky tunnel, but of course, making it through. Worked out. Thank you. That is on for the 100. You're so chill. Simo recommended me. God damn. I can recommend Simo as well. Super good mindset for this grind. It's a pleasure to follow. Appreciate it a lot. Let's see then. Lars taking a little bit less speed than others here, but it seems to be enough. Virtual fell from floor 10. Was a good attempt, and I mean, not even an attempt, but Virtual did manage to do a personal best on that run, so it's good progress from Virtual. Lars now hoping to get the fortune on his side here. Landing. Line is good. Then the last turtle. The start is good. If Lars can maybe get another floor 10 attempt here, but floor 9 of course not so free at all. Lars lining up, gets over the first wall ride. Then the second, manages to do it. And just the lineup makes it work. Couple more jumps. I do not understand how Hazard can be so much better at climbing up the platform than everyone else. It's actually crazy. But it seems always to be like instant climb from Hazard. I'm not sure what it is. No, Lars literally tried to do it with front wheels. It's something else than the front wheels. It's probably some like very precise angle. Very interesting. It does seem like there's something to those techniques that I have no idea about. It's cool. So much to learn in this game. Even after thousands of hours, I still have so many things to learn. Well, Lars here. Floor 9. Back on the pole. Into the turbo. Bounces off and no. The turbo brings Lars to the forbidden pool. Not a great place to be. You get wet wheels from the water here. Now there is a way to get back. You have to land on this platform here. See if Lars can do it. Definitely knows what to do here. And then onto the snake. Turns around to avoid getting turtled, but no, it all goes wrong. Will eventually land on floor 6, so I suppose it's not the worst result, but not really what you would hope for. At the end of the day, the best case scenario is that you get to the end of floor 7, so I suppose getting to floor 6 to, like, you know, the final sections. It's not the worst. Not the worst. Very punishing mistake on floor 9. Hazard waiting for a car to do something. It seems like the second turtle has not worked out. Very rare for Hazard, but we'll see where the car will end up. I mean, it's not gonna be great, is it? Unless it hits one of the poles. No. No. There was a chance that it hits the pole sideways maybe and flips, but seems like we will continue our journey towards floor 5. Maybe going to fall into the grass there. Lars, on the duck jump. Oh, but an unfortunate clip. Lands safely below. This is not too far. Couple jumps away. flipping, I think, the landing just in the wrong way. Virtual floor 6. Starting the climb again. Of course, we cannot follow that because virtual is not on the server. We will check in on that progress if the run goes to the very, very final floor that has been reached now. Walk on, a bit of a clip. We'll try to land the plastic here, but no, it all goes wrong. And misses everything on floor 6 and on floor 5. A very, very, very unfortunate fall from Elcon, but those are gonna happen. It was a good attempt trying to get to the previous part. Some players choose to play in solo because of FPS issues on the server. Trackmania is a weird game where some players will have more performance issues on servers than others. This is a well-documented, well-known fact. It's not really hardware related exactly. Some players will have much less FPS on a server than others. As someone who has hosted tournaments many times before, this is just something that happens. Hazard, currently waiting for the car. Fall down, I guess it's gonna happen. I don't really know what the best case scenario here is though. It's going to go to floor 5. Probably not gonna work so well. Thank you, Brad, by the way, for the prime sub. Completely missed that earlier. Very much appreciate it if you're still here. Well, we'll probably follow Lars here, getting on the floor 7 landing. I think, yeah, Hazard starting the run from the beginning. What? Okay, I actually, like, I kind of understand what happened in a way, because you can do, like, these weird, like, water bounces on the edge, but, like, that's still so weird every time. We did watch Virtual's PB. Lars hasn't improved the personal best, I think, in... not last night, at least. Maybe like yesterday morning was the last PB. At the very final trick on floor 10. Lars gets through. There we go then. Tunnel is very scary for so many players. Can't really take it too slow either, because you'll get stuck in the turbos and then you have no choice but to turn. And that will always make you get the turbo. Oh, Lars, careful now. Don't fall off the platform. That was a bit close, but makes it to floor 8 again. Surviving. Yeah, like, There's two strategies to get through the turbo ice tunnel. One is that you accelerate a lot and you turn sideways and you don't touch anything. But if you hit the plastic on the side with that strategy, that can be very risky. The other strategy is to, which many players are doing now, most players are doing now, is to go sideways next to the plastic and start an ice slide. The problem with that is that if you take it too slow, then the plastic will almost surely bounce you around. Oh, Lars, so close. And if you take it too fast, then you're likely to not react fast enough to whatever goes wrong there. It's hard to say what strategy is the better one. But it doesn't seem like either strat is especially like fun to do. Good landing on the post lane. Yeah, no freewheel sections or like anything weird like cruise control or fragile or no brakes. Not too many effect blocks so far. If any. I think the ice slide method is more random. That's what it seems, but like getting the perfect straight line is kind of scary as well. I feel like there should be enough space here to do something. Simo saved this not too long ago as well. Yeah, should be fine. Oh well. I think the problem with reactors is that they enable shortcuts, not really that they're random. Thank you, Not. I can check. You can post on Discord, maybe. Probably just pool things, honestly. Nothing too much to, like, understand there. Here we go, then. The turtle stays alive. Go forward. Flip. Works. Fast climb as well. And landing. Lars is going for this pole bounce. Seems to work. And back up. Players seem to have become very consistent on this. Seems to go really, really nicely now. Prize pool has reached 30,000. Has gone a little bit over as well. There was a big 2.5k donation a little earlier. Do the reset and go for the last turtle. Floor 8 seems to be fairly consistent. Floor 9 still has like occasional problems though. Floor's going very fast, but works out. And it works. I think the reason why floor 9 doesn't end too many runs is because there's good recovery routes on there generally. If you fail the wrong things the wrong ways, then that might end your run, but you can often even fall back to like a pool on floor 8. Let's see then. Jumping around to the left this time, not really space to jump to the right, I suppose. Let's see if it works out. The jump Barely to the middle, jumping to the right. Great control from Lars. Don't think that was exactly how he wanted to do it, but it works really nicely. Floor 9 again. Seen this a couple times today. Lars just had a very unfortunate fall from here. See if this time Lars can get this turbo landing. It's going to land, but needs to work a little bit to get the wheels on top of the border here. Carefully. No rush here. One more wheel. No, just the last one. Should be absolutely doable. Lars may be landing a little bit too far to the right there compared to other players who do seem to get that a little bit safer. Landing a little bit more to the left seems to crash the beam there in like a way where the whole car is more likely to stay on the turbo. Elcon getting those runs started again as well. Lars taking a bit of a break, I suppose. Semifying has been making good progress, 700 meters PB. Very impressive. Most players will not get to floor 6 here on this map. We're waiting for Elcon to get those 1000 meter runs started again. Lars going now, lining up, getting the straight line here. Speed. It will work, but the air brake a little bit too late. It will turtle the landing, but this should be recoverable. Lars just needs to keep the turtle going and line up to this wall here. Times it and succeeds. Well done. Well done by Lars. Good recovery. I think the air brake was just too late there. Just not quite on time. But Lars will be able to do the recovery path here. Now, back to the beginning of floor 9, no problem doing the recovery. Works just fine, but no, the first jump clips. This might land to floor 8, but seems like it misses just about every single possible landing on the way down. This jump generally is very, very bad to fail because there's really nothing directly below. You need to get very lucky to save that on any floor, and Lars all the way to the bottom starts a new run now. Just not quite enough speed to get that going. We will check in with Virtual once there's a PB run going. If you want to follow Virtual's full journey, you are absolutely in luck because there is a stream dedicated to that. on Twitch and on YouTube as well. But we are kind of mainly following the server players. We'll jump into stream views if there is a personal best run going. I'm not going to slam someone's stream onto my stream unless there is a good reason to do so for like documentation purposes. Elcon and Hazard have been getting some pretty promising runs today, but yeah, Hazard's still waiting to get those PB runs going. Elcon, of course, our tight world record holder. A little bit off with that landing, but we'll be able to do this floor again. Of course, it's like any server player that's getting to like floor 8 range we will follow, but when they are only playing in solo while streaming, it's a little bit, you know, more difficult, and I also feel weird about, you know, just essentially restreaming someone. Elcon, a little bit of trouble with this floor 5 now. We'll recover this again. But maybe still kind of warming up, getting those best runs started later today. We'll see. Elcon, of course, has been having some pretty promising starts today already as well. Oh, I can, Pimon. I can real quick check it. It is Night Dweller by Carl Casey. Virtual Falling, okay. Dexter on PB, okay, well, that's what, floor 1? You're not actually doing the drinking game, Nuggets. No. What even is it? A Monday? I don't know what day it is, actually. For me, it's just deep dip day. That's my understanding of time at the moment. Sammy making some nice runs into floor 5. Elcon still getting towards floor 6 here. Work tomorrow. Yeah, maybe best to skip the drinking game. Yeah, the day number of deep dip, that's the current calendar. Elcon is going for this fast strat, but like it's working really well. Getting wasted in celebration of the upcoming Friday. Uh-huh. Have fun. Current world record holder here, together with Bren, who was able to get a equal world record earlier today. So Elcon got the run last night, and Bren was able to, let's say, I'm gonna guess like 8 hours ago was able to get to the same jump. Elcon, no! Takes the turbo. Tries to go for the recovery. Not quite gonna work. So back to floor 3 we go. Tricky line to do backwards. I think, you know, most players are going forwards there. I mean, Elcon has been surviving that a lot of times, but it's hard it's hard to save still. Remember how much time it took for someone to finish the first tape dip? Yes, 6 days. Bren was the first to finish on day 6. And currently, we are still on floor 11 out of 16 on day 11. So you can really feel the step up in difficulty here. Sammy is doing pretty nicely here, just making the jump we saw Elcon fail not too long ago. Trying to get a PB run going here. Ooh, a little bit of a tough crash there, but fortunately lands the right way. The celebration comes out. We'll be able to take this well-known recovery way here. And jumping back to this turbo tunnel, or turbo uphill, whatever. So many turbos. Turbo turnaround. Turbo tunnel and turbo uphill. Buzzard, floor 5 as well. Lars, floor 3 currently. Trying to get those good runs going. But it gets so tricky on that floor 7 plus range. Not really any attempts on wall record on this session, on the 5 hours we've been here. This time, Sammy, the mistake is a little bit too late and can't react in time. Drops down to floor 3. Do you think many people from Nadio are watching this event? I have no idea, actually. It's a good question. Here's all I really know. Here's the only thing I know. Many years ago, I was speedrunning at European Speedrun Assembly in Sweden, and I was showcasing like Shootmania stuff there. There was like old dev that wasn't working for Nadio anymore, but had been working. Unfortunately, slow down. In the past, and they were like completely shocked about what you could do in that game. Like, didn't know at all how you could like speedrun that game. So it was really cool to speak with the old dev and kind of explain some techniques and stuff like this. I don't know if they generally like follow these kinds of things too closely. Of course, Shootmania is different from Trackmania, and a lot of the devs are playing Trackmania actively. I do think there's probably some of the more active players of the game at Nadio probably are also following these events much more closely. But they also have like other things going on, because there's like, you know, official cup still that Ubisoft is doing monthly now as part of the World Tour circuit, and also, you know, some of the, like, for example, the new Formula E collab that they're doing. What is Shootmania? It's a game that the same developer, the dev of Trackmania, made a bit more than 10 years ago. It's an FPS game, mostly known for PvP, like arena FPS game. Pretty simple, you don't have many weapons, but there's also a speedrun game mode created by the community, and that's something that I play quite a bit. Do we have any mods here that can add the emote from Cat? Hello Tone. Uhu, Red, Ghost. Maybe they were all here at some point. What's the difference between TM 2020 and TMNF? Well, first of all, one of them... Yeah, Ghost, can you add the emote redeem from Cat? If you would, kindly. So, yeah, TMNF is... First of all, it's almost 20 years old. It's like, what is it, 17? 18 years old or something? I think like 17 years old. So it's, you know, graphically more outdated and such. But there's like a couple key differences. So when we talk about like Simo being like a TMNF player, that means that there's some like surfaces that are kind of unknown to Simo. Like there's no ice on TMNF. Dirt is very different in TMNF. It's like bumpier and probably the gameplay experience generally a bit different as well. There's also no grass in the same way. Like there is the stadium grass on TMNF, but it's not the same like as having like the grass blocks here. Water is very different. Bobsleigh blocks are different. Like the that's ice surface, but the bobsleigh block shape is different still from anything that TMNF has. TMNF, yeah, also has a lot of landing bugs and like these kinds of sudden slowdowns that you can get more often. What's your take on TMNF? It's been a minute before since I actually saw anything about it, let alone played it. But I do think that ultimately I'm much happier playing a game without like constant landing bugs, and overall I think this game is much more diverse. You can make your own game modes and such. TMNF does benefit from the fact that it's a stable game that's not being updated anymore, which sounds silly, but it means that, you know, in this game, for example, there's like maps that are seen as prestigious that can break when there's like a patch that changes how some surface behaves, for example. So in a way, it's nice having like the game not change ever, so that maps also stay the same. Thanks, Cos. What do you think of the new TMWT setup for TM 2020? I guess it remains to be seen like how many tournaments the community organizes for it. If the community does apply tournaments for to be homologated, as Nadio says, I suppose that's gonna be okay. Good landing from Hazard. I'm just not surprised about anything anymore on this section. I feel like we've seen so many different weird things happen there. Just the usual floor 7 treatment. Techi's cat there, apparently the character at the top of the beam. That's the word from Techie. Hazard on floor 12. I'm skeptical. Maybe he's playing on 2 accounts at the same time though. Very wonky setup. Let's see how it works. Trying to get the sideways movement here. Ice slide. Goes through. Well done. Pretty clean. Closer and closer to floor 8 yet again. Why doesn't this trick work backwards? So I guess you're thinking of like the turbos on floor 6 and why they have to be done backwards, so you kind of drive over them and they don't affect you. So the reason for that is because these turbos push you forwards. So on floor 6, the turbos are pushing backwards, which means that unfortunate, kind of a fortunate fall from Hazard. That's okay, it's a save. See how the plastic goes. So these turbos push you towards the end, so no matter what direction you take them to, they will still keep pushing you. The way that you can go over backwards turbos, like reverse turbos backwards, the reason why it works is because you have enough speed on floor 6 to make them kind of ignore you. If you're very slow, like you are in this tunnel, they will still push you. So it's not like you can just like reverse at one speed either and go over turbos. They will push you. So you need to have like a lot of initial speed, at least a little bit of initial speed that you can't really get there. So it would require the turbos to be facing the other way, and it would require the speed into the tunnel to be higher. That's why it's a sideways strat. So if you're going sideways, the turbos will not affect you because they don't really know what way to push you to. On ice especially, turbos often kind of push you to the direction that you're facing. So it's especially dangerous to be even a little bit towards the turbo direction. Yeah, it's already very difficult to get to the Walter Gorge section consistently. Schmaniel is the highest out of the non-streamers. We kind of thought it would be Worrell at like 700 meters, but actually, Schmaniel is here, top 8, almost 1,000 meters, which is floor 9, about halfway through floor 9. So Schmaniel hasn't been streaming, a very well-known player, definitely has the skill set, though, so this is probably a legitimate run for sure. But we haven't seen any footage of Schmaniel so far. Has been playing on the server a little bit, but I think mostly in solo. So you can play on the server or you can play in solo, it doesn't matter. Line looks good. Hazard lands it. Elcon a little bit further. Let's see, the transitions here work great. Elcon currently trying the final jump here again. Lars actually right here as well, so we have 3 players on floor 7 right now. Makes the jump. Now goes to the turtles. Hazard once more to the tunnel. Flip works. Now just the beam landing for Elcon is always difficult, but let's see. Elcon always goes for the slow landing here. It looks very scary, but it seems to be working. I feel like Elcon has figured this out. A little bit of a different strat than many others, but it seems to work, so no problem there. Lands to the bobsleigh. No problem. Now for the simple parts here. well, simpler. Hazard also has made it to floor 8, but Lars unfortunately has fallen to floor 3, so it's gonna be Hazard and Elcon now. Second turtle. Hazard onto the bobsleigh. Works just fine. Going. Waiting for the timing then. Gets it right. We've seen Elcon fail that once, but otherwise has been very clean. Gets through, keeps the turtle going. Hazard now getting to the same spot. Oh, Elcon. I can't click him anymore. The tags are overlapping. Well, same exact height. It's okay, we'll do it through here. Seems to be getting the climb. Hazard in the background, nicely. Two players very close to each other. I'm imagining that this climb will eventually work. Yes.
Let's go, Elcon!
Small chat here between the two players. Strats exchanged, and we go. Elcon lands it clean. Hazard taking the speed as well, and lands it too. A little bit of a different lineup here. Elcon will go for the upside down. Oh, actually no. Elcon maybe switching the strat, or maybe just doing it differently. I'm not sure. Waiting for Hazard. Down into the room. A bit of a collaboration run here. Both going in. Elcon a bit to the left side, but works out. Hazard safe as well. Go for the double turtle. Elcon waiting a little bit, but the line. Both are safely out of the reset room. Hazard in front. We'll get the landing. Elcon very close to the wall. Needs to be a little bit careful, but keeps going, catching up to Hazard. Who gets the flip first, I guess. Elcon lines up for it. Front wheel strategy. Back wheel strategy. Doesn't really matter. Both are making it. And now we go for the final jumps again. A little bit of a line difference here as well. This is interesting to see. But both make it through. Now for the jumps. Hazard lines it up. Elcon as well. And both are through the floor. Elcon first into the uphill. I feel like more so than a 1 versus 1, this is just two friends kinda having fun. Having a good time on this absolutely insane map. Both going in. Follow Elcon for now. Hazard seems to be getting the first landing there. Elcon as well. Now the turbo landing. Hazard is on, and Elcon nails it. Perfection from both players. And up we go. Elcon will line this up on this platform. Hazard goes for the plastic. Not like it matters all that much. Third has taken the speed. See how the jump goes. Oh, a little bit to the side, but I think Hazard has landed it. From what we saw. Elcon, careful now. Hold on now, Elcon. That's not how high you need to be on this plastic. You just go on to the very top. Yeah, there we go. Looks better, landing clean. Hazard kindly waiting. Small celebration, and here we see another line difference. Hazard going for the circle setup for the speed. Elcon going for the little bit longer path, but both work just fine. Elcon jumping up, Hazard already there. Both make it. Now the tricky one. Starting at the same time. Hazard makes the first landing, Elcon as well. Now for the jump. Hazard a little short on the jump, but it works still. Both are making it to the 1,000-meter mark. Elcon going right away, landing on the turbo, getting it done into the quarter pipe. Hazard will follow. Now the tricky one. This could take multiple tries from either one of the players or both. And interesting here as well, a bit of a line difference. Hazard on the right side, Elcon landing it on the left. So Elcon going for the low jump, Hazard for the high jump, exactly starting at the same time. Hazard, high jump, Elcon, low one. Elcon will definitely not land this. Will Hazard go for it? Oh, it's a little bit short. I think Hazard will be able to save this, so we'll start from the beginning of the floor. We can get back to the beginning of floor 9 from here, but Elcon will continue through these jumps alone. We'll see if... well, maybe Elcon will wait, I don't know. But Hazard will take a little bit to go for this. Elcon has a map to finish here, though. And might keep going. Well, we'll see. We'll go. Jumping, landing works really well. A bit of a floating, spectating view here, but it's fine. Elcon is through. Hazard starting the floor still. And Elcon will keep going towards floor 10. Now for the pole landing. To the right side we go. Looks very good on Elcon. Nails it again. One more attempt through floor 9 if these ramps work out. Going in now. The ramp works out and the second one looks great. Oh. A little bit close after all, but it is just fine. Hazard has been making it to the beam, so might see Hazard here soon enough. Elcon with the ice slide setups that are not necessary, but Elcon feeling the ice floor. Floor 10, Ice Gold by Maverick. Now, for the dirt zoop, looks pretty good. Very clean line. Directly into the ice slide. Very carefully starting this one. Oh. Manages to do so. Maybe not exactly Elcon's practice line, but works no problem. Hazard is currently trying the quarter pipe jumps again, so getting closer and closer again. Now, water landing. If he doesn't dry the wheels on the dirt there just in time, that's GG. But the wheels are dry. This is fine. Into the ice. We wait a little bit. Well, maybe we don't wait a little bit. For the wheels. Hazard trying to get the pole landing. I think Elcon is a little bit off here. Is this savable? Very strange place to be in. I have no idea. This could be a problematic situation. Is Elcon pressing anything? Not pressing anything. Maybe just thinking about... I think the wheels do have grip on the plastic, but will the car move? I think Elcon's just trying to think about, like... something. Like, if there's anything that can happen here. It could be that the inputs aren't doing anything, though. Hazard has made it to floor 10 as well. It might be that Elcon is just stuck. Could be that we now follow Hazard. Lining up for the ice. Yeah, seems pretty grim for Elcon. That is very unfortunate. A little bit of a missed line, but seems very unlikely to get stuck in this fence there. Well, Hazard here on floor 10 as well, though. So let's see how this one goes. Hazard's personal best is on the ice spin. Yeah, we might have another conversation, perhaps, when two players meet again. It's lighting up. Looks to be fine. Don't know if Hazard has even noticed Elcon there, but will probably pretty soon. If this jump works out. Speeding up, jumping, and... Well, unfortunately... Oh god. Hazard. Unfortunately, not much Hazard can do here. That's what it's gonna be. But Hazard's turn now. Alright, well, we'll see. Let us see. Hazard once more trying the ice spin. This is the personal best jump. If Hazard can land it, is it going to work? Goes a bit too wide, and it's not gonna be enough speed. Hazard trying to somehow save it, but unfortunately the fall is long. Not the right line, not the right spin. So we'll have to wait for someone else to do it later. Lars getting those runs together as well. Elcon indeed has reset the run. I wouldn't have thought that Elcon will stay there for the entire night. Don't think there's much that's gonna happen there. What's the leaderboard at the moment? Currently, Elcon and Bren tied for top 1, stuck on the same section. Elcon got there last night, Bren earlier today. Virtual has also made it to floor 11, but not as far as the other two. Made it a couple jumps further today. About an hour ago or maybe 2 hours ago. Lars currently trying to clear the ice and plastic half pipes at the end of floor 10 for the first time, and Hazard just had an attempt on the ice spin for the... I don't know how many times Hazard has been there, but hasn't cleared it. Timo has gotten also further into floor 10 on the pipe section just before the ice spin. Scrappy on floor 9 still, I believe. Made it there today for the first time. I don't really have a favorite floor, no. I find a lot of the floors really cool for different reasons. Lars back to the beam. I also don't have a favorite to win. But I am rooting for the players and not the map. Even though the map is great. Lars to the bobsleigh. Takes this very, like, left side landing on the first platform, but it works. Works fine. Not even a little Simo bias. Not really. No. I don't think so. I feel like everyone... I would be happy for everyone to finish, you know? Like anyone out of these players. Because I feel like all of them have their own kind of storyline right now. Their own skill set, and all of them are putting in ridiculous hours. Elcon strat for ice is just to rely on the extremely high level of mechanical skill he has, I feel. Any favorite moments so far? Well, those I have. Hazard's 3-hour run was pretty insane, constantly saving everything. Simo's turtle saves on floor 9 were incredible, and Elcon on ice level is just insane. If I was playing, would you want me to win? Oh, of course, Redon. Not extremely familiar with the Trackmania community, but who is currently the best player? There's really no best player in Trackmania, because, and you know, this is a very subjective thing, of course, but in Trackmania there's so many different skill sets and so many different styles. If you're talking about like the traditional competitive scene, that's gonna be like, in terms of just achieving the most like world championships and such, that's gonna be Carl Jr. But then if you go to different styles, there's always gonna be different like masters of that style. Full speed as a style will have different top players, different best players than ice as a style, for example. I don't think it is NASCAR. Do all the top players use PC and keyboard, or are there any console players up there? Probably not console players, because all of these guys have played well before the console update ever happened, which was just a year ago anyway. But, for example, Lars here plays with a controller, plays with a gamepad, so there are different input devices other than keyboard. Weber, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name. Thank you so much for the prime. Very much appreciate it. We are currently on floor 8, but we are on checkpoint 1, I guess. Checkpoint 0. Let's hope that Lars reaches the next checkpoint. Jumping now towards floor 9. To the right. Lands it. Well done. Do you think Virtual has any chance to win it all? Of course. Virtual currently is top 3 player. Detress, thank you also for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Well, here we go again. We've had a lot of these floor 9 attempts recently. Let's see if Lars can make this one work. Landing. Clean. This time lands a little bit further to the left and it seems to be much safer. See how the lineup here works. Gets the speed. Line is good. Air brake this time is very nice. The prize pool is crowdfunded. Currently at $30,000 or so. Goes to the top 3. Half of it goes to top 1. So the first person to finish. 30% to second place and 20% to third place. Another favorite moment, Villa's neighbor drilling through the wall midstream. Well, hasn't happened since, and now Lars gets through the jumps. Drops the gear. Does the Neo slide just during the gear shift, and I think Lars kind of thinks like, hold on, this is like a Trackmania thing, like a bad sign in like a Trackmania sense. I don't know if it would have like reduced the speed too much, but an understandable redo there. Makes the landing, and in the same moment, Hazard back to floor 9 as well. Let's see the strategy now. Goes for the low jump. Towards the wall, unfortunately, and this recovery might go to floor 8. Follow Hazard, who has just landed on the turbo. How difficult is it for the players that reach new wildcards to find out where they have to go next, since no one has reached that far? Depends on the section. For example, on floor 11, there's been a lot of like pathfinding challenges where we don't really have an idea of what the actual like line or even landing will have to be before the players get to try those. But then some other sections can be very clear, can be like just like, alright, yeah, this is what you do. Clean landing from Hazard. Speed is there, and up we go. And these same jumps Hazard has done multiple times. This time super clean landing. Then for the turbos, and Hazard gets to try the same section that Lars just failed. Still going for this high jump line. It's been working kind of well Seems to be better for Hazard at least. The landing this time is great. The speed should be there. Is the line correct? Yes, Hazard makes it. Atta, thank you so much for the prime as well. Down into the tunnel, and now the final quarter pipe jump off this floor. Hazard could have another chance at the spin fairly soon. First, needs to clear this trick here. Jumping towards the right side. Landing, is it gonna work? Looks great. Hazard back on the ramps. Elcon also getting closer to floor 7 already. Now, landing and landing. Hazard once more on floor 10. Dexter also has joined the server. It's kind of interesting. Dexter, really good competitive player, especially on tech maps. Has been playing a lot of competitions in this game. And actually, fun fact, a bit of anecdotal information, is that Dexter recently organized a NASCAR mapping project that I was a part of. There's 9 maps, all with 9 laps each, multi-lap maps, with very high speed. They're pretty fun. You can check those out. Anyway, Hazard. Hazard. Going in. Gets the ice slide. We've had many players clear the 360. Virtual, Bren, Elcon, Lars have all done it. And Bren and Elcon have done it too many times to count. Hazard. Through these early parts now. Getting back towards the pipe section. The campaign is called NASCAR Endurance. Simple as that. Trackmania NASCAR is very different from real-life NASCAR as well. There's a lot of jumps and transitions and loops and stuff, especially with this kind of like newer NASCAR style that we've started building in this game. Anyway, Hazard. Into the poles, or not the poles, but the pipes. Now just the pole jump, looks like a good line. Hazard makes it. And then directly into the ice spin, knows what to do, just needs to execute it. There's a little bit far to the side, but maybe Hazard clears it. Will be able to continue. For the first time, Hazard has made it past the ice spin. Speed is just enough. Will not make the plastic turn though, that is so unfortunate. And will unfortunately dead turtle here as well. So progress for Hazard, but it doesn't last for long. Will not be able to keep that run going. Lars on the same height right now. We will switch to that. Unfortunately for Hazard, even the default movements will not save anything there, because that road piece is covered on both sides by a ramp, so very unfortunate. Of course, it's very tricky to do the plastic line there, simply because it's wet ice wheel plastic, so it doesn't work like normal plastic at all. But of course, I think Hazard would have really liked to make it through that part as well, to get to try the final tough jumps off the floor. Well, still, I think this is a big sort of mental thing for Hazard, kind of showing himself that he can do this ice spin. Elcon falling down. Lars now the only player up here. let's see then. The low jump line that Lars has failed a couple times today. Car is trembling. And now we'll drive. Landing looks pretty good. It is enough speed. Is the line good? Lands as well. So Lars here might have a chance making it to floor 10 again. Jumping down. Final quarter pipes. Going in already. Landing to the left. Speed is enough. And then just the line towards the pole. It looks like it's going to land, and it will not turtle. So Lars is through that tricky section. We'll get to say hi to Hazard in just a moment. This is basically just the normal road surface concrete, just stylized a little bit. Lars lands in a quick horn, but the horn, unfortunately, will be maybe the last thing. Hold on. Well, actually, Lars somehow survives. The line definitely wasn't correct, but through some nice bounces on the walls, Lars has survived and will be able to continue, I think, to the final part of floor 8. Yeah, that's the safest bet here. Just dropping down. And we'll get to try the entire floor yet again. It's not the first time he's done that mistake followed by the save rate. Not the first time he's at least done the mistake. We've seen two kinds of mistakes on that part, actually. Like, it's actually fairly rare that people miss the landing on the first ramp. Usually the first landing works, but you have to release a little bit on the next line so that you don't jump off the ramp like this onto the side too much. So the two mistakes we see is that you don't release enough, which this happens. And then the other mistake is that you release too much, where you just kind of hit the landing, right? Well, back we go. Hello, Gary. Lars, back into these jumps, has been getting a lot of practice on these at least today. Can I just compliment your beard? Thank you. I appreciate it. How long have you been playing and following this game? Found you via the virtual coaching stuff a couple years ago. Assumed you were new to the game, but you seem to know so much about the history of the game. Well, I've been playing this very actively since 2021, so you kind of learn, right? You learn a lot in that time. When you constantly play and you interact with other players and you look into the history and stuff. But I also used to play when I was a kid, and I've been following a lot of the competitive scene, even if I haven't been playing. Like, I used to play when I was, you know, like 12 years old or something, and I was super garbage, but kind of, you know, played some random stuff. Lars? Uphill, gets it nicely. And then I took like a 10-year break, and the virtual coaching kind of got me to actually understand the game for the first time ever. And then I've been playing actively since. But I was also good friends with Riolo, for example, for a long time. Which, yeah, I know. But I was good friends with him, and I kind of followed a lot of the competitive scene and the, like, Trackmania Turbo, Waterguard grinds and stuff like this through his gameplay. Well, it's not sus. It's the fact that my friend lied to me for 7 years, okay? Just to clarify, okay? So that's That's what happened. Lars here. Anyway, Lars here. It was a long time ago anyway. No worries. Lars getting the line now. Getting the jump as well. Seeming to become much more consistent. And we go through here. Worked well. Then into the quarter pipe again. Jumping through. And is the landing going to work? We'll flip the right way. Here we go then. The landing works. This time, Lars with the correct release. Works fine. Another floor 10 attempt. We've seen quite a few of these in recent history. Hazard just making the ice spin for the first time. Elcon a little bit earlier was able to try this out as well, but didn't make it past the pipe section in the middle. Icy wheels, dirt zoop, going through. Down to the ice slide. Here we go. Works out fine. There we go. Couple difficult jumps remain here, but Lars has been doing these pretty nicely so far. Wheels are dry and we go in. Lars taking the slow approach here, not ice sliding through, but that will be enough speed. Getting the jump, landing works safely on the water platform here. Makes it through the first snow part. That seems to work just fine. But now the tricky one. The uphill slide seems to go well. Lars will go on the plastic. Rid of the icy wheels here. Very close to the ice spin now. Has cleared it, I think, at least once. Well, at least once, for sure. But I think just once. Not sure if Lars has made it through that part multiple times. But here's another chance. Makes it into the pool. And now gets to the spin. We've seen some failures on this today. Some successes as well. And what's it gonna be? Lines up for it. Starts it pretty late. Oh, this is gonna be rough. I think Lars is going to try to recover this. Will be able to drive back up. That is something. Oh, there's a ramp here actually into the water. We do get into safety. Actually haven't seen that ramp before, but there it is. We'll get back to the setup here, try the same line once more. Let's see, it's again pretty late. Lars seems to have figured out a good way to save this though. Kind of seeing halfway through the slide if it's going to work or not. It is something gear related, probably wanting to get the second gear at the right time. Kind of hear the car get it. There it happens. Oh. But not feeling good about the line. Well, fourth time. No rush. Seems to be recovering these nicely. We do see when Elcon goes for this, Elcon full commits. I think Lars now trying to get a faster line as well. Starts the slide, the spin is there. It looks pretty good. And it barely makes it. Lars will be able to get this. And now up the hill. Hoping to get through the plastic as well. It is wet icy wheel plastic, so very slippery. Makes the first jump. Relax a little bit. Very close to a personal best run here. But the ice slide doesn't start. Lars not getting the slide through, and this is a big fall. All the way down the bobsleigh. Probably not going to help either. Well, this one might. But it is floor 5. I'm not sure what happened there. Exactly, I wasn't looking at the inputs again. Lars had a very unfortunate case earlier where he was in the water and just the car was sliding on its own. I wonder if something similar happened where the slide just didn't really work. Maybe too slow on like horizontal speed. Well, back to floor 5 we go, and it's been a while since we've seen this situation where nobody's in floor 6 or above, but well, the journey continues. Good attempts from different players onto floor 10. Good night, Kettle. The grind continues. Dexter has joined the server, probably discovering these first few floors for the first time. I heard Dexter was playing a little bit in solo as well. Probably has figured out some strategies from the other players. Hope people won't be too burnt out by the time someone finishes it. Grinding this 8 hours a day must turn you insane. Not even 8 hours, some people are doing like 10 hours a day. Still. I do think like the players at some point, they will just have to take breaks, have to take days off. It will probably happen. You ever get bored of casting? I can't say I've ever been bored during this journey, honestly. I feel like there's always something cool to like talk or think about. Thank you, Green Wojak, for the Prime, and Matt Monkey also for the Prime. Appreciate it. I kind of think that the small break from Hazard due to the LAN tournament might have helped. Yeah, it's nice to have a little bit off this map. Good night, Stephanie. A lot of falling. Well, Lars still on floor 5. Petro as well. Good night. Rest well. No world record attempts just yet. Good night. Evening, F. Still kinda waiting for these floor 11 attempts to start. Elcon has made it to floor 10, Lars has made it to floor 10. Hazard made it past the ice spin as well for the first time, but yeah, we haven't been too much to floor 11. Virtual has made a new personal best on floor 11 today, but haven't been very close to the world record area just yet. Lars, I think, too slow here. What's your thought? More hours and more attempts, or less hours but more quality attempts? It depends on the time span. Because, like... No, it's like at the moment, I suppose it's always gonna be like about quality attempts. Yo, but it's not so. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted. Appreciate it so much. Very generous. Because right now, like, okay, here's the thing. If you're trying to finish like a 20-second map, it might be better to just brute force it, right? It might be better to just like start the runs, go, 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 every single time. You fail, who cares? Just start a new one. You can be half asleep and still finish the map, right? But the problem is that we're still on like floor 11 out of 16. So like, your goal is to learn, and your goal is to like get more consistent. You want to improve at the stuff that you're currently doing, and you want to also discover new sections of the map. So the problem with brute forcing is that you're unlikely to actually learn sort of like efficiently. And if your goal is to learn, then I feel like you have to focus on like a couple hours of good attempts. I think playing like sort of 4 to 6 hour sessions at some point will become much more popular with these top players as well. Kinda depends, I suppose. Simo has been playing like 10 hours a day, yeah. And to be fair, like, it is possible still. It doesn't mean, like, if you're kind of unfocused and not getting super great attempts, it doesn't mean that it's impossible for you to get like a world record run. It just means that it will be like less likely to happen than when you're focused. So like, I guess it's up to you when it becomes like not worth anymore to continue the grind. Like, you know, to go to sleep. Because at some point it just becomes very unlikely for you to get the run. It's still possible. So, you know, you might be getting your best attempt on this map like 9.5 hours into a session, but you're probably going to get like higher quality runs still like a couple hours into the session. I don't think there's any player who focuses best after playing this map for 7 hours straight. And you need to make sure that you're sleeping enough as well. Do you think a clear is possible in like 2 weeks? Sure. I think so. In the next 2 weeks? Yeah. In the next week? Maybe not. It really depends how floor 12 is figured out. And you know, like in general, the next floors, we don't really know what the difficulty is gonna be. Like, at the end of the day, floor 10 for someone like Elcon wasn't too big of a problem, right? It took like 3 attempts to make it through the entire floor. But floor 11 is looking to be a lot more difficult for both Bren and Elcon. So, who knows? Depends on your skill set, depends on the floors. How hard was the final jump on Deep Dip 1? Failable, but I don't think it was like the hardest jump off the map. I don't know how hard it is here. I doubt it's gonna be the hardest thing on the map though. But probably failable. No one failed it. Yeah, no one of the like first finishers failed it. But anything is difficult when you're doing it for the first time. So, you know, it can be like the simplest jump ever, and it can still be kind of something that throws you off guard because you know that it's your one chance to finish the map. So even like an easy jump at the end could be failable simply because the players will be so nervous to do it. They might overthink it and, you know... make the wrong call. Never played a long map like this. How is the concentration and mental fatigue once you hit floor 11? Well, the good thing is that you can take breaks, right? You can just leave the car in floor 11 and take a couple minutes off. Walk around a little bit. But of course, like, you know... you will be nervous. Any new PBs other than the virtual today? Yeah, Hazard got through the ice spin, but failed after. Has anyone taken a break and the default movement forces them off while they're gone? Yeah. All the time. Every day. Someone has it. Pretty much. Who's gonna win? I don't know. There's like 6 players right now that could take it. But it might be one of the 6. Unless Kandir is putting in like serious hours into this, I think it's gonna be one of the 6. So Elcon, Bren, Lars, Virtual, Simo, or Hazard. How long does it take to make a map like the floor 1 map? Hard to say, but dozens of hours. Maybe 66 hours. Sounds like a good number. Prize pool, $30,000. 15,000 right now, as in 50%. That will get you to... that will be what you get if you get first place, 30% for second place, and 20% for third place. We can check in with Virtual if there's a floor 11 attempt, maybe. Yeah, you can still donate to the prize pool. Maji said it took her a month to make the floor. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to quantify that, right? Could be like a lot of different amounts of hours. But yeah, it's like significant amount of effort for sure. How is core coming along? It's working. We're still working on scenery. You can just turn here. As long as Lars steers, does one input here, it's gonna turn around. Fine. Fine, guys. All he needs to do is press a button. It's okay. He just needs to press a key on the... or I guess steer on the controller. Yeah, you can you can press the restart button. It solves the problem. Virtual 1100. I'll switch that if virtual gets to floor 11. Lars, you gotta press something. Lars. Lars probably taking the mental break. I think Lars probably AFK. Well, Elcon and Hazard both climbing. Hazard on the turbo spin. That was worth the wait. See guys, it's fine. You just press a button. Okay, it's fine. It's okay. You can save it. It's how water works. Virtual on floor 11, so I suppose we will check that out as well. Let's switch to what is happening here. Virtual was getting a personal best before, got a couple jumps further, now going again. Let's see how these first few jumps go. Looks very good here. We'll chain these landings as well. Jumping through here. Very nice. So now, Virtual has a chance here for a personal best. Tried to do the next quarter pipe landing 3 times, I think, on the same run. Maybe 4. I think it was 3 though. And kind of had a bad landing every time, so didn't really get to try the full jump properly. Now trying to probably find the line this time to try to get it to work, because it's really, there's like a specific point here where you do start accelerating. You start accelerating from around this light here. So Virtual, maybe getting a little bit of more speed as well. Jumps in, it does land. I think barely survives the landing as well. So a bit of a scary landing. Landing pretty far into the first quarter pipe. So Virtual, slightly fortunate to get that jump to work, but this is my personal best. Still a ways, a bit of sections remaining to get to where Elcon and Bren have been. But this is the next good step to take. Tricky landing this one. Neither Bren or Elcon managed to do this first try. Let's see if Virtual can get it. Difficult to get the speed here. You have to take a pretty nice speed to begin with, and then hit the correct line as well. So jumping off at the right spot looks very good actually. Virtual should be making it to the pool here. Almost too fast, but works out just fine. So we'll make it to the next part again, the tricky quarter pipe. I suppose the next part is the few steps to take these 2 landings here. Not trivial. You can definitely land and get a pretty problematic plastic bounce as well. This is not a Walter Guard yet. This is not where the Walter Guard is. There are 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If we count these steps as 1 section. This section, then the jump up, that's 2, then the plastic 3, and then the next one. So 4 parts, 4 sections behind. The height is kind of misleading. We don't really care too much about the height right now, because the levels go kind of up and down, right? So height Walter Guard, of course, like, it's a nice number to have, but it doesn't matter as much as progress through the track, because you still have to do these next sections to be able to climb back up. So now Virtual will be checking for the strategy a little bit. Hazard. Getting these runs going. By the way, if you're wondering, Virtual not playing on the server, which is why we cannot watch that on the server. So it's a bit of a wonky thing. Hazard, very consistent in this beginning now, honestly. Yeah, guys. I can't even tell like who's trolling and who's being serious anymore. We will see. The scary jump to do. The problem, of course, is that if you overjump this like Bren has done a couple times, the issue, obviously, is that you fall all the way down the middle. And even if you're a bit too short, it might be very tricky to save this run on floor 10. The problem with floor 10 is that it's largely ice and snow. And it's largely, you know, pipes, downhills, stuff like this that is very difficult to safely land on. So really the main problem is that you have to get extremely lucky to be able to land down. Twist, come on. You're a regular here, okay? Just... You're supposed to give me like an easy time, okay? Alright. So Virtual discovering these strats and also noticing the mistakes from Bren. It's tough times. You fall in the middle. GG. Nothing to do. Nothing regular about Twist. Oh, okay. Well, Virtual ready to try this out. Probably testing out the line first, as we've seen other players do as well. So we'll go for the lineup, which the players have figured out the lineup on the beginning of the light, and then lining the jump into the lights here. So testing out the line, making sure that the jump will be to the right direction. Testing it out. The decoration here, a very good sort of like visual cue to aim for. So then back wheel next to the light. Or front wheel? Was it front wheel? I feel like it was back wheel. Was it? Oh well. I mean, not a huge speed difference. We hope that it works out. See, going in now. It's very early, but is it going to be enough height? Virtual makes it. Just barely landing the first and just barely landed the second one. And now can back up next to the plastic. And we'll be able to take a little bit of break. Probably has a little bit of work to do here, watching some clips and such. I doubt Virtual will be going in directly. We can wait and confirm to make sure we don't miss this attempt. This has been a very difficult jump to make. There's, yeah, Virtual switching, I think, to some clips and checking out how exactly Bren and Elcon have done this. Both have done it. Elcon has done one attempt that made it through, and Bren has done two. So Virtual would be the third player to do this, and then it's pretty close to a tied world record as well. The next quarterback part, much easier than this plastic part. So we will see. We will see if this will work out for Virtual. I'll just wait for Virtual to, you know, to be sure that there's going to be some kind of a break here before I switch back to the server. Yeah. Checking in the strategies. We can quickly check out what's happening here. Hazard has been dropping down. Lars currently the top player here. Still trying to get the run started here. Elcon, Hazard, and Lars all trying to kind of just get to the higher floors. It's very tricky. Very tricky to do indeed. we shall see. Think, yeah, virtual checking out Elcon strategy, and here we can see it as well. Elcon watching virtual watching me watch Elcon. Okay, yeah, me watching virtual me watching Elcon. That works just fine. All right, so the plastic bones. This is wonky. This is wonky. I think Brand's line was a little bit cleaner here. It was a little bit more stable through the plastic. This one bounces quite a bit. So it's kind of like bouncing first on the nose and then going to the back. So really not the easiest time. Brand's attempt here as well. So gets a bit more stable on the plastic and flies also further to the left and also higher. So I think that one's gonna be the one to try to replicate, but it is very difficult. There's been multiple mistakes. One is that you leave the wall right block too late, which makes it so that you actually go to the right of the plastic. So you kind of go too far on the plastic and you fall off from there. And then it's very difficult to save. It could be a floor 9 save, possibly, but it's very difficult. The other fail is that you can go too far to the left, which means usually that you leave the wall a bit too early. And of course, another fail is that you miss the plastic entirely and you fall down the middle. So there's like 3 different ways to fail this, which seems obvious, but I think the key thing that you need to look out for is the fact that you have to fall from the wall parts at the right time. Even before that though, you have to be able to land clean into the wall. So there's like 2 really important things. How you land into this first wall. First of all, going in now. So the wall landing and then how you drop off this wall. The plastic really isn't as important as this wall right here, and Virtual misses the line on the wall, unfortunately clips it a little bit. It's kind of in no man's land. I'm not really sure if it's possible to get anywhere from here. It's pretty far from everything. I think floor 9 is probably the best bet. Maybe onto floor 10 somehow. To the end of floor 10? That looks maybe possible, but it's a very big jump. I think the only chance here is if I can pause this at the right time. Like this landing here. You drive forward and you land over there, and then you get back to the part at the end of floor 10, right? That seems like it's it's possible, but it's hard to line up. It's very blind. Very difficult drop down just because there's no like visual cue that you have for it. I don't think you want to drop down another ring. You might just directly jump down to floor 9 if you're gonna do that. Can he Uber now? What do you think, Tato? It's not gonna be a nose boost, guys. That's not the strategy here. I do wonder. Oh, trying to... Oh, that's too far. That's too far, I think. The ice looks very dangerous to land to. Is he gonna try it? I find this very interesting. To the ice, really? Isn't the other landing closer and safer? I mean, I get that it's blind and this is less blind. But like that, surely that's too far. Dropping straight down, sure, but... I guess that's gonna be the save. Suppose that's gonna be it. Like, yeah, it's probably gonna work. Hopefully no plastic bones. Small one, but it works. Okay, so virtual will be back to that. We will jump in back to another floor 11 attempt, I think. So, but I'm curious though. Really not this one? Twist, stop. Okay, there's enough people doing it. I'm supposed to be able to trust you, okay? I suppose this landing might be the tricky one, you know? Yeah, I guess the problem here is that if you land here, like, making this landing looks pretty scary. It looks possible though, no? This looks doable. You can get speed for it. But I kind of understand that you don't want to, like, risk that maybe. But, like, this landing, for sure, this is doable for sure, right? You can even line it up against this block, maybe. Maybe get, like, visual cue from the background. Like, look at the edge of this block. Drop down here. Oh, a little bit more to the left. Like, you know. But it's hard, of course. I understand going for the safer landing, because you don't get to floor 10 every time. So, yeah, this one, I suppose, is a little bit tricky. I suppose the question is also, like, how safe is this to do without the icy wet wheels? Because you can't slide through it, right? So is this gonna work fine with dry wheels? I feel like it will. You can probably also bug slide a little bit, but yeah, I mean, you haven't done it like that, so I get that it's a bit scary. Yeah, I mean, virtual also pretty consistent on floors and so suppose it's extra practice there. We'll see. A lot of players trying to get these runs going still. We've seen all of these players, Elcon, Lars and Hazard, all get to floor 10. You made it to floor 1, let's go Articus. Not so easy. A great attempt from Virtual though, overall, like getting to the ice half, not the ice half pipe, the plastic half pipe already. Back to 11, okay. We will see how that run develops. Now, there are some ways to go until TV. We can check back. Tato, come on. I get the new people, but you as well? Well, making good progress again. Couple more jumps to go. Hey guys, is Virtual on floor 11 here? Gotta get the speed here. These are the world record heights, but it is also the highest part of the floor, I think, before floor 12. Like, floor 12, I think we can see in the distance there. It's on a pretty similar height. Now it's a little bit later this time, but there should be enough to make it to the pool. Let's see then. this landing worked perfectly last time. So I suppose you do line up the front wheel next to the light instead of the back wheel. I maybe misremembered how the others are doing it. It's a very tricky jump, and it barely worked last time. Was very close to clipping the plastic on the first landing, so let's see how it works. Testing out the landing again. Others are doing back wheel. Okay, nice. Good to have confirmation. That's what I thought. So virtual, I suppose, trying a little bit more speed for it. Well, not going yet. Still testing. Now this looks like commitment. No, not yet. Not enjoying that line. Safe to redo, of course. You can just run in circles. But now we go. The landing looks pretty good. And now the high jump. This looks a bit far. Virtual down the middle. No saving this one. Gonna go all the way. Maybe floor 4. No. Not even getting that one. So, great attempt from Virtual and a new personal best yet again. Virtual doing really nicely today. 2 personal best runs. But that run will end. Still really good though, solidifying the top 3 position, making it further into floor 11 and getting closer to these others. The next trick, not too difficult to do, so you probably can have like at least like a good 50% chance, which is very, you know, safe estimate as well. Elcon, oh, saves this. If Virtual gets the plastic halfpipe, we'll be able to also get to the same position where Bren and Elcon are right now. Good night, not. And Stratactical as well. Well, great progress all around. A lot of personal bests, even though they've all been pretty small. We don't have like full floor clears that are completely new to people. Everyone's kind of in the same floor that they started from in the beginning of today. Of course, there's still a chance. Hazard is close to making it to the end of floor 10, and also Lars. No world record progress, yeah. Bren did tie the world record earlier, but Elcon set the world record last night, so technically we haven't had a new world record. Inverted steering there for Elcon, so go back. Timo also good progress, yeah, through floor 10. True. What causes the inverted steering? Generally, it's hard to say here because I haven't tried it myself. But generally speaking, it's switching from forwards to backwards, because you need to switch from like pressing forwards to pressing reverse. Switching too early often causes that. A lot of the time you need to wait until the car is fully landed, all the wheels are touching ground, before you start pressing backwards, and it could be what causes it here as well. You want to do it very precisely, because if you hold forward too long, you're gonna lose a lot of speed, because then you're sort of braking in the backwards part. So it's not so easy to do it precisely, especially when you can kind of bounce when you land as well. So what often happens in cases like this is that you sort of like go into the backward switch, and then the car bounces like a couple centimeters off the ground, and then you start pressing backwards during that airtime. and then the car lands again, and then you have inverted steering because it started pressing backwards during the airtime. So it can be very weird and annoying to deal with. Don't really have any predictions on who's gonna take it yet. People are way too close. To the ducks we go. Virtual might be playing with the plugin, yeah, so might not update the... Wait, here. Do you think pioneers like Bren, Hazard, and Elcon will lead the climb until the end? Well, Virtual is getting close now. But it does seem like they are the players to like discover these new tricks, right? Bren has been doing a lot of discoveries on floor 11 especially. When will you take time off? Like today or in general, or what? It's gonna be a mental battle for sure. Especially if this goes to like the, you know, past like the 3rd week or so, I feel like your sort of mental endurance will, yeah, that will decide a lot. Already on day 11, it has to be like exhausting to do this crunch. Take a day off. I haven't thought about it. How dusty tires work in this game? Do you mean dirty tires? There's like a couple of different wheel conditions. You have wet wheels, you have icy wheels, and then you have dirty wheels. So dirt wheels you don't generally need to care about too much. They only affect like very few things. So one thing it does, first of all, wet wheels and icy wheels are very fast. Wet wheels are basically instant, and icy wheels are a little bit slower but still get to 100% very quickly. So you can have like 10% icy wheels or 100% icy wheels, and that again like changes how things work. Dirty wheels take a long time to accumulate. Come on, scary. But when you spend like 10 seconds on dirt or something, you can get like 100% dirty wheels or something. I don't know how long it takes. You kind of need to drive on dirt as well. Just staying on dirt it's not enough. So it's kind of weird already. And it's even weirder because they don't really do much at all. Really, the only thing they do, there's 2 things from what I know. One is that you can do a small zoop on ice as you get like from dirt to ice and you turn. So you can get like a small like boost to a direction by doing it. It works the same way the other way around. So when you have icy wheels on dirt, you can get like a pretty long and like a strong zoop. And when you have dirty wheels to ice, you can get like a short kind of weak zoop. But it can be, that's the floor 10 trick when you go up the snow hill, yes. So the other thing that they do, which is also not something you maybe even ever even notice, is that they make brake taps stronger. So if you go from 100% dirt wheels to a road drift, it can feel very strange because the brake tap that you do is going to be a little bit stronger than usual. It will reduce speed more than usual. So they sort of like enhance brake taps like this. I don't know why any of this is a thing, but that's just a thing. So the game is very strange. You really don't need to care about this unless you're a mapper. And even if you're a mapper, most players will never notice. But like, if you're trying to build like a pro tech player map, you need to know this stuff because they will struggle. They will struggle and they will not like you. Each floor has been separately validated, so every floor, yeah, has been validated by the mappers. So we know that the map is finishable. Who designs maps and tricks like this? In this case, it's been, I think, 17 different mappers and other people who contributed in different ways. Oftentimes, group project, but the creators kind of change. A lot of people are working on different projects all the time. Like, I'm working on my own endurance projects with a small group of people, and then there's another 1-hour endurance map in the works that's going to release sometime in the summer, which I think has like 20 mappers as well. That one is like a competitive map, so more traditional sort of racing style. Yeah, you also have like broken wheels, yeah, that's true. Fragile. Maybe some others as well that, you know, I don't think about right now. I suppose no grip, technically, is a wheel state. Similar to ISO wheels, but different. What is a favorite niche trick? I don't know off the top of my head. What would it be? I need to think about that. Oh, Elcon, this will be a... That still flips. Interesting. Okay. Sounds like personal experience. I don't think I actually ever built a map that would have had that problem, because it's... You have to be really unlucky to build a long enough dirt section into like an immediate tech drift, but it does happen occasionally. I don't think I ever built that myself. The 66-hour validation for 16 is almost certainly trolling. Don't mind that. I will give this example again, okay? Okay, I don't want to switch away from this. Okay, well, once Elcon gets to this ending area, I will show this. Alright, we'll just trust that these guys can do, like, a little bit. This will take 1 minute, okay? I'll be as fast as possible. So there's this map. When we talk about, like, the rumor of the 66-hour validation. So this map is considered to be the hardest khaki map, at least, like, in the top 5 for sure. And this one took 60 hours to validate. So this one would be less than floor 16. And just look at this map, okay? This is 60 hours validation. This is what a 60-hour validation looks like. So just think about this number and look at this map. This is not the validation run, but the water guard run, pretty much the same, yeah? Okay, this is 60 hours, alright? So do you really think that it's gonna be 66-hour validation? Even harder than that map. I can promise you. It is by a different mapper, of course. Cusco is very good. But there are players on both sides of that validation, alright? So... some players have finished it in like 30 hours, some players have finished it in like 100 hours, so it balances out. So, look, Jumper, very good player as well, alright? Floor 16 might be a triple flag bounce. In that case, I will... I will believe that it took 66 hours, okay? But if it's not a flag bounce, then it's probably not true, okay? So, you know, I don't know where it started, but... Triple Uber, maybe in that case too. The stadium flags aren't bouncy, aren't very bouncy. That's why the validation took 66 hours, or 60 hours. Oh, Wiania here, giving the information on the car damage stuff. Wiania is a master of Trackmania physics. Much more so than I am. Are these map projects crowdfunded, paid, or unpaid? Does Ubisoft contribute in any way, or it's all passion? Well, for example, like we made a thread of Ariadne called Map, which was a couple years ago now. It was a 20 minute map took like, you know, 600, 700, something around that number hours to build. And that was all passion. Absolutely nothing to gain from it. Elcon missing this line. Oh, that's a very unfortunate fall. God damn it. I think Elcon clipped the turbo. That is a fast fall. God damn it. Well, go again. Lars here as well. But in this case, in this map's case, for example, you can donate to a fundraiser that gets distributed between the mappers. Or when we're trying. Did you get an Uber to the finish on this map? No, you would need to find an Uber setup first, and then you would need to somehow... look, it's just not possible. All good, Jen. Do you know if the mappers coordinated to test their floors together? Probably yeah. I think we had a confirmation earlier that some of the floor 8 save spots were put specifically because of some floor 9 mistakes. So it does seem like the floor design has been sort of like altered to make it like a full sort of experience. Yes, prize pool and mapper pool are separate. Lars has been playing really nicely. See if he can get to floor 10. People do overestimate Ubers, and like, especially the kinds of Ubers that happen like once in a lifetime. Well, here we go again. Lineup. Uber essentially is when you bug slide against a wall and it gives you a ridiculous amount of speed and usually also throws you high up in the air. And a bug slide is when you turn sideways on a landing. If you've seen, for example, the very final jump on floor 3, that's a bug slide. You turn sideways and then you kind of slide, sort of, you know. Teki said he took an hour to one-shot floor 16 and it has been nerfed after. 1 hour is a lot. Actually. For a floor that is the very final one here. But if it's been nerfed after, that kind of makes sense. I would kind of imagine, like, I would also probably, if it took... Of course, we don't really know how much this is true, because I think the mappers are also trolling us. Mappers are not allowed to compete. They're not eligible for the prize pool. Yeah, like 1 hour to get a run without falling. That's how I understand that. Good line from Lars. Okay, I mean, I don't know, but if it's been nerfed after as well, like, we can be pretty sure that it is not as ridiculous as like a Keki map. 1 hour doesn't sound that much. Well, consider this. Consider this. You only get there after clearing the previous 15 floors, right? 16 floors if we count floor 0 as well. So just imagine that it takes you 1 hour of gameplay to clear a floor. That means that when you get to a floor you're probably gonna spend like 2 minutes on it, and you will fall down, right? And then you start the tower all over again. So if we say that your average attempt on that kind of a floor takes like 2 minutes, if you're like, you know, speedrunning, kind of always going and not really like looking where to go and stuff, then just make the calculation. That's 30 attempts to the floor to clear it one time, if every single one takes 2 minutes. And that's just, you know, like random numbers thrown around. It could be much more as well. So, like, we need to put it into the perspective of the entire survival challenge. Haven't tried the map myself. I'll try it at the very end of the event. Or after the event. I can confirm that Teki had skill issue on my floor for 1 hour. Jumper, can you just confirm, please? For for my sake, that the 66 hours to validate is not the real number. Or is this gonna keep going forever? Does building it count towards validation? Absolutely not. Lars to the final ramps. Makes it to floor 10. 66 hours building time, I absolutely believe. 66 hours just trying to validate, absolutely not. Okay, here we have it from the mapper. No, not floor 15, don't start this, Rioter. Stop. Floor 15 also didn't take 55 hours to validate. We just cleared up this previous rumor. Can we not start the next one? Anyway, Lars here on floor 10, by the way. Back on the ice. Good consistency today from Lars. Has been struggling on some sessions, but honestly, looking very good now. This is the dirt wheel. No, this is the icy wheel. That's the icy wheel dirt zoop. So then we have the dirty wheel ice zoop later as well. I'll mention when it comes. It's very tricky to notice, but you might see it. Let's see if Lars can make it. Floor 69 took 7 years to validate. Anyway, getting the ice off the wheels. Let's look at this run now. It's a pretty good one. Around the ice. To the water. Oh, it's a very tricky landing, but Lars does get it down. So now we go up the snow, around the ice, right here. And then onto the dirt. And if you look closely, when Lars leaves the dirt, you can see like a small zoop to the uphill. So it's like a little bit, it's a very short one here. It's like a little bit of a boost, and that is why this uphill is possible. You get the dirt wheels, and then you get the boost uphill. It is a very rare trick to use on a map, but it's used here. Let's see now, Lars going in. The pipes are next. The pool landing looks great, and Lars gets to this spin again. Now, previously, Lars found a nice way to retry this spin, so has been finding some strategies to get a good setup to climb back up if the ice spin doesn't start well. But if you commit to the ice spin and it doesn't work, that's of course very hard to recover. Lars here will show this. Not happy with that line. Going back up. Remind me of the song in a moment. I'll check. Through the water again, trying to get a bit more speed here. Specific speed. Sliding in, and now we commit. Looks very good, actually. Lars will make it through. perhaps this time making it through this floor. Spin is good. Or slide. And rest here a little bit. Now just up this steep ice, well, it's technically ice, but it's plastic. Wet icy wheel plastic, which means that you have both at the same time. Which basically means that you are more or less isolating. Lars last time did fall down from here, but has cleared this before. So now just needs to keep the ice slide going. Keep the speed. Make it safely to the dirt. Welcome me on. Okay then. Lars knows the shred. Now we'll do the slide. Oh, not steering quite enough. Kind of half steering. It should just be the full steer, right? But fortunately for Lars, drops down to floor 9. So this is doable. Shouldn't it just be full steer? It was like 70-80% steer. Maybe not quite like comfortable with that strategy. Like it's basically just an ice slide. Well, Lars now knows. Go again. This is savable, yeah. You just continue with floor 9 again. Landing onto the turbo and then into the last 2 quarter pipe sections. Hazard did make it through the spin. Yes, Hazard cleared the spin but failed right after him. Before this steep plastic part. Landing looks great, speed should be good, 31, and the line is great. Down we go, plastic punch, into the quarter pipe, and we go up, landing hopefully on the pole, hopefully not turtling, and it works, Lars. Very nice line. Just a couple jumps, makes it back to floor 10. These ramps have been a little tricky for Lars though, has been going a little bit too fast after the first landing, so not getting the correct line to the next ramp, but let's see. Line looks great this time. Perfect. What's new on top 5 for today? Virtual has made a new personal best. Bren has equal to waterguard. So Elkon and Bren tied for waterguard. Virtual on floor 11 as well. Has made it to the plastic half pipe. Lars, no PB yet, but maybe we're watching one. We'll see. And Hazard has made it past the ice spin, but not further. Zooping in, back on track. Lars also getting much better on this ice stuff here. I'm very confident. Looking to clear these sections pretty quickly as well. Now the slow turnaround, not going for the ice slide. We've seen both from the players. Elcon kind of does all the fastest strategies here, because Elcon doesn't seem to struggle with this stuff at all. But for pretty much everyone else, it's still like a little bit of safety. Now for the uphill, getting the dirt wheels and then zooping up, sliding. Lars also, I'm not sure, not full steering, at least according to the input display. The input display could be wrong because we're spectating, but I'm really wondering if Lars is just not like full ice-sliding. Maybe we shouldn't trust the inputs too much though, because they're estimated, we're spectating, so it's a little bit laggy as well for us. It's more accurate on the player stream. Well, back to the pool. The landing, oh, it's a little bit short, but Lars does bounce through. Remind me of the songs in a little bit. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't have the song display right now because I'm using a different setup for music, but more importantly, Lars, back to the spin. Is it gonna work again? Commits to it immediately, but no, the bounce. Is there any kind of a save at all? Maybe to floor 9 somehow if Lars doesn't get stuck on the lamp. Or still moving. Might fall down. Trying to steer somewhere. Like it could fall here, but I don't think that's gonna be a great scenario. Probably where it goes. I don't know if it's gonna go through here. Suppose that would be better. Might not happen at all, because it's a downhill as well. So this might be a reset, unfortunately. Good attempt from Lars. Needs to figure out those final few sections of this floor. We'll be able to get back. Okay, let me check the songs since people were asking. Oh, it is so hard for me to alt-tab. My setup for this is so bad because I have a plugin that automatically puts the game to full screen because the game struggles to do it. Okay. So both of these from this. This one is and then the previous one was I need to set up a new song display somehow. Okay. Floor, thanks so much for the pine. Well, back we go. Thank you, Zero. I appreciate it. I'm not playing the map myself yet, but I'll try it after the competition, after I know every single trick. We'll see how far that gets me. Well, good time for me to get some hydration, I think. I will be back in just a minute. We can check in if this hazard run makes it to floor 7. I will find out myself, I guess, in a minute. Okay. And here it is floor 7 indeed. It has indeed happened. Okay. Let's see then. Hazard has it done good runs? Maybe another floor 10? Hello, Enscom. Good night, F. If you're still here. Elcon right now struggling to get those runs started. Not really getting these higher floor attempts in a while. Of course, Elcon has been getting, you know, to floor 10 today, so it's not like a, you know, a bad day for Elcon. But I feel like Elcon does have these like phases where, like, for a couple hours we see Elcon like below floor 5 for a pretty long time. Hazard's personal best is past the ice spin. This will not make it there. Unfortunate landing. It's normal to fail this jump, but you would hope for the car to flip around, but yeah, that's probably gonna be a reset. Unless Hazard wants to wait here for something to happen. Maybe the car will fall back down to floor 4 or something. Possible. Yeah, past the ice spin on floor 10, but not much further. How do you pronounce your nick right? Well, you can say Ville. Ville is the pronunciation. That's my name in Finnish. Or you can say SB Ville. But I don't really care that much. A lot of people say Vil, and I'm too lazy to correct them. Virtual's PB we watched, yes. It was the World Record height, but it wasn't the World Record progress. So Elcon and Bren have made it further, but you know, floor 11 especially goes kind of up and down a lot. So if we look at the leaderboard, it might say that, you know, well, actually no, Virtual is actually outdated because Virtual wasn't using the plugin today, but yeah, the height is probably pretty similar, but Elcon and Bren have made it a bit further into the floor. Ville means city in French? It does. And actually when I was playing Trackmania, that was, you know, from 2013 onwards, I was playing it a lot. It's a very, like, French-dominated game, used to be at least. Maybe these days it's a bit more global, but yeah, there's a lot of French people, and I would join servers and people would speak French to me, and I've studied French in school a long time ago, so I can kind of understand when I read French, but to an extent. But I, you know, can't really speak it, and it was kind of getting tiresome that people would always assume that I was French, and I thought that that was because I was using the name Ville, so they thought that, oh, this is a normal thing to name yourself after, you would call yourself Town in a video game. So then I figured, like, okay, if I call myself something else than Town, that people will not speak French to me, and I changed my name to SPV, and that was kind of like a combination of the Ville, my name, and then SB stands for Speedball, which was like a PvP game mode I was playing at the time. And then I thought I would fix the problem, and when I joined a server, absolutely nothing changed. Everyone was still speaking French to me. So I figured, like, oh well. And for Twitch, a three-letter name was too short, so then I just went with SB Ville. So now we're here. I always had the Finnish flag. Just like Hefest, for example. Finland's great hope. Vile means fairy in Serbian. Vile also means also an English word, and like I'm fine with any pronunciation of Ville except Vile, because I think if you call me Vile, then it's a little bit like, come on, it's a little bit too close to an insult. Villa is fine. Oh, it's pronounced like Villa, gotcha. What about calling you Speedball Villa? I guess you can, but you can have an easier time typing the shorter version. Jan is a pretty, yeah. I think I've know multiple people called Jan from different countries. Merb, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Know one other Finnish person named Ville, but he plays Elastomania. I stumbled upon like an Elastomania video, like a world record compilation, not too long ago, and it's actually insane. All the skips they do in that game. It's kind of crazy how much it's optimized. It's like a biking game, like a 2D biking game where you collect like apples, I think. There's like so many cool glitches that I learned from the compilation. There's a lot of famous villas, yeah. It's a pretty common name. Yeah, it's a very nostalgic game. 2 decades ago, yeah. It's been a while. Yeah, predecessors to Trials, yeah. What happened with Hazard? Hazard currently turtled on floor 7. Just hasn't restarted. While taking a break. Despicable is almost worse. Because now you've ruled out the possibility of a typo, Ion. Was no one doing the 180 anymore at this jump? It's easier to set up the angle with the slower strategy. So even if you lose speed, then, it's still better because you can get this pretty easily on first try if you're just patient enough to line it up properly. Elcon is still doing the fast strat though. Probably the only one. The problem with my name, Christian, is that it's Swedish, so Finnish can't type it correctly. Oh yeah, probably typing it with the K and without the H, right? English speakers think you're religious, really? Isn't that like a pretty normal name there as well, in English-speaking countries? Marai still doing it? Yeah, I guess he was, yeah. What jump did world record fail? Well, let's take a look. So, floor 11 starts here. We just saw virtual a little bit earlier. Go all the way through here, through these jumps. Get here, take speed, jump here. get speed, jump here into the pool. Then you go around here, take speed, land here, jump up. Virtual managed to do this once and failed it another time, dropping all the way down the middle. So, good progress for Virtual today. And only 2 other players have made it through this part. So what you need to do, or what, well, we don't know if there's a consistent strategy. We don't know if there's like something like almost entirely reliable. Right now what players are doing is they're starting to drive from here, flipping off this block, landing into this block as kind of like a wall ride, and then landing upside down on the plastic. And plastic will kind of bounce you around. If you land very clean, you will sort of slide through the plastic, and it will throw you all the way over to this pool. Only Bren and Elcon have made it to this pool. So then both Bren and Elcon on their first attempt, or Bren didn't actually make it on first attempt, but on second, both of them anyway have made it through this quarter wave jump over to this platform. This is where the water guard stands. They have both tried once this thing, so landing onto this and then jumping up. Neither of them made it. That is where the water guard currently stands. Then it seems like you go here, around here, and floor 12 presumably is here. So it seems like there's still a little bit of work to do. But getting closer to floor 12 still. We saw part of that jump in the Christmas teaser, that's true, but I think people were maybe reading into it too much as well, because the issue with that was that people thought that it would have to be like a two-way landing, whereas I'm starting to think that the reason why the teaser trailer had the two-way landing onto the plastic was just because it looks cool. You know, someone happened to get that kind of a landing, and they just chose it because it looks cool, right? For a trailer. So people might be reading into that too much, like this is the specific strategy. There might still be like a consistent way to do it that looks a little bit different as well. It's interesting though. The first time that this kind of information from like an months old teaser trailer has been used. Elcon getting further as well. Yep. Floor 6 soon. No problem, I jump. Oh yeah, I can understand that, Chris. I think it's a problem when you have like a localized version of a name that's more common. So then you need to always clarify that it's actually written the other way. Good landing. Good landing. Yeah, we've heard from Sidelord that it was done 10 times in a row, but it is really still possible that it is the same line, but it's just something that gets more consistent with practice, right? It doesn't mean that there's like a, you know, hyper consistent line. It might just mean that with practice you know exactly how to line up for the wall. But I mean, I don't know. What's your take, Shadow? Do you think it's possible to do it consistently the way they are doing it right now? Just based on watching it? You're the better player out of us. Lars still hesitating a little bit on this tunnel. Yeah, like you need to go on the plastic part upside down. Like if the wheels of the car are touching. Oh, Lars, no! Lars has struggled with this one quite a bit. Been a problem for sure. Needs to figure out maybe a better thing here. So, the wheels of the car can't be touching the plastic, for the reason that when they do, you're drifting, and you don't lose speed when the car is bouncing off the plastic, so when it's upside down on the plastic, or, you know, like kinda sideways or something. So, as long as the wheels are not touching, you're kind of sliding or bouncing through it, and you don't lose any speed. But if the wheels are touching, then you're kind of drifting, because there's no way you're getting like a clean driving line through it, and when you're drifting, you're losing speed. So, I don't think it's possible to do unless you're, like... unless you're upside down. Like, yeah, the wheels shouldn't be touching the plastic, that much we know. It's more about the setup, like, we know what's gonna happen, what needs to happen on the plastic itself, we just don't know how to set up for it. Have no clue, honestly, just hear some people arguing and guessing about the PF plus Action Key X right setup. Yeah. Yeah, who knows. Yeah, I think Brent's line was the cleanest one. Elcon here. Back to the ground. Good time for us to check this out, I guess. So this is the Bren line on the wall and then sliding through the plastic into the pool here. That is the strut. Elcon's line was a bit shakier, honestly. But I mean, it's really about the setup. It's not like a strategy difference. Oh, Elcon finding shortcuts in the start. Going through the what is it, grass? The red plastic might be just for cut prevention, that's true. But the mappers are trolling us. Hey, good night, stealthing. Very glad you enjoyed. Can you show the jump in the trailer? Yeah, if someone links it. Who made this map? These guys. There are many of them. Here's the floors. In order. So the floor we're trying to clear right now by Sight Lord. The crystal one is Plaxitus floor. Beetle for, I think, 14. Good night, Aisham. According to the 80-20 rule, it's going to take 80% of time to complete the last 20% of the map, so if it takes 200 hours to complete floor 13, it's going to take 1,000 hours total to finish the map. I think it's... First of all, I don't know where the 80-20 comes from. Is that based on something, or is it just numbers? And it doesn't take into account many things. This is an extremely difficult calculation, because you need to take into account pathfinding, like how much time you need to spend on pathfinding, which might be different on different floors. You need to also take into account the fact that we have multiple players finding strategies, so figuring out what exactly to do, and the players are learning from other players as well. So, like, there's a lot of factors that make things very complicated. Like, if you actually would want to estimate how long it takes to complete, You would need to have a lot of information of the higher floors, which we don't have right now. You could probably do like estimation based on the floors that we are clearing right now. And then you need to take into account that every floor will be a little bit harder to reach. And then you need to take into account which tricks will be very consistent with practice and which tricks will still stay a little bit inconsistent even with practice. And also you need to take into account that when you get to floor 9, you can actually drop down to floor 8, you can get some saves done on some floors, but not on others. Like floor 11, specific parts on floor 11 seem like there's way fewer saves that you can do than on some parts of like floor 10, for example. So like this gets incredibly complicated really quickly when you start like thinking about it. And that's why I'm like very hesitant to throw in like specific numbers about how long it's gonna take. It's just guesses. Like you could probably make like a pretty good estimation, but it requires taking into account a lot of things. Like, it will probably take you longer to do the math than it takes for these guys to finish the map. Maybe not, but you know. I'm waiting for the players to get to higher floors to discover them, probably. But I am scared of them. How many players do you think will complete this in one-shot form? Many, like multiple players after the competition, because then you will be able to practice specific floors much more efficiently. Right now, the practice that these guys have to do on like the floor 11 tricks is so minimal, because you just don't get there so often. But when you can practice it at the as like a separate floor, it will be much easier to pick up the tricks and the lines and strats and everything else. So yeah, after the event, probably multiple people will go for it. Deep Deep 1 was only finished by 12 people, but I think this one might be even finished by multiple, like more people, just because of the increased hype that it has. Like it seems like a bigger achievement to finish this map than Deep Deep 1, but we'll see. Like, you know, it's not always that the easier map will get finished more. It's also about, like, the prestige that's linked to the map. It did not take 67 tries to validate? What? Okay, guys, this rumor is getting so out of hand. Guys. The floor 16 validation time, we already had the mapper confirm that the rumor is not true, okay? We have already cleared this up, alright? Just don't worry about the floor 16 stuff. Heard 66 people are needed. No. I am gonna lose it, guys, with this floor 16. I heard it took 66 Netio developers to break floor 16 and it needed to be rebuilt. Anyway, still trying to get some runs going. There's probably no 66 Netio devs, but you know. So, on the public server, I believe the best player is Warl, who is a very, very good player, reaching like 700 meters or so. There's really only one player whose progression we haven't really seen at all, and that is Shmaniol, who has been playing occasionally on the server, and we've seen some, like, you know, floor 5, floor 6 attempts from Shmaniol. Very good player as well, but we have noticed that Shmaniol almost at 1,000 meters. Almost at the end of floor 9. So Shmaniel actually doing really nicely. Haven't really seen that plays mostly in solo right now, so We'll keep an eye on that if we can. How many hours did it actually take to validate 16? Probably not, like, multiple. So, Techie, one of the playtesters, apparently needed about 1 hour to be able to, like, do a clean run through floor 16. That seemed to be the case. And then it was nerfed afterwards, so it's not even that difficult. Some practice floors have been released. Zero to 4, but not more. Thank you, Harris, for the update. The finish is fake, also. Is it true that Trackman is 66 gigabytes because of floor 16? Yes, unfortunately. That is absolutely correct. Well, Lars Gaming still, Elcon still trying as well. I think Hazard is not playing right now. I don't know if Hazard is still on the server. No, Hazard has left the server, so we're calling it a day. Did make a new personal best. Barely. No, yeah, hey guys, it's only gonna get worse. It is true that less than 66 people have completed floor 16. That is absolutely true. We found one. Elcon started playing a little bit later today, actually, so I'm wondering if Elcon is gonna go through the whole night again. Elcon has been streaming today as well. I don't know if Elcon is still streaming, but has been documenting the lines again. Still streaming, okay. So Elcon, I suppose, after a couple days of not streaming, has started again. I already have 66 brain cells again. No, I have actually way less. Could be that, you know, it's not only about this session here, but it's also that a lot of these players, like Lars, have literally been playing every day, right? I don't think Lars has taken any days off. So like at this point your brain might just be a little bit fried. How does 5 look? Looks like this. Lars is right here. A very diverse floor. There's a lot of different kinds of tricks. Plastic bounces, some bobsleigh parts. Like here, need to be careful not to go too far. The consistency has been increasing so much though, for these guys on this floor. I feel like a lot of these, pretty much every single trick on this floor has been figured out. Everyone has found like comfort strats out of the top players. So they're able to sort of just, you know, go for the strategies and hope that they are careful enough that makes it through to floor 6. opinion on Virtual's run. It was a good run. What? Is there something else? Virtual did not actually tie the wall record. In terms of height, sure, but we're mostly looking at the floor progression, and Virtual is still a couple jumps away from the world record distance. Floor 11 continues kind of downhill, so you will not get an increase in height for a while, but you still have to do all the jumps, so Virtual, right now, 2 sections behind world record. 2 like jump combinations, right? It is the plastic halfpipe and then the quarter pipes after the pool. Those have been done by Brennan Elcon. Virtual is doing really, really well. It's going great. Many runs to floor 11. Lars getting to floor 6 here. So, some runs starting. I feel like this floor 16 stuff will never end. Maybe once we get there. Carl Jr. I think has been playing pretty occasionally, but yeah, not that much. Not really Carl's style, maybe. Not the usual stuff he plays, I think. 66 viewers with unused Prime. With 1 gift sub on the table, who do you think is gonna win? Oh, hold on. Once again. Not getting too many ice wheels. This is recoverable. Nice. For once, actually, Lars able to kind of skip the ice, not get too icy wheels, not get the wheels too icy, and we'll be able to continue the turtle. If you get too much ice on the wheels, then the turtle just kind of ends. Dolphin, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you. Yeah, who do I think is gonna win? What, do I need to be right for the gift sub, I guess? I don't know. At the moment, my guess, I suppose, would be one of 4. I think it would be, like, if I needed to make the decision based on what I've seen right now. Right now, I feel like there's 4 players that I could definitely see making it. One is Bren. Bren has been trailblazing the entire event, discovering new things, super consistent, really, really fast as well on the map. And discovering too many things, right? Then we have Elcon, who also has been discovering a lot. Discovered a lot of floor 8 on his own, for example, and made it work on first try. Virtual has been doing really well as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Virtual also made it. And then Hazard is the last one who has also been trailblazing a lot. So I feel like the trailblazing aspect, like being able to discover sections on your own, will matter a lot going forward. Especially if some of the streamers, some of the players decide to go radio silent on like floor 14 and 15 range, hide their inputs or something. You kind of need to have the ability to find out the strategies and figure out what to do on your own. So, if I had to choose one just based on performance right now, I guess it would be Bren. but I wouldn't, like, it's not really like a... I would absolutely expect that all of these players will make it very, very far, and it's gonna be a close battle. I don't really have a favorite at all. I would still see like even like Skandir, who we've last seen on floor 8. I think Skandir can still take it as well. But yeah, just based on like the information available right now, Bren, I suppose, would be, you know, the least risky bet. No, yeah, Hazard, of course. Hazard is in the selection. Like, it's not that I favor Bren, like, very clearly. It's that, you know, if I need to absolutely choose one, at the moment, I think Bren is making it the most consistently to the floor 11 and the final sections we've reached there. Just based on that, I think, you know, it's like an indicator that Bren will be going very far on this. Good run from Lars here. Oh, Simo said something about Keki? Probably play both at the same time? No, come on. That doesn't sound possible. No, yeah, like, again, who I actually, like, think can take it at the moment, I think there's 6 people, really. There's Elcon, Bren, Hazard, Lars, Virtual, and Simo. All of the guys who are currently making it to floor 10 pretty consistently, I think they all have a chance. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if any one of them won. So I don't, like, have a favorite at all. Yes, Gillette, I will snipe the first place, actually. Is Keki in mid-June, actually? I thought it was in the beginning of June, but yeah, I haven't actually looked. Let's see, Lars failed this last time. The turbo tunnel seems to be very hesitant on this line. Not really getting this. Oh, well, this time there's some luck involved. Really needs to figure out how to do this. I feel like the strat is just... It's maybe too, like, careful, like, maybe hesitating too much is the issue, but, like, I don't really know. Like, it's scary for a lot of other players too. It might be kind of a mental block at this point as well, where you kind of just, like, know that you failed it multiple times, so you just try to take it carefully, but then you kind of don't do the things that you actually know are required to do it. But... oh well, Lars. Floor 8. Good run. Because I was talking about who's the absolute leader right now. Yeah, I think, well, I would include Elcon in that as well, because especially on floor 11 now, Elcon has been kind of like figuring out a lot of the new tricks. I feel like Elcon has just a very complete skill set for a map like this, and also has the ability to be creative, figure out like his own strats, and really like rely on his instincts. And Elcon is putting in the hours too. Right now, like, Elcon's consistency is a bit on and off. When Elcon has like a really good day, it's like really good. But right now, you know, kind of struggling to get through these early floors. Well, there's a fast approach to the tunnel as well, but no one seems to be going for it right now. Everyone's going for the, like, lining up next to the Plastic. Nice landing. Lining up next to the plastic and ice sliding. But there's also another strat where you go fast into the ice and turn the car sideways and stay in the center. It's a bit risky, but I don't know if it's any riskier than what they're doing right now. Good run from Lars. Getting these floor 8 sections very nicely. It might be a little bit of luck involved as well at the end, because it's the one run that you need to get to the end. But, you know, ultimately, when we talk about like a huge grind like this, it's going to be pretty skill-based, right? You might have some luck here, maybe be a little bit unlucky there, but overall, the luck will kind of even out throughout an event like this. Well, second turtle. I think Lars has been playing every day. Flip. It is good. Lars taking a little bit less speed here than others. I wonder why. It seems to be work. Oh, this doesn't work. Hit the wall. But this, not going for the max speed seems to be something that Lars finds, well, functional. At least. Elcon, closer to floor 5. Already there, I think. Elcon, yeah, almost goes too fast, but it's a tricky place because it's not really like a... Also that you can go like very slow, because you need to like do the speed check, barely land on the grass, and then slow yourself down immediately. I think what Lars has been doing is just line up for the beam. You can just crash into it. We might see it here. So, taking the speed. Going towards the beam. Oh, a little bit to the side here, but previously has been going like kind of crashing into the beam to slow down. I guess the angle is a little bit tricky. It's interesting. Oh, I can't speak. What's interesting is that things that looked hard last week, the players speedrun through now. So I'm assuming the same will be true for floor 11 in a week. Maybe. But I think floor 9 is still like, these guys still respect a lot of the jumps on floor 9. Like some of them are just so sort of so difficult that you kind of have to line up for them and make sure that you're sort of not rushing them too much. But yeah, it will happen for sure. Floor 11 mostly about like aim, so not that much about like heavy speed checks. Of course you do need to line up for some tricks in a very careful way. But I think some of them, you know, Elcon is already kind of speedrunning floor 11, honestly. Has failed a couple times due to speedrunning maybe a bit too much. I don't really know about the cheating stuff. Like, I don't really know what you want me to say. At the moment, pretty much everyone who we expect to win is showcasing their entire grind, right? They're playing on the server or they're streaming. So I don't really see like a big problem right now. Like, in any competition, it's possible to cheat, of course. Always possible. But, like, I don't really know, like... It's not something that's worth thinking about so much that, you know, we kind of bring it to be a problem before it is a problem. Lars, good landing. Like, you know, let the organizers worry about it. Well done by Lars. Floor 9 again. Elcon, floor 6, looking decent here. Flips through. Maybe Elcon can get a run going as well finally. Down the ramp, onto the turbo, boink. Lars a little bit too far to the right maybe to get a safe landing, but it works out this time. I do think you want to crash the white part of the beam. That seems to be the safest way. But we're safely on platforms. Here we go. Lands. Clean. I do wonder if Lars now knows to do what knows what to do at the end of floor 10 though, because that plastic at the end there hasn't really been a problem for any of the other players. Maybe overthinking it, maybe thinking that it's something that it's not. But we're not there yet. Needs to get floor 9 and then there's the ice spin and everything. Let's see. Clean landing. Was a little bit of a problem for virtual today. Oh yeah? Well, I stand corrected. But I think generally like the steep ice, plastic thing at the end there, it's been like pretty good for the others. I really think Lars just needs to full steer it like an ice slide. Was kind of doing like, at least based on the input display, which could be wrong to be fair. Was kind of like doing a little bit like lower steer, like 80% or something. Lars is not watching clips before he managed to figure it out by himself. Oh yeah? Well, that could make it difficult. Now for the tough one. Low jump here. Oh, it's going to clip a little bit, but Lars can redo this. Fortunately, landed still. We shall see. Careful line up here. The speed, the jump, a little bit towards the wall, but it will land clean. Good speed. What about the line? Great. Lars back on track. Now just the quarter pipe jump up on the pole, the ramps, and we have another floor 10. Here we go then. Landing clean as always. But the line is important. Is it going to land? Yes, Lars makes it yet again. Lars is on controller. Ramps down, well, at least one, and then one other ramp up. Let's see him. Gets the first. Second looks good as well. Speed is there, and Lars is back on floor 10. Don't look at the inputs too much, because they are only estimations by the plugin and we are spectating, which makes them even worse estimations. But Lars indeed is with controller. Ice wheels gets these from the uphill, and then the dirt zoop. Looks very good. Very good line. Landing is clean. No PB for Elcon so far yet. Today. Ice slide. Times it well. Very good. In we go. A little bit of a sideways landing. I think Lars got kind of spooked about that as well, but it is good. Jumping to the water should be fine. Now for the dirt. All should be fine. Looks like a good setup. Onto the beam. Not happy with that line though. This one will commit to sliding up the snow, but this is not fast enough. Is it recoverable? Needs to quickly ice slide to the other side, but no. Unfortunately for Lars, that is a bit too late of a recovery. Very difficult to save that, but floor 6. That's something. Well, actually, how do you do this save? A little bit, you know. I suppose you try to land on the downhill, or maybe to this. Oh, oh yeah, just there's a ramp like this. Okay, okay. Well, that works. Well, Elcon is also getting a run together. Floor 8 right now. Makes the bobsleigh. And we are on to the second turtle, maybe. Okay, we'll turn. I didn't build anything for this map. So yeah, how the input overlay plugin works, pretty much everyone is using, maybe there's multiple ones, but this is called Dashboard. It is a third-party tool. It is something within OpenPlanet, which is like a plugin sort of, it's like an approved plugin manager where people can build plugins and then they are approved if they are fine and, you know, fair game and not cheating, and then you can use them. So this dashboard, it works in a little bit of a hacky way. It doesn't read the inputs directly. What it does instead, it's reading sort of like wheel positions. So it's checking like, okay, if the wheels are pointing to the left, then it's a left turn, and then it shows the left turn here. And depending on where the wheels are pointing, it's gonna give a different like percentage in a way. So due to, you know, the spectating being a little bit less accurate, it's going to show a little bit different than what it shows for the players themselves, for example. So during our own gameplay, it's gonna be pretty accurate, but when we're spectating on server, it's gonna be a little bit less accurate. Also, things like brake taps don't sometimes show because of the same reason. They are also like estimations, not input reading. Well, to the grass. That is a good landing, doesn't go too far. Something like that, Jan, yeah. Not really speed, it wouldn't be accurate, but something else like this. Elcon going for a completely new strat here, the full 360, but I guess it works. Is there no way to actually find which buttons are pressed? I don't know, it's not my area of expertise. But I assume probably not. Getting our blessings here. Let's see. Maybe another floor 9. Works out fine. And we keep going. No, yeah, Elcon has been going for the upside down landing where the car kind of flips automatically on the landing. But I don't know, maybe Elcon a little bit distracted as well. You know, it's been a long day. Long grind. Long week. 2 weeks almost. So, you know, sometimes you kind of might forget what you're trying to do. Well, the run is alive though. We go to the final turtle, through the beam. Looks a little bit shaky actually, that last one. Oh, hitting the wall there, but it's fine. Elcon is through. Very scary, the second narrow part, but Elcon's fine, no problem. Lars also back to floor 7, still grinding. Final jumps off the floor. And there it is. Elcon makes it look so simple. Strawberry cheesecake once more. Through to floor 9. Rioters floor. Lars just made it. It was very solid. Elcon needs to do the same thing. Turbo landing, first tricky part here. Elcon lands it clean. Very good. Getting the straight line here. So the player is still respecting a lot of these floor 9 tricks here. Kind of doing very careful setups for some of these, and it works. I feel like on floor 8 we're starting to see things kind of change where they're taking less like the max speed lines and just more going for, you know, something close to the right one. And it seems to be working for most of the time. I guess this floor might see a similar change at some point, but I feel like on floor 9, there's always going to be like high enough to kind of think like, okay, I don't get here all the time. We will take it a little bit safer. But then we move on. Jumping up looks good. This next one, not really a speed check, so Elcon is just gonna go. If anything, needs to slow down a little bit to get more off the turbo and makes it clean. Lars climbing as well, getting to floor 8 now, so solid. No, yeah, floor 10 is different. I feel like floor 10 is like a break for Elcon. Just vibing. But he's just so good at ice. Landing looks extremely clean and the speed is definitely there. What about the line? Good. Floor 9 definitely allows you to fall a little bit more than the other floors. There's a lot of pools below on floor 8 that save you a lot of the time, especially on like specific jumps. This one can still be a little bit tricky to recover from if you don't get it clean, so let's hope that Elcon gets the line. It looks very good. Very nice. Clean. Now for the maximum speed here. Dropping onto the ramp. And up we go, Elcon. A little bit low on speed, but this could be recoverable. There is a wall. There's a small wall here. Is that your turtle target? Or maybe Elcon will turn around. Oh, lining up. Gets it. I suppose that's a little bit safer than going for the dirt turtle, because the other option is to go onto this wall, which can be a little bit scary because the dirt will make the turtle worse. So I suppose that was actually a good idea from Elcon. And then just going through, no problem. I didn't even know that there was like a small barrier there. Maybe it's entirely for turtling? Could be. Well, let's see then. Elcon has failed this floor earlier today. To be fair, so can't do just whatever. Has to be a little bit cleaner than last time. Failed the double pipe section halfway through. Ice wheels, dirt soup, a line is good. But this one works. Then the ice slide. Works great. Oh, Bren went for the barrier too. Gotcha. You can turtle on dirt, but I think it's very weak. So, yeah. But I'm very bad at turtling, so you probably shouldn't listen to me on that. Elcon with the speed into the pool. Taking the crash. What? Elcon? What are you? Are you thinking of something? Hello? What? He's literally just trolling. God damn it. Go back. Testing if it can fit, I suppose, but you know. Up then, and this was the part where Elcon last didn't survive this pipe section here. Landed a little, unfortunately, a little bit too far left. This time it works. Very low line, very brave, but Elcon manages. Then we go for the spin again. Not too much waiting here, I assume. Taking the speed, getting the gear, lining up the spin. Spins a little later than usual, but it works very well. Oh no. No, 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 no. Let's hope it's just spectator lag. There's... No. This could be on my end, but I'm feeling worried. Stream died? Oh no. The worst run. The worst run that could happen on as well. That is so unfortunate. Lost connection. Maybe a power cut, maybe internet. But yeah, it's one of the two. Well, it's not... No, like, it's not the... playing on the server. That wasn't on the server side. If it's also Elcon stream, just full internet crash. Or it could be PC crash. I mean, yeah, in solo, I suppose, like, if it was internet, then I suppose maybe in solo it could be savable. I don't know. I suppose it would be fine, usually. Internet crashed? Yeah, okay. That sucks so much. Very, very unfortunate. And yeah, like, it's the one run that Elcon gets to floor 10. Well, back on the server, so not faced by that one, at least. Lars back on floor 9 though. Yeah, he needs to restart the run. The run is gone. But, I mean... the mental on this guy. Already on a new run. That's the mental that you'll definitely need. If you want to finish this map, that's gonna help. Gonna be up in 10 minutes again, hopefully. Let's hope. Hazard has made it past the ice spin today. Didn't make it further though. Good night, Jan. Let's see this then. Lars on a pretty promising run. Haven't talked with Hazard at all, so I don't know what happened on the LAN. I don't really know many of these players in that way. But we do know that Scandiar was the one to win the LAN. Was also a little bit on the server today. Not for too long though. Hello, virtual fan. So, let's see now. Lars. It has been a tricky jump throughout the day. Landing very good. Speed very good. Line a little bit to the wall, but works. All of the guys on top 5 definitely have like the mentality to deal with the unfortunate incidents. Lars into the quarter pipes now, close to floor 10 as well. And seeming to land. No problem. We will see if we can get yet another floor 10 run. They just keep coming. Gormeister, thanks so much for the prime. Did you know that one day someone will finish this map? I kind of knew that, yeah. Or I had a suspicion. Let's see. The jump. A little short again, but works. No, Ion, we're not doing this again, okay? We're gonna watch Lars nail this floor 10 now. And it will not take 66 hours. Taking some speed from the dirt, then into the ice. Same things that we just saw. The zoop. Car is floating. But it works. Lars is through. Couldn't really tell what was happening there. I feel like spectating might be a little bit struggling as well, but we're fine. Probably looked normal for the player, but you know, spectating is a little different. Elcon again. Internet issues. This time, luckily not on floor 10, but pretty unfortunate. Maybe it could be good for Elcon to switch to solo for today, to not lose the runs. Lars will keep going. To the water. Works. Up the dirt. There we go. So, Lars. Now, closer and closer to another pool. Another spin attempt. Just a couple turns. First one works. And then, taking this pretty carefully, but it works. Lars has made this spin twice today, from what I've seen. What I remember. But now it's gonna be the third one. And then the plastic has to work after as well. So, taking speed, has a good recovery strat if it doesn't line up well. Lars commits though, and it's a little bit off. Is it savable? Oh, the wet icy wheels bringing the car a bit too far, and unfortunately for Lars, the nearest fall position is only on floor 6. It was a decent try, but not quite going to work. Not quite getting another attempt on the half pipes, and gets inverted steering as here as well. Down we go, probably to, well, floor 3 I suppose it will be. Might be hard to really get your mind back into floor 6 when you fall like this. Won't have the wet wheels here, so just to adapt a little bit, but should be fine. Well, players are grinding. Floor 3 already not so easy to reach. Like, we always kind of talk about it in the sense that where, like, at this point these guys are like falling down for like 20 seconds and they will end on like floor 6. And it's like, oh, what a disaster. But like, honestly, most people never get to floor 6 at all. So it's kind of interesting that we're at the point where even these big falls kind of gets you to the places where not many people have actually been to. Maybe like 30 people have been to floor 6 or something. Out of what? On the plugin, it's like 12,000 people. 12,000 people on the plugin. Probably, you know, some without the plugin as well, so who knows how many. 20,000 people, you know, 30 out of them have made it to floor 6. It's kind of wild. Elcon has 74 hours. Hopefully it's accurate. I know that the timer has reset a couple times and the players are kind of responsible for adding time into the timer. But yeah, it's probably pretty close to the truth at least. Could be, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a little bit more. Elcon looks like he's driving Cup of the Day. One of the shortcut routes that he likes to do. A bit similar to that. With floor 4 you're in top 100. Yeah, it's wild. Elcon is on keyboard, yes. Lars back on the grind as well, getting towards floor 5. Elcon a little bit off here. That's not... Oh. Well, as much as Elcon has been unlucky today, that was a little bit lucky. That was a little bit lucky. I was like, oh, this is gonna fall here, right? But this is a plastic block. Plastic blocks bounce you. Elcon just barely hitting the corner here, landing in the water. We will allow this. Elcon deserves that. Honestly, after what just happened previously, Elcon deserves that kind of save. The left side quarter pipe, Elcon showing off.
Let's go, Elcon!
Bit of a race here, yeah? Matt going for the side bounce. Both make it though. There's so many strats in this area. Elkon's gonna go for this strat. Lars is gonna go for the slow strat. Oh, Matt not making the direct strat. Will be a little bit tricky to recover from, but manages. Elkon fails the bobsleigh. Back to the pool we go. Okay, a lot of a lot of stuff happening, I suppose. Well, Elkon is back to this. Lars making progress now. Trying to get maybe another run going here. I think we'll watch these runs through. And then maybe call it a day. Elkon has fallen, unfortunately. Well, let's see. Maybe Lars can get this run going. No new world records today. Elkon's world record from last night was tied by Brendo. Pretty much everyone, except like a couple people, are going for this. The slow strategy, getting the direct line here. But it works. Fine. Lars a little bit off the bounce though. Well, lands into the pool. We'll go for the easier save. You can do the bobsleigh save as well, but it's very difficult. It's on the other side here. So you can also go and try to save yourself on the bobsleigh, but it's ice. So you're very likely to fail it and fall down. There's only one player that I've seen go for that consistently, like, you know, go for that pretty much every time, and there are no points for guessing who that is. Lars makes the save though. Elkon calling it a day, I suppose, some internet problems. Virtual has been doing great work today. Very good progress. The only player on this evening grind to make it to floor 11 at all, really, I think. I don't think Elkon made it, if I remember right. Elkon made it to floor 10 a couple times, but there was the internet incident and then another earlier run that ended in a mistake. Lars also got scammed. I mean, Lars has had a few attempts to floor 10, but I don't think Lars just has the strategy on the final plastic part down yet. I feel like Lars not really doing the right things there. So once Lars kind of figures out what to do after the ice spin, which the ice spin is going better and better for Lars, even though it's not entirely consistent yet, but it will get there. I think it'll actually get there. Just needs a bit more practice on it. But the plastic after, I really think that Lars just has to full steer it, like ice slide it. It's been like a little bit less steering or no steering. I don't think that's as good. That's my understanding without having played it, but you know, I feel like ice players will probably agree. Ixon, decent run here as well. Looks super free, it says one ice player. What is the Deep Dive 2 timer? Almost at day 10, right? Well, currently it is day 11. We started a week ago on Friday, or 1.5 weeks ago. Ixon with the slowdown on the landing, unfortunately. Not sure if there's like a good way to avoid that. I guess maybe you just need more speed. I don't really know if that's a landing bug or if it's clipping the you know, landing by being too slow. Elcon jumped out, yeah. Internet issues tonight, unfortunately. Lars may be through to floor 6 though. We can check this run through. And then we can call this a day as well. Do you think the Ice 360 will hold others that haven't got to it for long now, that people have seemed to find a consistent strat for it? I think the execution is still so precise that if you haven't done those spins before, it will be difficult to learn. So for someone like Simo, Simo is very close to that, but yeah, I do think that when Simo gets to it, it's still gonna be difficult. So yeah, I think it depends on the player. Maybe, like, if it clicks very quickly, then it might be just like 2 attempts and you're through. We'll see. It's kind of holding Hazard back right now, right? So, kind of holding Lars back too, right? Like, all of these players know how to do it at this point. Pretty sure everyone has seen Elcon's attempts. But like, yeah. It is difficult, it's very precise. SB, we appreciate your grind just as much, buddy. Thank you for all the hours you spent commentating. Much love. Hey, I appreciate it a lot. Glad if it's worth the hours. It's been a while, honestly. Obviously, it's much more chill for me because I don't need to worry about you know, getting a PB tomorrow, you know. So the players have like the mental aspect to it where they really need to kind of... They need to be able to like believe in themselves. I can just join the server and chill, you know? So but yeah, it's been a pretty long journey already. You believe in me still? Oh, thank you. Maybe. Maybe Rival. I'll only apply after like a couple weeks though. I would imagine if this keeps going for like 3 weeks even, then probably. Don't know how you do it. I'm exhausted after 5 hours. See, the thing at the 5-hour mark, what you need to do is just keep streaming. And then you have streamed more. You just don't shut off the stream and then you're fine. That's my professional tip. Well, Lars to the Ducks. Once more. Very consistent day from Lars, honestly. Has been doing these runs all the time. Still has some trouble on specific parts of floor 7. For example, the wind tunnel, the turbo tunnel. So we'll see. I think Lars knows all this stuff though. Like, definitely knows. And definitely knows that, you know, something needs to go differently on especially the turbos. Like, it seems always so shaky. And like, you don't want to have like a, even if it's not like exactly 50-50, even like 80-20 on floor 7, that's gonna limit your runs a lot. Because like, if one out of 5 runs of that you get here dies here, that's really just going to limit your progress a lot. This is the last run that I'll watch, likely, but I don't know about Lars. I didn't build anything on this hour. Maybe next time. Here we go. There is absolutely no save for failing the turbo. Like, maybe floor 4, but you know, nothing worthwhile. Lars is done for today when he falls. Okay. Could be here. Wet wheels. It's very rough. That might be it. Very unfortunate. Good session from Lars still. I feel like there's a lot of good practice from floor 10. Not sure if this is the end or if Lars keeps going still, but seems to go to floor 3 at least. Suppose keeps going. But maybe it could be that I will call it here now that everyone's below floor 5. That seems like a good position to end today's session. The progress definitely slowing down. It's been a grind for these players, and oh, Lars unfortunately might be calling it here as well. Back to the floor. So maybe that's what Lars is gonna see as the last run as well. Yeah, so obviously virtual, huge progress today. Very solid. But at the same time, obviously the top progress slowing down a lot. We'll see how the rest of the week really goes. But I will be here pretty much through all of it. We will keep documenting this progression. I'm gonna send you guys to Techie. Hopefully gonna stream for a while. He's one of the mappers. If you have some mapping questions about this project, probably will be able to answer. But yeah, very much appreciate all of you. Hope you enjoyed the stream. It's been a nice day still to watch all these floor 10 attempts, and very glad to have all of you here. Thank you as always for the support. Very much appreciate all of you. We will be here tomorrow again. Follow the journey, and if I don't see you then, hope you have a great day and evening and night and everything else. Okay, I'll talk to you guys soon, and I wish you a good night and take care.